Chapter 26. Information Leak. Kuznetsov, having read the message from his boss, was very surprised. In the midst of such an important project, taking a sick leave seemed unusual for a professor. He must have fallen seriously ill, Masha suggested with feminine concern. He seemed fine yesterday, didn't sneeze or cough. Andrei thought with bewilderment. He just left earlier than usual, was in a hurry somewhere. At that moment, a plump guy, nicknamed Donut, a lab assistant from among Khaimovich's ill-wishers, walked past the group of friends. Stopping next to Igor's people, he looked at them slyly and, stirring his coffee with a spoon, asked casually, "Have you checked the news sites yet?" "What are you talking about?" Andrei answered with obvious contempt. "You've had a joke with these viruses. All the newspapers say that you're conducting illegal experiments on people. That's how it is." "Explain," Kuznetsov said coldly, moving closer. Masha lightly touched Andrei's hand, afraid that he might strike Panchik. The fat man quickly realized that it was better to leave, and, quickening his pace, went to his office. "Enter in the search engine." For the next 30 minutes, Andrei, Yasya, and Masha carefully studied the data published on several websites the night before. One of the articles, titled "Inhumane Experiments on People," said that, according to a secret source, Novosibirsk specialists were driving helpless people crazy by injecting them with an unknown drug and conducting horrific, cruel experiments. The author of the article generously supplied the text with epithets to convey the horror of the scientists' actions. In addition, the article included photographs taken with a low-quality camera. The journalist insisted that everything was connected to a Martian virus and called on society to speak out against the government's inhumane policies. Kuznetsov sent the news to the professor and contacted the laboratory's security department. By 1 o'clock, it became clear that the information had most likely been passed on by one of the 3 security guards recently fired for absenteeism. It had not yet been possible to determine who exactly. Major news portals did not risk posting the article, and over the course of the day, the news appeared on only 5 sites that usually deal with the tabloids. Despite this, Andrei and even Albert Borisovich did not realize what consequences this could lead to. Having received instructions from Khaimovich, each of the friends took up their own tasks. Masha studied materials on virology, but could not get herself together. Instead of delving into the study of viral strains and mutations of rabies, she often returned in her thoughts to yesterday's meeting with Ivan. Their relationship quickly grew into a passionate romance. Yesterday, Vorobyov suggested that Masha take a vacation and go somewhere to escape from all this fuss. The invitation to work as a consultant in the group for the development of long-term space programs was received by the Martianate, so the lovers rarely saw each other. Ivan was constantly moving between Moscow, Novosibirsk, and the Far East. But each time, returning to the city, the first thing he did was look for a meeting with Masha. The girl was distracted from these thoughts by a message from the professor, who persistently demanded a report on the assigned work. Irina sent the data she had found, but she understood that this would not be enough, and Khaimovich would remain dissatisfied. To avoid a reprimand from her superiors, Masha redoubled her efforts and continued working, putting off her love fantasies for later. Lev Nikolaevich returned to his presidential suite in a luxury hotel in China. An hour ago, he attended the funeral of his friend and ally Tao Hong. Billions of Chinese mourn the loss of their great leader across the country. The Russian president felt a deep loss, as if he had lost a close comrade. He remembered their last meeting, where the old man told him about his terrible dream. Tao Hong saw an island surrounded by a sea where a strong wind raged, and the waves became redder with each gust. The man realized that there was an ocean of blood around him. Bloody waves threw human bones onto the shore, which soon covered the entire sandy beach. The force of the surf did not subside, and only then did the old man wake up. Lev Nikolaevich realized that Tao Hong had a premonition of imminent death. But no one expected that everything would happen so quickly. Having poured himself a cup of green tea, Igor Tikhonov settled down opposite the window. A flock of birds flew through the glass at the level of the 25th floor of his room. Turning on his list, the president saw several messages marked urgent. During his absence for 2 days, a major scandal broke out related to corruption in the Academy of Sciences and protests by public organizations against conducting experiments on people began. Igor Tikhonov understood that the Academy had long needed serious reforms, and this scandal only reflected the general crisis in the structure, where the leadership was mired in corruption. The president gave instructions to thoroughly investigate the situation in order to receive a detailed report by his return. The second news about human testing shocked him even more. He pressed the communication button and called Timur Smirnov, who had recently taken up the post of first assistant. A few seconds later, the face of the young official appeared on the screen. "What's the scandal with the experiments?" the president asked dryly. "Igor Tikhonov, the situation is unpleasant. The experiment did take place. In Novosibirsk, a vaccine was being developed based on a Martian virus, which was considered a new type of medicine." In Novosibirsk? Yes, Professor Khaimovich worked on the project. You remember him. He was responsible for the biochip program. The laboratory under his leadership discovered traces of life in the Martian soil and began studying the virus. And what did you find out? The animal experiments went well, but problems immediately arose with people. The subjects were prisoners serving life sentences for particularly serious crimes. The Academy gave its consent to such measures in exceptional situations. The information leaked out. The Yellow Press published a publication, and the official media did not develop this topic. There was practically no solid evidence, only a few dubious photos, and an interview with some crazy security guard from the laboratory. But, unfortunately, someone got public organizations involved. According to my information, this was done by our Western partners. They support many such organizations, and at the right moment, control them like puppets. The president worry-welt. He had many meetings and unresolved issues that he had put off to honor Tao Hong's memory. The president felt that fatigue and wear and tear were taking their toll, and he began to dream more and more often of a small house by the sea where he could grow peaches and melons. Previously, work brought him joy and energized him, but with each passing year it became increasingly difficult to maintain the same rhythm. The flight home passed without incident, and Igor immediately plunged into work problems. Having heard the report on the scandal at the Academy, the government began a detailed discussion of the situation. It turned out that the latest experiments on people caused a split in the Academy. While the leadership remained silent, an opposition group of scientists proposed a new program for the development of science and a fresh look at technology to the authorities. They also sent numerous requests to the prosecutor's office demanding a comprehensive anti-corruption investigation in all structures of the Academy. The government and the president decided to support the scientific opposition, but at the same time warned that control over their activities would be strict. All these events provoked a chain of actions that led to irreversible consequences. However, that evening, after a long meeting, Igor Tikhonov cast aside all gloomy thoughts and decided to spend the evening with his family. He bought Natasha a huge bouquet of flowers and ordered his children their favorite cake, after which he went home to enjoy the comfort and warmth of his home. Chapter 28. A New Species. Misfortunes fell upon Albert Borisovich like an avalanche. The changes in power at the Academy, which he had been striving for a long time, turned out to have grave consequences for him. In addition to the fact that, due to the scandal caused by the leak of data on human experiments, he was temporarily deprived of the leadership of the laboratory, the research institute was inspected by the prosecutor's office. The professor was unable to influence the course of the investigation. Now, Khaimovich could only wait until his abuse of scientific equipment was revealed. Albert Borisovich walked anxiously around his plot. Dodge put his muzzle on his front paws and watched his master attentively, feeling like a dog that something had happened. Suddenly there was a knock on the gate. They really came here too, he thought. That means everything is lost. Prison. And now they will conduct experiments on me. But it can't be that everything happened so quickly. The scientist carefully approached the gate and listened, after which, having made up his mind, he slightly opened the door. Andrei appeared in front of him. Albert Borisovich sighed with relief and let the guest in.
"Are you alone?"
Khaimovich asked incredulously. "Yes. Masha and Yosya wanted to go too, but I said that we shouldn't all be absent from work, it would raise suspicions. We called, but we couldn't find you," Andrei answered. "Yes, I turned off the phone. Now I don't want to hear or see anyone at all." After a pause, the professor, so as not to offend Andrei, added, "This, of course, does not apply to you. It's just that the series of failures began very quickly. They say that troubles rarely come alone. Albert Borisovich, I am sure that everything will soon be fine. As soon as the noise dies down, everything will be as before." Like before? Hardly. Definitely not like it was. By the way, did you manage to copy all our materials on Red Star? The moment we heard about your dismissal. Everything is here. Kuznetsov showed the hard drive. All the data. Plus Masha scanned all the paper documents. Great. The project will either be frozen or taken away completely. I think the information will still be useful. Maybe. But if they pass the research on to others, it won't help us in any way, Andrei said dejectedly. Don't lose heart, midshipman. We'll fight yet. Why am I keeping you at the gate? Let's go inside. The men walked to the porch. On the way, the professor nervously checked whether he had left anything important in visible places in the house. The scientist had recently moved all the materials related to experiments to the garage and basement. He had given several large animals that were no longer needed for research to a pet store. He had carefully camouflaged the entrance to the laboratory and soundproofed the basement. When they entered the house, the professor immediately made tea, and Andrei sat down on a chair. It was his first visit to this cottage, and he looked around the chief's home with interest. The furnishings were simple, without any special features. The furniture looked new, but inexpensive, and the design of the room was not distinguished by sophistication. What are you going to do next? Andrei was the first to break the silence. To rest, the professor replied, smiling slightly. It seems the universe decided that I worked too much and gave me an unexpected vacation. Kuznetsov nodded approvingly. You need to rest. Otherwise you can go crazy. Go crazy, Khaimovich said thoughtfully. Maybe you're right, but I'm still in my right mind, although it's not forever. They both smiled slightly. The professor poured tea, placed a simple dessert on the table and asked, How are the guys? Abbas, Masha, and Yosei. Well, as usual. Nervous. But nothing can be done. It's easier for us than for you anyway. Today, people in uniform came to us and searched us. They spent the whole day with us. Albert Borisovich tried to look calm. What exactly were they looking for? I don't know. We just walked around the lab, looked into the warehouse. Then I think we went up to the accounting department. It's clear. Oh yes, there is a real revolution at the academy now. Yes, I know. At that moment, several muffled knocks were heard from the basement. The professor's face turned pale. Andrei is, of course, one of our own, but if he notices that I am holding someone captive, it could end badly, thought Albert Borisovich. Kuznetsov tensed, looking around cautiously. Listen, Khaimovich said loudly, and stood up. "Forgive me. I was just about to go to a meeting. It completely slipped my mind. Will you be offended if I walk you home? I need to change. I'll come see you tomorrow. No hard feelings?"
"Okay," agreed the interlocutor. "I can wait here and then take you. I'm driving." "No need, it's not far at all. I wanted to take a walk, clear my head." "Let's go." Khaimovich was clearly trying to see the guest out faster. Andrei headed towards the exit, but right at the door he again heard a strange knock, coming from nowhere, and like someone's voice. "Some unusual sounds," Kuznetsov said thoughtfully. The professor coughed louder and asked without much interest, "What are you talking about? What sounds?" "Oh, probably from the street." "Oh well, see you tomorrow. I'll turn on the phone. If there's any news from the lab, let me know." "Okay," Andrei replied, surprised by his boss's behavior. "See you later, Albert Borisovich." Having seen his assistant to the gate, the professor briskly headed toward the house. Quickly descending into the basement, he found a rowdy tramp making quite a lot of noise. Having recovered from another dose of sleeping pills, the prisoner tried to destroy the cell. Igor Tikhonov took a small device out of the desk drawer, went up to the aquarium, and to the surprise of the tramp, swung the door open. Without giving the prisoner time to react, Albert Borisovich quickly approached to arm's length and touched the man's shoulder with the device. A click was heard. Then a discharge of electricity from the stun gun made the tramp jump back to the wall. Another portion of electricity knocked him to the floor, the next click, and the man was already begging for mercy. Having kicked him a couple of times, the professor quickly left and slammed the door. The man curled up, lay on the floor, shaking with fear, tears streaming down his exhausted face. He looked very pitiful and sad. For a moment, the scientist's heart sank, and it seemed right to him to let the innocent man go. However, remembering that a few minutes ago the experiment had almost been disrupted because of his actions, Albert Borisovich was filled with anger again. "Listen to me carefully. If I hear even one sound, I will shock you until you start to wet yourself. Understand? Keep quiet, and you will live longer." The man was silent, and Igor Tikhonov decided that the harsh punishment had produced results. After which, he returned to work. In one of the devices, the process of crossing the red star with earthly viruses was about to be completed. The professor was impatiently awaiting the results, since the creation of this mutant required enormous effort and time from him. Suddenly, a dull thud was heard in the room. He turned around and saw the tramp pounding his fist on the wall of the cell, looking at his tormentor with fury in his eyes. "What do you want from me?" Igor Tikhonov looked at his interlocutor with disdain and said coldly, "Your worthless life will finally have meaning. You will go down in history." After a short silence, he added, "By the way, what is your name?" The tramp, looking down, muttered, "Fedka. Fyodor. Fyodor Stepanich." The scientist decided to name this experiment exactly that way and said out loud, "Listen, Fyodor Stepanovich, what I am going to do is very important for science. You will be able to bring great help to society and perhaps even become famous if you behave properly." The homeless man was silent, looking around the underground laboratory with distrust. Then the professor decided to reveal the plan a little. "I'm going to test a new medicine on you, whether you want it or not. If you don't interfere with the process, everything will go much easier for you." He answered, "Medicine? I seem to be healthy, except that sometimes I cough a little, but overall I am in good health. I got it from my parents." "Not sick yet," thought Igor Tikhonov, turned away from the camera and headed to the table with the equipment. A message about the completion of the process appeared on the screen. Igor Tikhonov took the device and moved it to another table, where there was a device of much larger dimensions. It had special protective sleeves built in. allowing work with viruses in a completely sealed environment. Albert Borisovich placed the first device inside, tightly closed the chamber and began work. Inside were tightly sealed flasks, in which the red star was mixed with earthly viruses in various combinations. Albert Borisovich carefully took out the flasks one by one, opened them, and poured part of the contents into a special container. The computer immediately performed the analysis and gave the results. This went on for about 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the tramp sat motionless in his cage, occasionally glancing at the professor and reflecting on his hard fate.
To end up in a laboratory cage like this, he thought. I used to live without worries. Wake up, there was nothing. Eat, and it was a joy. Live, and simply exist. And now this is it. Yes, it was not for nothing that Grandma said that life is not a walk in the field. Too bad. At this time, Igor Tikhonov finished working with the last test tube. Having completed the analysis, he quietly began to talk to himself. Okay, the third sample remains stable in water, air, and proteins. The result is a multivirus, a combination of flu, rabies, and the real gem of this line, Red Star. I managed to combine the Martian virus with flu and rabies, and Star did not destroy them, but included them. Now they live as a single whole. A symbiosis has been created that no one has managed before. If this mutant suppresses other viruses in the body as effectively as Red Star, and I can develop a vaccine against it, then this will be a real cure for all occasions. Everything is great. All that remains is to conduct tests. Yes. Should I test it right now? Or wait and think through the details slowly? Two opposing decisions were fighting in the professor's soul. He could not come to a single opinion. First, we need to test everything on rats. But everything went smoothly in laboratory animals. But on humans, the result was not what we wanted. The star affected the human brain, lowered intelligence, and made the carrier primitive. This had to be prevented. Albert Borisovich remembered the last test subjects. They had turned from people into something between a monkey and a mad dog. They growled, jumped in the cage, tried to attack. It was impossible to get rid of such side effects caused by the Red Star. Suddenly, everything stopped. He was removed from the project, and the experiment was closed. They will definitely regret their actions, the researcher thought with fury. A previously unknown hatred was awakening inside him. His wounded pride and resentment were turning into a dark spot in his soul. Because without scientific data, there is no cure, and a virus without a cure becomes a weapon. And weapons bring war. And they were the ones who started it first. Lost in these thoughts, the professor seemed to shake himself, frightened by his own thoughts. What war? What am I talking about? We must think differently. This is not a weapon, but a means of healing. It will bring good to all mankind. In time, they will realize their mistakes, admit their guilt, and apologize. And I will forgive them. I would forgive and grant salvation to the world. The bright part of the mind gradually drove out the darkness, and Albert Borisovich began to reason differently. Sick animals have a weakened immune system. When we infect them with the Red Star, the recovery process is launched. The Martian virus eliminates the root of the disease. The immune system is restored and defeats the star. Everything is going well. But a person's immune system is not able to cope with the star on its own.
Having cured him of one disease, we lead him to another for which there is no cure yet.
If a new mutant has the power of Earth viruses, it means that it also has vulnerabilities. So, if we have a multi-virus, we can create a multi-vaccine.
The professor loaded data into the program that simulated the behavior of the virus. The computer began to produce a solution algorithm, in this case, treatment. Igor Tikhonov began to develop a new drug. In theory, by mixing different drugs, he created a complex formula. He was so immersed in his work that he did not notice how night had come.
The adrenaline from his passion for the work did not allow him to fall asleep, so Igor decided to work until dawn. A few hours later, the first samples of the vaccine appeared. The professor looked at the captive tramp, who was dozing carefree, curled up in a fetal position. It was too early to spoil my main sample, he decided. First, I would test the vaccine on rats. The basement was divided by thin partitions into several rooms, one of which contained the remaining experimental subjects, a group of rats and a pair of rabbits. Igor Tikhonov took one rat and moved it to a separate cage. After that, he headed to a large refrigerator, where samples of many dangerous and even incurable viruses were stored. I need to choose the virus with the shortest incubation period, the scientist thought, burning with impatience to test the vaccine's effect. Having made his decision, he introduced the virus into the rat's body. After the injection, at least an hour must pass for the first symptoms to appear. Then you can proceed, maybe take a little nap. The man carefully examined his basement, which had everything except a bed. But in the corner, there was a large, comfortable chair. Without undressing, the professor collapsed into it with relief and instantly fell asleep. When Igor Tikhonov opened his eyes, it seemed to him that he had not fallen asleep. In his dream, the scientist continued to work in the same basement on the same virus. Only at the end of the dream, Khaimovich himself was locked in a cage, and the tramp used electric shock on animals. Having woken up, the professor could not determine for several moments where reality was and where a dream was. Instead of the planned 1 hour, 5 hours passed. Igor Tikhonov jumped up abruptly and hurried to the chamber with the rat. Judging by the rodent's appearance, it was clear that the disease was beginning to progress. The sensor attached to the animal's body transmitted data on the complete spread of the infection. Carefully taking the ampule, the professor injected his protégé with a new multivirus. Fyodor Stepanovich woke up and demanded food. Gradually, the man began to get used to his new role as a prisoner and got used to the established routine. The professor went upstairs, prepared sandwiches and tea, and then went back down and passed the food through a special compartment. "Don't distract me now," the scientist said sternly. Fyodor didn't answer and began to chew his sandwich in silence. Albert Borisovich waited patiently for the multivirus to begin to show its properties. The minutes dragged on painfully long, as often happens in such cases. 2 hours had already passed since the multivirus had been implanted in the rat's body. Finally, the sensors recorded changes in the animal's blood composition. The original virus began to die, and the new, enhanced version called Red Star performed its usual function. Its approach to other viruses had not changed, although it partially contained influenza and rabies. All three life forms had united into one whole, where the Martian element became the brain and leader. Khaimovich was so absorbed in the process that he spent the entire day in the basement without going outside. He did not hear the hungry Dodge whining and barking on his chain. The professor forgot about his promise to come to Andrei's lab, and the phone, with a dead battery, was still lying in the room upstairs from the previous evening. The star acted with lightning speed and mercilessly, becoming stronger and more furious. When it completely suppressed its competitor, the scientist decided that it was time to test the vaccine against the multivirus. The animal's immune system should recover after some time and destroy the star, but this is no longer so important. The main thing now is to check whether my vaccine formula works in real conditions. If we manage to create a weapon against the new star, humanity will have a chance to be saved. Albert Borisovich injected the rat with an antiviral drug and froze, nervously shifting his gaze from the cage to the monitor. The second sleepless night began. The tramp had dinner and fell asleep again. The professor slowly walked around the laboratory, sipped strong coffee, sometimes sat down in an armchair to read books to kill time. Finally, he felt hungry, went up to the house and immediately remembered his dog. Opening the refrigerator, he noticed chilled pork ribs. He planned to make soup from them, but decided to treat his hungry friend with them.
Going out into the yard, Albert Borisovich saw a huge snow-white moon, which illuminated everything around with a cold light. Stars twinkled brightly in the distance, and the fresh air after the basement seemed especially clean and invigorating. Dodge immediately flew out of the booth as soon as he heard his owner's footsteps on the porch. Feeling the package of meat, the dog whined, excitedly wagged his tail stump, and jumped up on his hind legs. "Sorry, my friend. I completely forgot to feed you. A lot of work has piled up. Here's a treat for you as an apology."
Eat, my good one," the man said affectionately, stroking the dog on the scruff of the neck. Dodge chewed the meat with pleasure, easily gnawing bones with his powerful jaws. Leaving the dog to calmly enjoy his dinner, Albert Borisovich decided to stretch his legs and walk around the area. There was a soccer ball lying on the grass, which the professor sometimes liked to kick against the wall of the house. After playing with the ball for a while, Albert Borisovich realized that he had rested enough, and it was time to return to the basement. Igor Tikhonov sat down at the computer and began analyzing the data coming from the sensors. The graphs showed a clear trend. The vaccine was working. The amount of virus in the rat's body was noticeably decreasing. A few hours later, the scientist injected the rodent with an additional dose of the new drug. By dawn, the animal had fully recovered. Having achieved this result, the professor thought with enthusiasm, "If the test turns out to be equally successful on a human being, and I manage to keep his mind in a normal state, all failures can be forgotten. My name will be immortalized in the history of science in golden letters. The last stage remains." Albert Borisovich suddenly felt very unwell and dizzy. His body could not withstand the physical and emotional stress of the last few days. Igor felt sick and had a pain in the back of his head. He was very exhausted. Having finally decided to have a good rest, he went up to his room and collapsed on his bed. The laboratory premises were searched and inspected. A special commission conducted an audit of technical equipment, and the accounting staff studied every paper in detail. Kuznetsov and his team had almost no work. Research projects were temporarily suspended. Sergei Vasilyevich Pritko, the leader of the quiet opposition, who tried to remove Igor Tikhonov from his post, became the acting head of the laboratory. Now Pritko was actively assisting the investigation, and violations were discovered one after another. He hasn't picked up the phone for 3 days now. Maybe you should go see him again? Masha sat on the edge of the table opposite Andrei. Kuznetsov fidgeted nervously in his chair and chewed on his pencil. He said he would come himself. When I spoke to him, the professor did not look like a man suffering from grief at all. Yosya, closing his eyes and gloomily crossing his arms, remarked, "I don't think he could fall on your shoulder with sobs and complaints. It's not his style." Masha sighed and added, "Yes, he always keeps everything inside." Andrei tried to calm his friends. "Believe me, he definitely has some kind of plan. It's just that the professor became strangely silent. We sat down to talk. And then, suddenly he got scared, said, 'No offense,' and kicked me out." While Kuznetsov was telling once again about his short meeting with Khaimovich, Masha received a message from Ivan and, smiling, quickly typed a reply. Andrei glanced at her, pressed his lips together slightly, and turned to Yosa. "I'm sure everything will be sorted out. There's no point in panicking." Albert Borisovich went to Moscow, met with the president. People like that aren't touched.
Yosef grinned. "In Russia, if you have connections, you can avoid responsibility. But here, they can punish anyone." Andrei calmly replied, "Not everything is perfect with you either." Masha, tearing herself away from the screen, suggested,
"If he doesn't call today, we'll still go see him tomorrow."
Kuznetsov shrugged. "I'm not against it, but I don't want to bother the man either." Masha switched to a quiet voice, noticing footsteps at the office door. Today, I saw how they loaded all our equipment. Devices, computers. It's obvious, Andre muttered angrily. We've put in so much work, done so much, and now they're going to take it all for themselves, and they'll disperse us and make us the scapegoats. The bastards. Guys, I'm leaving for my homeland in a month, Yosia suddenly whispered, looking out the window, as if he saw the shores of Israel there. Snegareva and Kuznetsov turned to him.
Betts was a little embarrassed and lowered his eyes.
I received an invitation to work at a university in Tel Aviv and defend my dissertation there. Andre thought for a moment, then said, That's right. I would run away too if I had the chance. You'll leave, Masha will marry her cosmonaut, and I'll stay here. Maybe I should brush up on my English and fly to New Zealand? I'm not going to marry anyone, Masha answered loudly, blushing. Kuznetsov, pleased that he was able to embarrass the girl, continued. That's your mistake. Cosmonauts are like that. You have to grab them while they're hot, otherwise they'll fly off to the moon. Fool, sighed Snegireva and threw a marker at him. At that moment, Ivan called her, and she left the office. Joseph came closer to Andre and said, almost in a whisper, looking back at the door, It seems to me that everything is much more complicated. What do you want to say? I suspect that Albert Borisovich continues his research.
Several times I accidentally saw invoices for delivered equipment, where devices were listed in double quantity, but in fact we received only one device. Andre cleared his throat and almost broke his pencil. I don't understand. Explain in more detail. I think the professor is playing it safe. He has a supply of equipment to continue working, so he doesn't show up here. He's just busy with his own business. But where would he work then? Although, Kuznetsov recalled the strange noise in Khaimovich's apartment. He had seen only one room, but the professor's behavior made him think that the boss had secrets. Now a lot was starting to come together to form a single picture. I need to talk to Albert Borisovich. His parents can't get in touch with him. They said there's an option to invite the boss to work in Israel. That's whispered secretly. What are you saying? He won't leave Russia. He'll leave for the sake of work. For him, it's everything, Yosia said firmly. If the professor's job is taken away, no one knows what will happen then. His phone is probably tapped, so Dad asked me to personally deliver the invitation. If you go tomorrow, take me with you. Okay. We'll decide in the morning. The next day, the friends agreed to visit the professor if he did not show up at the lab by lunchtime. After much small talk, the colleagues decided to take action. Masha stayed at the research institute, and Iosif and Andre went to Khaimovich's country house. Arriving at the gate, Kuznetsov pressed the intercom button. About 20 seconds passed, but no one answered. Then the guy pressed it again, and Iosif even knocked with his fist for good measure, which caused Dodge's dog to bark sharply behind the fence. Andre noted. He certainly should have heard the dog, Betts suggested uncertainly. Perhaps he left and we simply missed each other? Kuznetsov objected. He's not here, or he doesn't want to open the door. But he didn't have time to finish, because the phone suddenly rang. Chapter 30. The First Infection. The professor opened his eyes. A bright spring ray of sunlight was breaking through a narrow gap between the curtains. The morning was already waving its arms. The clock showed exactly 10 in the morning. I slept wonderfully. I felt all my energy. What else do you need? Khaimovich stretched and sat down on the bed.
Now I'll make breakfast and feed Fyodor. Today is a special day for him. Having made the usual sandwiches and poured coffee, the scientist went downstairs. The tramp had long since woken up, was bored with nothing to do, but was afraid to make noise.
Albert Borisovich put the breakfast in a specially designated section of the chamber and said, "Eat." Fyodor asked, "How long will I stay here? How long will your research continue?" The professor answered, "It's hard to say exactly. I think about 2 weeks." Fyodor bit off a large piece of sandwich and opened his eyes wide. 2 weeks? I'm already starting to develop, what do you call it, claustrophobia in this box, he complained. Claustrophobia? The professor smiled, then added, "It can be treated quite well with electrical impulses." The tramp frowned, remembering the painful shocks from the stun gun, and fell silent. Albert Borisovich concentrated on his work. He studied the data from the laboratory experiments that Masha had systematized. Several days passed between a person being infected with the Red Star virus and the beginning of a change in consciousness when the virus began to take over. The length of the incubation period varied for each person, depending on the strength of the immune system. The professor understood that in order for the experiment to be successful, and for the infected person not to become aggressive and feeble-minded, it was necessary to administer the vaccine in a timely manner. Constant monitoring and analysis of data from sensors was required to carefully monitor the effect of the virus on the body and then the effect of the vaccine. "Well, let's get started." The professor stood up from the table. "First, we'll infect with something non-lethal. We'll see how the multivirus behaves in the body. Does it suppress other infections, like Red Star does? The main thing is to remove the virus completely," the scientist mused. Khaimovich approached the chamber and activated the sleeping gas. "Let's begin. Sweet dreams." "Can't we do without this thing? It makes my head split." Fyodor tried to object. Albert Borisovich ignored his complaints, and 10 minutes later the tramp fell into a deep sleep. The effect of the sleeping pill should have lasted for about 2 hours. The professor introduced a strain of one of the types of flu into the test subject's body. This sample was rare and showed activity very quickly. After an hour, all the signs of the disease were already showing. About an hour and a half passed. The tramp was still fast asleep, and the sensors were closely monitoring the state of his body. The flu virus was spreading rapidly in the body of the test subject. Albert Borisovich realized that the time had come. He made a note in the journal. The first human infection with the virus. The scientist thought for a moment and noticed that he still had not given a name to his invention. It was no longer possible to call it Red Star. It was something else, a much more powerful form of life. A star. A new star. Yes. Wonderful. A new star, the professor said enthusiastically, naming his multivirus by this name. A few minutes later, the first human infection with the new star occurred. For Albert Borisovich, it was essential to track the moment when the multivirus completely overcomes the flu, and then begin neutralizing the star itself. According to his calculations, the vaccine should have been administered in 8 hours. Khaimovich went up to the house to wash his hands and eat lunch. He put the ready meals in the microwave, grabbed a bottle of water and a bag of dog food, and then went outside. Dodge drank from a bowl, then began to eat. But suddenly, his gaze rested on the gate, and he bared his teeth. A moment later, the intercom rang. "Looks like Andrei has come again. Should I open the door?" the professor thought. "Okay, the tramp is sleeping. I think I can let him into the yard for a while." Suddenly, some interesting news has appeared, and I'm sitting here like I'm in a dungeon. The bell rang again, followed by an insistent knock. The scientist walked along the path and opened the gate. 3 men stood before him, their faces extremely serious. "Are you Albert Borisovich Khaimovich?" asked a man of medium height with wide eyes. The professor nodded. His heart began to beat faster. Fear rose in his throat. He answered dryly, "Yes." Next to the man with bulging eyes stood a tall, thin young man. He produced a document and showed it to the professor. "Oh, Bep, we want to talk to you. Do you have a warrant?" Albert Borisovich asked unexpectedly decisively. "We don't need a warrant. This is not a search. We can detain you for 3 days, since you are suspected of embezzling state funds." "You have the right." "I can't be absent for 3 days. I have—" The professor interrupted. He was afraid of the arrest, but he was even more afraid that without his supervision the experiment with the tramp would get out of control faster. Perhaps everything will go faster. Get in the car. The third unknown person intervened.
Albert Borisovich, I understand that you are a respectable person and a scientist, so we are talking to you tactfully. Usually everything happens much faster and more harshly.
The professor realized that resistance would only make his situation worse, so he decided that, if he avoided trouble, he might be released by the evening, and then he would have time to return to his secret laboratory. Getting into the car, the 4 of them headed to the department that investigated economic crimes. About an hour later, Andrei and Yosia drove up to Khaimovich's house. Waiting behind the closed gates, they were about to turn back when Kuznetsov received a call. Andrei pressed the button, and Masha's worried face appeared on the screen, her eyes wide with fear. The girl immediately reported.
Come back. Albert Borisovich has been detained. Pritko just reported.
Kali Score. Chapter 31. Captivity. Igor Tikhonov spent several hours in an empty office, waiting for the investigator to arrive. Never before had he felt the value of time so acutely, and mentally cursed all law enforcement officers. Finally, a man in a gray suit, about 30 years old, with dark skin, unremarkable appearance, and a sparse, worn-out mustache, which he was clearly trying to grow, entered the room. The investigator sat down opposite the professor, greeted him, introduced himself, and began asking questions about his personal life, activities, and experiments. His speech was slow and drawn out, as if he was leading his interlocutor into a state of trance. The interrogation had been going on for over 2 hours, but no specific accusations had been made. Nevertheless, the professor felt that the police had enough material to send him to a long-term prison for 10 years. In the face of the greatest discovery, he encountered an insurmountable obstacle of the criminal system. How much Albert Borisovich would have given for this investigation to begin at least a month later. The investigator behaved very attentively and delicately, as if afraid of offending the suspect. Albert Borisovich, you are in an extremely unpleasant situation. We already have a lot of evidence of violations in our hands, and the elements of a criminal offense are clearly emerging. I have already explained that I am not connected with the technology you are talking about. I do not understand documents and invoices. My business is scientific research. I am a scientist. So, what exactly am I accused of? Until you are charged with anything, I am not ready to bring specific charges today. But the situation may change tomorrow, and it will not be in your favor. Should I leave? Khaimovich asked, ignoring the warning and getting up from his chair. Unfortunately, no. In such circumstances, I have no right to let you go. I will have to detain you for at least 3 days. The professor was overcome with despair, and for a moment he lost his composure. But I can't. Work calls. Work? Where? You were officially removed from managing the laboratory. Albert Borisovich realized that he had almost let it slip. Until the detectives found the laboratory, he had at least a crumb of hope for a brighter tomorrow. I was engaged in theoretical research. They suspended me, but did not deprive me of my mind. The work is going into a scientific collection, and I must be in time for publication. I'm sorry, Professor, but alas, this should have been thought of in advance. You will spend tonight here. You will be surrounded by worthy people, 1 banker and 2 officials. I think all 3 are already on the way to serious punishment for economic crimes. The company is intelligent. There will be no hardened criminals. These words did not lift Khaimovich's spirits. He remained silent, staring at the worn parquet floor of the office. The light in the room was dim, making the investigator's face seem almost black. I advise you to cooperate with the investigation as much as possible. I expect new data on the inspections in your department tomorrow. We'll take up the topic again in the evening. In the evening? How in the evening? You are detained for 3 days, until tomorrow. The investigator called the policeman and ordered him to escort the professor to cell number 2. Albert Borisovich realized that his experiment with the homeless man was in danger of failing. At least 2 full days of uncontrolled infection. What could happen to the subject during this time? And how will events develop further? What if I am immediately sentenced and not released from here? Trial in prison. The professor's head was spinning. He was in a state of despair. He barely remembered how he got into the cell, where there really were 3 people.
There were plenty of free places. Khaimovich took the first vacant bunk and tried to forget. But his thoughts were running around in his mind. He heard voices, but at first he could not make out what exactly they were talking about. Well, our neighbor is well trained. He walked past without saying hello. Maybe we should teach him some lessons? Let's do without this. We are not criminals. Or maybe he's crazy? Do you think he's dangerous? He looks normal on the outside. Psychos always behave like this. He looks like an intellectual with glasses, but in reality, he cuts and devours people. Quit with your fairy tales. Look, he doesn't seem to be sleeping. Hey, comrade, who are you? Albert Borisovich turned his head, collecting his thoughts, and began to peer at his cellmates. Hello, the professor finally said quietly. Same to you, said the reddish-haired, plump man on the far bed. Hello. The gray-haired man in a dark blue tracksuit nodded amiably. I am a scientist. The professor squeezed out the second phrase with difficulty. What did they arrest you for? Asked the third cellmate, a strong man with a noticeable lisp. They're trying to accuse me of theft, Khaimovich said sadly. Oh, we know that, the plump man nodded. Yes, this is not news, the gray-haired man confirmed. Don't worry, the main thing is don't admit to anything, the lisping man prompted. Did you steal a lot? The professor shrugged. I didn't steal. Well then, okay, we all borrow something for a while, just for a long time, and then forget to return it, the red-haired man chuckled. Laughter flowed through the cell. If you're serious about it, don't spare money on a lawyer, the gray-haired man coughed and looked at the professor. In Russia, whoever steals 1,000 rubles will serve 5 years, and whoever steals 10 million will get a suspended sentence and a few days. It's worth stealing, with a reserve for a good defense attorney. On myself and on my partner too, added the fat man. All 3 laughed again. It was obvious that they were not too upset about their situation. Apparently, each of them played it safe. Okay, let's finish. Tomorrow there will be more interrogations and all this hassle. If the lawyer doesn't get me out of here in a week, I'll punch his pretty face, said the gray-haired man, and turned to the wall. Then you'll get a blow to your health, joked another. Let's get to work, you can. The prison neighbors settled down comfortably with a heavy sigh, preparing for sleep. Albert Borisovich tried to figure out what to do in this difficult situation. The option of calling was possible, but who exactly? Khaimovich had no close relatives, and no reliable friends either.
The only one who came to mind was Andrei Kuznetsov. Should he reveal the whole truth, tell about the home laboratory, show the homeless person, ask for an antivirus injection? It seemed that his thinking apparatus was about to fail from the stress. Suddenly everything became clear, as sometimes happens in moments of intense reflection, when the solution comes by itself without effort. Let the events unfold on their own, the professor decided. The main thing now is to focus on the main thing. Don't tell anyone the details about the lab and the virus. No one. If the first experiment turns out to be unsuccessful, no big deal. I'll find another test subject. The most important thing now is to get out of here, maybe pay a bribe. We need to see this through to the end, and everything else is a trifle, a small thing, vanity. With these thoughts, the scientist fell into a deep sleep, which turned out to be surprisingly deep. As soon as he woke up, he heard the jingle of keys and the voice of the guard opening the door.
Khaimovich, get up! There are visitors! Albert Borisovich opened his eyes with difficulty. His prison neighbors had long been awake and discussing their affairs. A young guard, obviously new to the job, stood with the door slightly open and, trying to sound authoritative or feeling lost in his position, spoke loudly and brazenly to the prisoners. "Do I have to tell you twice? If necessary, repeat it 3 times," the gray-haired man in a tracksuit calmly replied. "What's wrong?" the guard asked in surprise. "That's exactly it. We're here today, there tomorrow, and you'll sit here and be sad all your life, and it's not clear who'll yell at whom when we get out of here." At this time, the professor rose from his bed, nodded to everyone in greeting, and turned to the guard. "Can I go out?"
Of course. It's the end of working hours, the warden muttered a little more quietly and with a hint of resentment. "Guests have come to see you." Igor Tikhonov tensed, remembering the thoughts that had visited him the previous evening. Then he left the cell and walked in front of the guard, holding his hands behind his back. All 3 of the Hamen team were sitting in the meeting room. "Albert Borisovich," Masha exclaimed when the professor entered. He hugged her in a fatherly way and shook hands with the other men. "How are you doing?" asked Joseph. "Everything is fine. I'm waiting for news from the investigator." "How can we help?" Andrei asked. The professor thought for a moment and looked away. "I think the situation is not as bad as it seems. I might be home by the evening. Although if there is a good lawyer, help wouldn't hurt." "We will take care of it," Joseph said confidently. "Although, I have another request. My dog is hungry. Throw her something over the fence." "No problem, boss," Kuznetsov replied. "Well, tell me, what's new at work?" They chatted for almost 20 minutes. Then the guard came in and said that the meeting time was over. The boys went home, and the professor returned to his cell. Chapter 23. Evening of a difficult day. Albert Borisovich left the pretrial detention center only late in the evening of the 3rd day. He was never formally charged, limited to an obligation not to leave the city. Having reached his country house, the professor noticed that the gates were closed and there were no signs of a break-in, which calmed him down a little. The scientist was very worried that while he was in the cell, the police could conduct a search. Dodge, who was bored but fed, ran around the territory. Seeing his owner, the dog rushed headlong towards him, marking the entire front of his clothes with his paws. "Hello, hello, my friend. How are you doing here alone?" Were you bored? I was a little delayed. Sitting in a cell and waiting for the trial was not the most pleasant prospect for Albert Borisovich. However, the investigator made it clear that very influential people had stood up for the professor and asked to release him on bail until the official verdict. This brought unexpected relief to the scientist, but did not change the essence of the matter. Before releasing Khaimovich, the investigator directly said that according to the law, he faced 15 years in prison for theft on an especially large scale. It was not surprising, because his country's scientific laboratory cost a lot of money. The investigator offered a deal,
the professor would fully admit his guilt and receive a sentence of 5 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 3 years, if he demonstrated good discipline.
If he accepted the offer, sold his house, and returned the equipment, thus compensating the damage to the state, there was a chance for a more lenient sentence. However, Igor Tikhonov understood that admitting all the facts would mean the end of his scientific career, and the stigma of a thief would remain with him forever. Refusal to cooperate with law enforcement would entail imprisonment, and the equipment would still be confiscated. These closed thoughts squeezed the scientist's head like a powerful vice. Having crossed the threshold, the man became wary. Silence. Is the homeless man already dead? That means I'll have to study the virus only based on the readings of the devices. And that's so boring, the professor thought. He carefully walked around all the rooms, the garage, and the attic, checking for hidden surveillance cameras. With each passing minute, Igor Tikhonov felt like he was being closely watched. His paranoia was growing. Finally, having made sure there were no strangers, he opened the secret hatch. There was no sound coming from the basement. Carefully descending the steps, the professor noticed traces of blood on the transparent walls of the cell. Because of them, he was unable to see the homeless man completely at first. He was sitting in the corner, leaning against the wall and bowing his head down. Fyodor's entire face was covered in blood. His right arm was broken and hanging lifelessly. The floor was also red. What had happened here? My God, he must have gone mad and was desperately banging his head against the walls, trying to get out. For the first time, the scientist really felt sorry for his experimental subject. Until that moment, he had carefully fenced himself off from the thought that he was conducting experiments on a living, completely innocent person. In front of him seemed an ordinary laboratory rabbit. Igor Tikhonov squatted down opposite the body and pressed his forehead to the glass of the chamber, sadly reflecting on the failure of the study. For a moment he was distracted and did not notice how the tramp suddenly opened his eyes. The next second, roaring with a furious cry, the man rushed at the professor. The scientist cowered in fear, not believing that the protective partition would withstand this mad monster. A dull thud was heard. Blood spurted. The tramp crashed face on and knocked out several teeth, but not paying attention, began to beat his hands on the wall with unprecedented force. Igor Tikhonov did not immediately realize how he had jumped away from the camera, retreated backwards, did not notice the chair standing next to him, tripped and hit the back of his head on the floor with all his might, losing consciousness. He came to about 3 minutes later. The cage was still holding the raging tramp, but he was pounding on it with such fury, as if he was trying to reach his tormentor, that it seemed the partition was about to collapse. Igor came to his senses, rushed to the device with sleeping gas and pressed the button. But the indicators showed that the gas had run out, and the cylinder needed to be replaced. Damn it! Igor Tikhonov cursed and rushed to one of the cabinets. The infected man showed double the rage. The professor watched in horror as the chamber cracked and almost collapsed under the onslaught of the tramp. In the end, the scientist replaced the cylinder and turned on the device at maximum power. The sleeping gas quickly filled the walls of the chamber, but the subject remained vigilant. The sleeping pill had a much weaker effect on him than on an ordinary person. The sight of the infected alone was terrifying. His face was scarred. His skin was torn off in places. About half of his teeth were knocked out, and his eyes were swollen with bruises. His pupils were greatly dilated, and his gaze was piercing, as if someone was watching from another world. Finally, the gas began to take its toll. The tramp's blows weakened. He dropped to one knee, but continued to knock.
The professor noticed that the infected man was striking with both his healthy and broken hands. An open fracture was visible. A bone fragment was sticking out. Blood was pouring from the wound. But in a state of shock, the infected man's brain did not perceive pain impulses. Khaimovich decided to eliminate the tramp as soon as he fell asleep. The scientist's hands were shaking. His body was shaking from nervous tension. So many experiences over several days had left no trace. Nevertheless, deep inside, Albert Borisovich understood that this object must be preserved for future experiments. When the infected stopped moving, the professor made a decision. Having put on a special protective suit, Igor Tikhonov entered the cell through the intermediate zone. The scientist put shackles on the prisoner's legs and attached them to the floor. Having secured the test subject in this way, the professor felt some relief. Now the infected was less dangerous because the fastenings held him securely in the corner of the cell. Fyodor Albert Borisovich's hands remained free so that the infected could eat on his own. However, the scientist could not predict how long the prisoner would remain in this state. Approaching the monitor, Igor Tikhonov tried to recreate the picture of the infection. The first mark of the graph appeared on the screen, the moment of infection. Novaya Zvezda began to rapidly destroy the virus with which the professor infected Fedya. After eliminating the competitor, the mutant, a mixed Martian Earth one, began to actively reproduce. Albert Borisovich compared the process of infection of his test subject with the behavior of prisoners from the laboratory. Everything happened according to a similar scenario. However, the mutant virus acted faster than the red star. The scientist noted that a little more than a day later, the prisoner's body underwent changes. The antibodies stopped perceiving the multivirus as a threat. On the first day, the immune system still tried to resist, but soon it seemed to stop noticing the foreign organism. Suddenly, Igor Tikhonov had a bold idea. He decided to conduct a comparative analysis of the subject's DNA before infection and 2 days later. Together with Andrei, he had not thought of doing such a study at the beginning, when they were studying the effect of the Martian virus on prisoners. When the computer finished processing and issued the data, the scientist realized that his frightening guesses were confirmed. The Novaya Zvezda virus had somehow integrated into the human genetic code, changing its structure, and was now an integral part of the body. Moreover, it could control all life processes, the immune system and consciousness. The professor was now convinced that the creature lying on the floor of the chamber could no longer be considered a human. However, a detailed analysis was required, and Albert Borisovich continued his research. He noticed that the body temperature of the subject first rose to 39 degrees, and on the second day it dropped to 30. Just think, cold as a corpse. The scientist whispered, not believing his eyes. 20 minutes before, when the tramp tried to break the chamber, the temperature rose again to 40. But now, he was rapidly cooling down. The sensors were already showing 37 degrees. It seems that in an excited state, the temperature rises, and in a state of rest, it falls. Very interesting, the professor thought excitedly. He systematized the entire infection process and made a new entry. Subject 1. The infection period is 3 days. 27 hours after the introduction of the multivirus into the body, changes occurred at the genetic level that are possibly irreversible. This can be called the moment of no return. However, to make sure, I will give the subject an injection of the Nova vaccine. Albert Borisovich injected Fedor, who was asleep, with a drug he had developed specifically to neutralize the multivirus. I need to wait a few hours. I hope I won't be detained again, Otherwise, I'll never complete this experiment. The professor decided to rest a little and have a snack. As he was climbing the stairs, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. His head started spinning and the man almost lost his balance.
A hard day, muttered Khaimovich, coming to his senses a little. I need to calm down. Think everything over and weigh the situation. Now is not the time to rush. Entering the kitchen, he smelled an unpleasant odor coming from the microwave. There, the semi-finished products that the professor had put on to heat up before he was detained were quietly rotting. Having thrown away the spoiled products, the scientist decided to throw a celebratory dinner in honor of his release. After a quick shower, the man changed his clothes and headed to the car. Chapter 33. A Brutal Appetite. Having left his car in the parking lot near the supermarket, Albert Borisovich got out and looked around. Numerous passers-by flashed past him. Young couples, families with children, students, and elderly people. None of them thought about the fact that an ordinary trip to the grocery store could become an indescribable joy after several days spent behind bars. The professor took a deep breath and realized how much a person values freedom, deciding to preserve it in his life at any cost. Having filled his cart with groceries, Khaimovich headed for the checkout, but suddenly stopped at the section with alcoholic beverages. He carefully examined the bright bottles and thought, maybe I should celebrate my return to freedom. After some thought, the scientist put a bottle of vodka in the basket. He usually drank only on special occasions and in company, but since he had few friends, such meetings were rare. In his student years, everything was different, but a lot of time had passed since then. Having decided that alcohol would help relieve the accumulated stress, the professor was determined to celebrate this day. However, it was difficult to find company for such a holiday. Invite colleagues? Risky, they might find out about the lab. Drink alone? Khaimovich felt a little lonely, but decided that it was better this way than to expose himself to danger. Returning to the apartment, Albert Borisovich began to prepare dinner, simultaneously thinking about what lay ahead. What do I have? First of all, I am now unemployed. The man put some chicken thighs in a frying pan. He was going to cook fried potatoes with chicken as the main course for dinner. Secondly, I am facing imprisonment and a complete failure in my career. Rather than risking it, I am practically doomed to prison. He put a jar of pickled gherkins and a bottle of vodka in the refrigerator, then turned over the chicken, which was already well browned on one side. The investigator warned me not to leave the city limits for a week. Therefore, I have very little time to act. This is point 3. Albert Borisovich took salted milk mushrooms, sour cream, and garlic out of the bag and carefully put them aside so they wouldn't get in the way. The fourth point. I have a man on a leash in my basement, in whose body an unknown multivirus was found. Kidnapping and experimenting on him could add another 10 years to my sentence. The professor began to slice the brisket and smoked beef thinly. He put the lard in the freezer to chill well before serving. Point 5. I have a virus that can be either salvation or death, but even I can't say for sure whether it's possible to get rid of it completely. Khaimovich washed the tomatoes and cucumbers, then cut them into neat rings. What to do? I will be arrested soon. Not today or tomorrow, in a week at most. The term, 5 or 15 years, does not play a special role now. In any case, it will be the end. The knife crunched rhythmically on the wooden board, cutting the vegetables into pieces. Try to hide the evidence, move the lab, or destroy all the evidence. The man carefully placed the jellied meat from the plastic container onto a plate. When it fell to the surface, it trembled slightly, its shiny sides sparkling and seeming to play with the light. What should I do with it now? Where should I hide it? Of course, I can bury the nasty stuff in the backyard, or crush it and take it in pieces into the woods, but what if someone notices, and what if someone is already spying on me? The chicken bubbled merrily in the frying pan, splashing hot drops of oil.
The professor poked the bird with a knife, and a thin stream of blood flowed from the wound. The man simultaneously began to cut potatoes. What if I make a big announcement about my discovery? Tell them that I found an elixir for all ailments. Show proof on a rat. Igor Tikhonov threw the potatoes into the frying pan, stirred them, and covered them with a lid, then sat down, leaned back in his chair, and clasped his head in his hands. Will they understand me? Will I deserve trust? Will they appreciate me? Suddenly, a wasp appeared in the room, slowly buzzing. The insect landed on the table next to the man. Looking at it, the scientist remembered his childhood. He and his father were walking in the park, where his dad bought him cotton candy. A wasp of the same kind appeared nearby. Little Albert did not lose his head and knocked it down in midair with his hand. The wasp fell on the asphalt, weakening and helplessly buzzing. The child raised his leg to crush it, but his father managed to intervene. Don't, son. Why? They are harmful, I heard. It's all relative. Wasps also play a role. There is no creature stranger and more dangerous than man. What do you mean, Dad? When you grow up, you'll understand. His father smiled. They never returned to the topic again, and now, after so many years, the scientist remembered these words again and realized their true meaning. In their quest for wealth, comfort, and success, people were depleting the planet's last reserves. Cities were suffering from overpopulation. Rivers were drying up. Seas were becoming dirty. The flight to Mars was the first step to leaving the dying Earth sometime later. Khaimovich was so deep in his thoughts that the food almost burned. Taking the frying pan off the stove and taking out a fogged bottle of vodka, the man began to celebrate dinner. About half an hour later, having had his fill and drunk a little, the professor became slightly drunk. He looked at his watch and decided to check how the antivirus worked. Having gone down to the basement, he could barely stand on his feet and check the data from the sensors. He said to himself, the antivirus, as expected, did not produce results. Moreover, the immune system perceives the vaccine as a dangerous virus and attacks it. The effect of the sleeping pill was wearing off, and the tramp began to stir. Heavy breathing and hoarse groans could be heard. Albert Borisovich glanced at the monitor. The infected man's body temperature was only 31 degrees. The homeless man turned his head, his face lifeless and emotionless, like a dead man. However, when the subject noticed the man behind the partition, a terrifying grimace of anger appeared on his face. The sensors immediately recorded an increase in body temperature by 2 degrees in just a few seconds. The infected man suddenly tore off, trying to get up, not realizing that he was chained, and then fell face down. The professor came close to the glass chamber and carefully studied the object, not noticing that he was conducting an internal dialogue. Increased aggression is a clear symptom similar to infection by the red star. The skin takes on a bluish tint. The hemoglobin level drops. The metabolism accelerates. The body is rapidly depleted, but at the same time, remains relatively strong, and it seems completely ignores pain, as if nerve signals are blocked at the brain level. Meanwhile, the homeless man was convulsively kicking his legs, trying to free himself, and reaching for the professor. His mental abilities have clearly weakened. We need to check his reaction to food, said Khaimovich, throwing several pieces of bacon he had taken with him into the cell through the airtight hatch. Fyodor sniffed, grabbed one piece and threw it at the wall. Refuses food. Brisket is clearly not to his taste. The creature growled, straining with all its strength to break free. Pupils are dilated and moving erratically. Gaze is unfocused. Increased hair loss on the head. This object now looks more like a rabid dog than a human. Maybe try giving it raw meat. Albert Borisovich went up to the kitchen,
carefully cut off a small piece of fresh veal tenderloin and returned downstairs. The creature reacted to the raw meat with noticeable interest. After sniffing, the tramp bit into the flesh with all his remaining teeth and began to tear the meat fibers with a rumbling sound. An expression reminiscent of pleasure appeared on the infected's face. The professor carefully watched the data on the monitor. The sensors registered an increase in hemoglobin in the subject's body and a parallel rapid growth of the virus. Here it is. As I expected, the virus requires hemoglobin and amino acids of animal origin. The subject has not eaten for 3 days, is very exhausted, small ulcers have appeared on the skin. It seems that when there is a nutritional deficiency, the virus uses the host's resources, as if a person were digesting himself. The tramp quickly swallowed the meat and turned his bloody muzzle towards the scientist, baring his sparse teeth in a grin.
Khaimovich checked again if the shackles held the subject firmly, turned on the sleeping gas, and dimmed the lights. A rustling sound was heard in the opposite corner of the basement. The scientist froze in place from surprise. It's just a rabbit. I almost forgot about it. The man approached the cage, in which the hungry little animal was rustling impatiently. Come with me. At least you'll make some company. Albert Borisovich returned upstairs and placed the cage on the edge of the kitchen table, pushing the plates aside. The frightened little animal moved its nose frequently, looking around warily. Well, finally you can talk to someone. Sit here for a bit. I'll bring Dodge, too. The professor muttered with a hiccup and went outside. Returning a minute later with the dog, the scientist happily announced, Now we can think for 3. Me, my reliable friend, and the furry symbol of my favorite business. Isn't that great company? Finishing his vodka, the professor convinced the rabbit and Dodge that they were all wrong and would soon regret their words. The dog deftly caught pieces of meat on the fly that the owner threw to her, and the rabbit happily gnawed fresh cabbage leaves. Seeing that the vodka supply was running low, Albert Borisovich initially wanted to use his supply of alcohol, but then decided to go and buy another bottle. Khaimovich rose to his feet, swaying slightly. The man was already quite drunk, but he did not want the fun to end just yet. The professor went out into the yard, let the dog run around, then headed to the nearest store. He was in a hurry as it was already late, and Albert Borisovich was afraid that alcohol sales would soon be stopped until the morning. The scientist quickened his pace, walked 1 block, turned the corner of the house, and found himself on a narrow street. A group of young guys was walking towards him, walking in a crowd and arguing loudly. Their foul language was carried across the neighborhood. One of the guys did not notice the professor and accidentally brushed him with his shoulder. Khaimovich staggered. Suddenly, the drunkest and most impudent of the group shouted at Albert Borisovich. What, can't you see? Is there not enough room? The professor was suddenly overcome with anger, and he exclaimed to them, Look where you're going, sheep, to which the response was, Oh, you goat! The next moment, the scientist felt a sharp blow to the ear and then a push to the stomach. He fell to his knees, having neither the strength nor the ability to defend himself from the aggressive crowd. Then a drunken euphoria reigned over the hooligans. The herd instinct completely took hold of them, and the young people began to kick the victim cruelly, like a pack tearing apart prey. Khaimovich could only cover his head with his hands. But suddenly he felt a powerful blow to the back of his head and lost consciousness. Chapter 34. Escape. Ivan Ivanovich. We have a patient with a severe head injury. A trepanation may be required, the doctors reported. The doctor carefully studied the x-rays of the patients who had arrived. Prepare the operating room. I'll be there in 3 minutes, he ordered. Understood. Having examined the wounded man, Ivan Ivanovich picked up the freshly completed medical record. Severe alcohol intoxication, street fight, multiple injuries, bruises and hematomas, he listed. The condition is extremely serious, the nurse reported. Apparently, spring has a special effect on them, the doctor thought. The 5th victim in drunken fights in the last few hours. This one is in really bad shape. I'll take care of him personally.
Has his identity been established? The patient had no documents with him, the policeman reported. Understood. Prepare the operating table. Are the images ready? Yes, they showed me. Bad news. We'll have to intervene in the skull, otherwise everything will end badly. The doctor looked at the patient, who quietly groaned. The face seemed familiar to the doctor. Give me the anesthesia and instruments. Let's begin. The operation took about 2 hours. Albert Borisovich was on the verge of life and death. If a police patrol had not passed by, the drunken crowd could have beaten him to death. Doctors managed to save the patient, but his health condition remained unstable. Khaimovich had a serious skull fracture, and an emergency trepanation was required. The scientist regained consciousness more than 20 hours after the surgery. His head ached badly, and the anesthesia was gradually wearing off. The professor, seeing the hospital walls, did not immediately realize where he was. He tried to remember how he got there, but even the slightest effort caused sharp pain. His head was tightly bandaged, and his body ached from numerous bruises. There were other patients in the ward. Little by little, memories returned to Khaimovich. The laboratory, the virus, the experiments, the dinner. The back of his head began to hurt again. He tried to touch the injured area, but felt only bandages. The scientist remembered walking down the street, the verbal altercation that followed, the fight, the noise, the faces. Then his vague thoughts became confused. They will come for me. They will come. I understand everything. There is not a minute to lose. Albert Borisovich repeated frantically. Anxious thoughts were gathering in his damaged head. A wave of fear and paranoia was taking hold of the professor. I will not allow experiments to be conducted on me. They will regret it. They will definitely regret it. The man felt extremely weak, but fear gave him additional energy. He was lying under a sheet in his underwear, with no clothes nearby. The professor looked around. Everyone was sleeping. He noticed sweatpants and a t-shirt on a chair by the bed of one of the patients. Igor Tikhonov carefully stood up, quickly put on someone else's clothes and looked out the door leading to the corridor. About 30 meters away was the nurse on duty's desk, but it was not visible. Try to go down the hallway? No, the main entrance door is most likely closed. A creak was heard from behind. The man from whom the scientist had taken the clothes turned over in his sleep. Albert Borisovich turned around and saw a small hospital park outside the windows, surrounded by a low fence, beyond which freedom began. Quickly opening the window, the man climbed onto the windowsill and jumped down. Fortunately, the ward was on the first floor. It was a warm May evening. A man with a bandaged head was climbing over a fence. Just a day ago, the professor had been balancing on the edge of life and death, and now he was quickly moving away from the hospital building. At first, he could not understand what area he was in, and when he realized, it turned out that it was more than 2 hours to walk to his house. He had no money for travel. It was too late and dangerous to catch a ride. Police patrols were patrolling the city, and a man with fresh bruises, abrasions, and a bandaged head would certainly attract the attention of law enforcement officers. Igor Tikhonov decided to get home on foot. The clothes he stole turned out to be 3 sizes too big. The belt in his pants was too loose, so the pants constantly slipped down, interfering with normal movement. After walking for about 20 minutes, Albert Borisovich felt very dizzy. He stopped and leaned against the wall, but he couldn't hold on for long and slid onto the asphalt. Multi-story buildings with several lit windows towered around him. Suddenly, about 50 meters away, he heard a rustling sound, quiet conversations, and a couple of minutes later, muffled groans. Some couple had retired into the thick lilac bushes. Spring. After taking a short rest, the professor decided not to waste a minute and to get home, alive or dead, at all costs. Every second counted. Finally, after more than 3 hours, barely able to stand on his feet, he found himself on his street.
He walked the last hour of the journey with great difficulty, constantly stopping to gather strength. At first, Dodge did not immediately recognize his owner and began to bark loudly, hearing movement behind the fence. The professor opened the door and sternly addressed the dog. The boxer wagged his tail, but watched the disguised Albert Borisovich with curiosity. When he entered the house, Khaimovich first went to the basement. Turning on the light, he went to the cabinet where the Novaya Zvezda and the vaccine were stored. Holding the ampoule with the multivirus in his hands, the scientist could not tear his eyes away from it for a long time.
This should help. It definitely will. You just need to do everything on time. This time I am sure that everything is under control. I will not make a mistake.
Albert Borisovich loaded the ampoule into the syringe gun, injected himself into the muscle, and immediately felt the warmth spread through his body. He took several deep breaths. It was necessary to allow the virus to begin its effect in the body, to speed up the healing.
Now the main thing is to manage to suppress the new star in time, before it penetrates the DNA and takes over the mind.
Khaimovich thought with concentration. During experiments on prisoners, the professor realized that, at the initial stage, the Martian virus had a strong restorative effect on the entire body.
Red Star helped not only fight diseases, but also accelerated wound healing, increasing overall endurance.
Albert Borisovich understood the risk he was taking, but the obsessive thought that time was short and he could soon be sent to prison did not give him peace. If I don't start acting right now, then everything is doomed to failure. I can't let them dictate their terms. The rules are my own, because I am the one with the true power. Here it is, locked in this ampoule. Yesterday I met people who clearly demonstrated what power is. Fragments of the evening brawl were floating in the professor's head. The cruelty of these individuals awakened in the scientist something that had remained suppressed for a long time. Albert Borisovich realized who he really is and who those around him are. There are no creatures more dangerous than people. They don't care about my achievements until they realize the scale of my discovery. Everyone must experience it for themselves. Then they will come and beg for mercy. Absolutely everyone will come, even the most influential on the planet.
But I will be their last salvation. Will I spare them? And will they have mercy on me?
A sharp pain suddenly pierced the back of his head. Khaimovich ran his hand over the place where the powerful blow had landed. The long walk had exhausted the man to the limit, so he climbed the stairs, lay down on the bed, and set the alarm clock. To play it safe, the professor decided to wake up in 4 hours and get a vaccine injection. Closing his eyes, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 35. Don't hand-feed animals. Igor Borisovich walked along a deserted street. He was alone. There was no one around. Both the yard and the road looked abandoned and deserted. Suddenly, his soul felt unusually happy. A line of seagulls flew across the sky. The professor realized that he was not far from the sea. The air was slightly permeated with a salty aroma. Slowly, he walked through the resort town to the seashore. The sun's rays gently warmed the surrounding space.
Solitude had never brought him such peace before. Igor had almost crossed the street when he noticed an old telephone booth on the corner of a house. He stopped and looked at it for a while, as if trying to understand the source of his inner confusion. Soon the scientist realized that he had seen a similar device a long time ago, back in childhood. As if this object had ghostly moved here from the distant past. I hope it still works, Igor Borisovich thought, when suddenly the phone inside the booth started ringing. It was a repeating ring, with the hammer shaking the bell. The professor looked around, but he was completely alone, and the ring could only be for him. The ringing sounded a second time, then a third time. Khaimovich approached the booth and picked up the receiver, slowly brought it to his ear, and said, "Hello?"
A piercing and terrible female scream was heard in response. This scream sent shivers down the man's spine. The scream contained the entire palette of fear, pain, despair, and hopelessness. It seemed that not one, but thousands of souls were screaming at the same time. The professor jerked upright in bed. Cold sweat ran down his face and back. He sobbed frequently, his mouth was dry, and he was desperately thirsty. His body was seized by barely noticeable tremors. Suddenly he realized that the bell was still ringing, turned his gaze to the nightstand and saw the alarm clock. Mechanically turning it off, the scientist sat motionless for several minutes. Finally, separating sleep from reality, he remembered that it was time to give himself an injection of an antiviral drug. Igor Tikhonov got out of bed. A pre-prepared syringe gun with an ampule of medicine lay on the table next to him. Albert Borisovich felt strange sensations. On the one hand, he was shaking, as if he had the flu. The fever that accompanied infection with the Novaya Zvezda virus was gradually taking over his body.
His temperature was elevated. His throat was sore. Sweating increased. His immune system was fighting the mutated virus with all its might. On the other hand, he noticed the emergence of some new, previously unknown feeling of inner strength. The headache that had tormented him after the operation and on the way home had disappeared. It was time to administer the vaccine. Taking the gun in his hand, the man placed it on his shoulder and pressed the button. There was a click, and the professor pressed the device more tightly against the muscle. A few seconds later, the medicine entered the body. Albert Borisovich went to the mirror and looked closely at his head, wrapped in a bandage. Removing the bandage, he saw that his skull was completely shaved, and just above the right side of the back of his head, he noticed stitches and an impressive dent. The scientist carefully ran his finger over the damage. Usually such wounds took much longer to heal, but now fresh scars were already visible. He observed himself and felt that in a few days he had experienced cardinal changes. Khaimovich was no longer afraid of going to prison or losing his laboratory. He stopped thinking about defense, deciding to go on the offensive when no one expected him by surprise. His gaze darted around like a madman, and his face was sometimes distorted by a nervous expression. But he had never experienced such self-confidence. He said to himself, "No, I'm not crazy. I'm fine. Yes, I was crazy before. How could I let them control me? They've taken over everything. My developments, the idea with the earpieces, the laboratory I was developing, and they'll definitely get to my discovery. They'll definitely take it for themselves, and they'll throw me to the side of life without gratitude. People are ungrateful creatures. They only know how to complain and whine. You can never please them. But everything is known in comparison. Yes, in comparison. They'll have something to compare with when I arrange this for them." Igor Borisovich settled down at the table with a pencil and a stack of paper and began to draw up an action plan, quickly making notes, correcting something, and moving from one sheet to another. He conducted an internal dialogue with himself, smiling from time to time. A little more than an hour later, rereading the text he had created, the scientist shook his head with satisfaction. The desire to eat reminded him of itself. His appetite was slowly returning. This inspired optimism. The remains of a recent dinner were still lying on the table. Having quickly had a bite, the man remembered his captive. The professor involuntarily felt sorry for the homeless man, because the same virus lived in both of their bodies.
Only these two on the planet were infected with it. It's funny. It's as if we are connected by one viral principle, he thought out loud. Taking the last piece of chilled meat out of the refrigerator, Igor Borisovich went downstairs. But before feeding the homeless man, he decided to take his own blood test and check how effective the vaccine was. The results were encouraging. The activity of the new star decreased, and the virus almost stopped reproducing. The antiviral treatment worked. The scientist opened the chamber and calmly entered without protective gear. With the medicine, he was no longer afraid of getting infected. Throwing the meat in the homeless man's face, he crouched down, closely examining the subject. The prisoner's gaze betrayed deep melancholy. Sparse bald spots appeared in his hair. His eyes were sunken. His nose became sharp and thin. His skin acquired a gray-blue tint, like that of a dead man. Nevertheless, watching his sharp jerk towards the torturer and the tense chains that restrained his movement, it became clear that the patient had more than enough strength. His appearance was misleading. Having torn off pieces of meat with his teeth and swallowed almost without chewing, the tramp growled and did not take his eyes off the man. "Well, hello," the professor said with a smile. "Are you hungry? I see you are. If I freed you, you would probably bite me too. Don't worry, soon you'll be able to run as much as you want." Igor Tigonov extended his hand, keeping a safe distance. The creature, having swallowed the last piece of carbonated drink, rushed towards him, trying to grab and tear off his hand. It growled, spat saliva, and reached for the man, but noticing the futility of its actions, suddenly calmed down and watched with anger. This is the real embodiment of evil, Albert Borisovich thought, sitting on the floor of the cell and leaning against the bloody wall. Only the thirst to kill and nothing more. I wonder if this is caused by hunger, or if such a nature is always there. This will be a good reason for further experiments. The professor left the cell, closed the door, went up to the top floor, took the money, and headed to the store. Passing by a mirror in the hallway, the man saw his disfigured face and, not wanting to scare those around him, put on a baseball cap. A wonderful spring day had arrived. The starlings, having returned from a long journey, were happily chirping, sitting on the branches of trees. About 30 minutes later, Igor Tikhonov returned home with 2 packages, each containing 5 kilograms of fresh meat. Dodge, having met his owner at the gate and licking his lips, accompanied him to the very door. Taking 1 package, the man went down to the basement and entered the cage. The tramp began to growl again. Albert Borisovich threw a large piece of pork at him, weighing almost 1 kilogram, which would have been enough to feed several people. The creature pounced on the unexpected gift with a huge appetite. Since the virus had changed his body and mind, Fyodor had been constantly hungry. His stomach was turning, and when he saw an infected person, he literally felt the taste of their flesh and blood in his mouth. The infected dreamed of biting into the flesh with his teeth, tearing it, and listening to its screams like music. Gradually, the infected one became satiated. The feeling of hunger disappeared, and with it, the aggression. The professor watched in amazement as Fyodor ate the meat completely. Raising his blood-stained muzzle, the creature breathed heavily, but did not growl. They looked at each other for about a minute. Albert Borisovich tried to avoid the experimental subject's gaze. On the one hand, the scientist knew that many animals perceive a direct, intent look into the eyes as a challenge. On the other hand, he could not suppress the internal fear that this look of a living corpse evoked. Finally, Khaimovich decided to say, "Do you remember who you were before?" Fyodor did not answer. He only turned his head slightly to the side.
as if listening attentively to the words and trying to comprehend them. "What is your name? Do you understand me? Do you know the language? If yes, raise your hand." The professor raised his own right hand, showing an example. The creature coughed, mistaking Igor Tikhonov's gesture for hostility. Licking his blood-smeared mouth, the subject made several indistinct sounds that resembled the speech of wild animals, not humans. Then the tramp curled up into a ball and quickly jumped out, taking advantage of the professor's approach. Albert Borisovich recoiled, slipping in a puddle of blood and falling. The creature instantly grabbed him by the sneaker. Rage flared in his empty eyes. The scientist cried out in fear. The homeless man pulled the man towards himself, grabbing his leg with his other hand and squeezing it tightly. He was about to bite his shin, but Albert Borisovich kicked him in the face with all his might. The infected man loosened his grip for a moment, and this allowed the man to free himself. The powerful blow threw the creature against the wall, but it quickly rose and rushed to attack again. The professor ran out of the cell and locked the door. Having launched the sleeping gas, he sank to the floor to rest. These creatures are really getting out of control. Igor Tikhonov felt his head start to hurt again. After sitting for a while and calming down, he went upstairs, changed his clothes, and began to carefully work out the plan he had created the day before. Chapter 36. Planning and Preparation. Igor Tikhonov brewed his favorite green tea, sat down at the table, and thought about the implementation of his plan. According to preliminary calculations, it would take a lot of time, resources, and allies. He closed his eyes, mentally going over the options. Who can I trust? No friends. Maybe one of my colleagues? Try to tell Natasha everything? No, I doubt she will understand. But she will also be drawn into this. What if she gets infected? She, Masha, other worthy people. He answered himself out loud in a dry, detached voice. So what? There are no avoiding casualties in war. That's what war is. My war, with everyone. And they struck the first blow. No, wait. I'll give some a chance. It's fair. They'll get the medicine and instructions, but I have to handle it myself. Alone. I can only count on myself. It's too risky to trust someone with even a part of such a task. The scientist nervously bit his fingers and shook his head. He took off his fogged-up glasses and his eyes darted around the room with a cloudy look. The professor saw before him a completely different way of life. A new era. A complete cleansing. A reboot of an entire species. So the police can show up at any moment. They shouldn't be an obstacle. It's time to start. Igor Tikhonov said and went down to the basement. There he loaded the program for creating the Novaya Zvezda and the necessary components, after which he activated the device. In a few hours, the device was able to produce 100 samples of the virus. 1 ampule is enough to infect the entire block. With the help of the Novaya Zvezda flu strain, the virus will quickly spread through the air and be transmitted from person to person. But there is still much work to be done. So much work remains. The professor hurried upstairs and began to calculate something. To sum it up, Igor Tikhonov contacted the transport company. Hello. I want to place a large order.
You ship worldwide? Good afternoon. A gentle female voice answered. Of course. Where exactly do you need it delivered? To several countries at once. I will have many letters and small parcels. I need to send them by express mail. About 300 envelopes and 50 small boxes. Letters? Just a minute. Let me clarify. The voice fell silent for a moment, then came again. Sending from an organization or an individual? From a private person, at the sender's expense. Is that possible? Yes. No problem. Where should I deliver the packaging? The professor indicated the address, asked that the shipment be delivered by evening, and that the cargo be picked up the following day after midday. Then the scientist sat down at the computer and began searching for addresses of medical laboratories. Thus, Albert Borisovich compiled a list of recipients of his letters of happiness. Every sufficiently advanced country had several large medical laboratories or university centers. Not to mention countries like the United States, Germany, France, Great Britain, Japan, China, India, and others. Igor Tikhonov realized that it was impossible to cover all the researchers, especially in such a short time. However, the first blow had to be struck precisely at the largest scientific institutions. They simply won't be able to create an effective antivirus in a timely manner, because most of the leading scientists themselves will become the first to be infected. About an hour after the call, a courier drove up to him, quite surprised by the unusual order. He brought a whole truck full of packages and offered to carry everything into the house. But the professor insisted that he could handle it himself.
Igor Tikhonov signed the documents of receipt, thanked for the delivery, and began to carry the boxes. Albert Borisovich worked all night, writing the addresses of the laboratories on the envelopes and indicating the names of the scientists to whom the parcels needed to be sent personally. The recipients were located all over the world, from Australia to Europe, from the Republic of South Africa to Canada. Having completed the organizational part, the professor began the creative stage. He began writing a letter to his colleagues. Half an hour later, the following text appeared. Dear friend and comrade, you probably don't know me, but that doesn't matter now. Everything that has happened, up to this point, ceases to matter. A new era is beginning, and you will be among those who will feel these changes first. I have managed to make a discovery that can change the life of all humanity. We have all made mistakes in our way of life, and the time has come to correct it. What we have done to the planet cannot be forgiven. Everyone must take responsibility. If you believe, go to a temple, a mosque, a synagogue, a Buddhist monastery, or wherever you pray. Ask for forgiveness and forgive everyone. A new dawn is breaking, and I am its harbinger. Pass this message on to your colleagues so that they know changes are near and there will be no return. When the final text was ready, Albert Borisovich translated it into several languages. After that, he soaked each copy in a solution with the virus and sealed them in hermetically sealed envelopes. According to the scientists' calculations, infection with the Novaya Zvezda could occur even with short contact with the letter. The professor himself did not use protection, because after vaccination he had enough antibodies to fight reinfection. At least for now, he could not guess the duration of the acquired immunity. When all the envelopes were securely sealed, Igor Tikhonov carefully put them in boxes. Then he had to collect the parcels intended for him personally. These shipments contained large ampules of a drug called Novaya Zvezda and an antiviral agent in case the body's defenses failed. The man decided to send these parcels to the large cities he planned to visit, as part of his last global tour, as he called this trip. It was very difficult to smuggle even a small batch of viruses across the border, so Albert Borisovich came up with a cunning plan. Leaving the laboratory, he grabbed several official seals and forms. Shipments marked urgent were checked at customs much faster than regular parcels. As a result, having put the Academy's seals on 50 boxes, the professor began choosing the cities to which to send the cargo. Igor Tikhonov schematically plotted the route of his journey on an electronic map. The first place where the disease will spread will be Novosibirsk. Then I will head east, covering Irkutsk, Khabarovsk, and Vladivostok. After that, I will fly to China, where I will infect the cities of Beijing, Shanghai, and Macau. The next stops will be Seoul and Tokyo. Then I will go to Malaysia, then immediately to Australia. My steps will lead me to America, starting with Mexico and then, moving from south to north, I will gradually infect San Antonio, Los Angeles, Dallas, Atlanta, Washington, Philadelphia, New York, and Boston. I will also look into Canada, visiting Toronto and Ottawa. By the time I get to South America, quarantine measures will not have come into force. It is enough to infect 5 or 6 capitals there, and then move on to Africa. Thanks to the mild climate in the southern regions, The virus will spread there with incredible speed. And don't forget about India, where many talented pharmacists work. When the infection hits Asia and the Middle East, I will find myself in Europe. In a few days, you can travel around the old world, visiting Spain, Britain, and finally, Moscow. Those scoundrels from the academy should have already received my letters there. To speed up the process, I will create a large-scale outbreak in the capital, and then the real events will only begin. Returning home, I will travel through the Volga region and the Urals, returning to my native Novosibirsk, where I will calmly observe the developing chaos. According to Igor Tikhonov's calculations, all the necessary preparations will take no more than a month. In most countries, you can get a visa for 3 days at the airport. This is quite enough time, because I don't plan to stay longer anywhere. If you're lucky, you can travel around the entire continent in a few days. Of course, this will require money, but I have enough money in my secret piggy bank. And after the trip, these papers will not be needed, so it's worth spending without restrictions. The professor started counting his cash, checked his electronic accounts, and applied for several credit cards. We need to create reserves, yes, and more. Albert Borisovich placed orders in several online stores. The very next day, he was supposed to receive a large quantity of stewed meat, cereals, canned goods, 20-liter canisters of water, soap, candles, matches, antibiotics, and other necessary medications, as well as knives and sporting weapons without a permit, but quite suitable for protection. The scientist intended to turn his cottage into a real fortress, a stronghold for survival. Now he was especially glad that at the beginning of spring, he had installed a video surveillance system around the house, drilled a deep well in the yard, and installed a water pump, which, however, he had not yet used. The diesel fuel supply for the generator is designed for a long time. An impressive fence should provide reliable protection from the infected. The main thing is to tightly close all the windows and doors so that no one gets in here during my absence. Igor Tikhonov walked around the house and basement, thinking about what else needed to be purchased and done. He worked all night without rest until dawn, and during the day there was practically no time for rest or sleep. The feeling of fear and alertness gave him strength and motivated him to accelerated actions. When a courier from an online store drove up to the house in the morning with a van full of canned goods, he saw an unusual emaciated man with a week's worth of stubble and a look that quickly darted from side to side. The professor tied up Dodge's dog and asked the courier to carry all the food to the entrance to the garage. After that, he paid for the order and said goodbye. Deliveries continued throughout the first half of the day, while Albert Borisovich sweated profusely, carrying the products to the garage and basement. There was no other way out. Lowering another box of stewed meat into the bunker, Igor mentally supported himself. When everything starts, these supplies will save my life and will have a colossal price. I will be able to calmly stay home and watch the arrival of the new time. After lunch, a courier from the transport company arrived. He spent over an hour weighing the parcels and calculating the final cost of delivery. Having completed the payment, the professor could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Everything was ready, and there was no turning back. After lunch, Igor Tikhonov bought a ticket for the next flight to Irkutsk. There were still a few important issues to resolve. Albert Borisovich unexpectedly called Andrei and insisted on meeting as soon as possible. Kuznetsov was sitting at home, overcome with boredom and idleness. An hour later, the boss came to him, parking his Dodge nearby and taking a small suitcase with him. "Hello, Albert Borisovich. I see you're unexpected. Come in. Maybe some tea?" said Andrei, meeting the guest at the door. "Thank you, Andrei. I won't be staying long. How are you doing?" "Everything is fine." "Really?" Andrei answered skeptically, casting a strange glance at the dog next to him. "We were all suspended until the end of the investigation. Now we're sitting at home without work. Sometimes I call Masha and a few guys.
Yosya has already received his pay and left for Israel to visit his relatives. Deep depression was clearly visible on Andrei's face. There were several empty whiskey bottles on the window, and the ashtray on the table was filled with cigarette butts. Albert Borisovich, having carefully looked around the room, said calmly, "Soon everything will change, and it will not go back very much. Believe me."
Andrei remained silent, realizing that the boss now wanted to say something significant. Khaimovich continued, "I'll have to go away for a while. Maybe a month, maybe a little longer. I want to ask you to look after Dodge. There's no one else to leave him with. He's a good dog, even if he looks scary. Here's some money for food. Please take care of him." Andrei was a little taken aback by this request. There were no animals in their family, and he had never gotten used to them. And here was a huge male boxer, and for a whole month. And take him for a walk twice a day, in the morning and in the evening. I'll leave some extra money to thank you for all your troubles. The professor put an impressive wad of banknotes on the table. I haven't seen such a sum of cash for a long time, and it's easier with electronic payments, Kuznetsov muttered suspiciously. I heard that there might be some problems with wire transfers in the near future. You'd better cash out more money. I'll try to write you letters. Here's a suitcase. It has a combination lock. I'll send you a message with the code and detailed instructions soon. What instructions? Andrei asked, becoming more and more surprised. You will know a lot. You will soon grow old. Trust me. Tomorrow you will know everything. Believe me, soon everything will seriously change. The guy looked closely at the professor and finally noticed how much he had changed in appearance. What happened to you? Asked Kuznetsov, pointing to his shaved head under his cap. Got hit on the head, got a couple of stitches. Nonsense, it will heal soon. Andrei shook his head with a detached look. Thank you, I knew I could count on you. Khaimovich took an unfinished bottle of cognac from the table and twirled it in his hands, then added, And also, you should give up alcohol. You'll need a clear mind. What's the matter? Please explain. You'll understand everything soon, my friend. Take care of yourself and look after Dodge. Albert Borisovich sat down next to the dog as a farewell, gently stroking her. See you soon. Igor Tikhonov quietly closed the door behind the professor. Dodge sat in the hallway, sticking out his tongue and whining quietly. The dog understood that his master had gone and left him here alone. Andrei had another monotonous evening ahead of him, but the words of his boss did not leave his mind. Where is he going? Is the matter really over? Both man and dog exchanged glances filled with unanswered questions. The next day was the beginning of a new era. It was the last evening of the departing world. Chapter 37. On the Road. Albert Borisovich left Andrei's apartment and hurried home. All his actions were carefully planned down to the minute. During the day, he had already broken several ampules with the substance Novaya Zvezda in places where people gathered in Novosibirsk, on Lenin Square, at the metro station Studentcheskaya, and at the railway station. According to his calculations, this should have been enough to gradually spread the infection throughout the city. The tramp, whom he had previously gassed, was generously filled with sleeping pills, then taken to the outskirts of the village in the forest, untied and left under a tree. He was the first infected. Everything will start from him. Personal messages in envelopes were sent to the head of his former laboratory and to the academy, and were supposed to arrive in a matter of days. The rest were already being sent around the world. The blow to the scientific community was one of the key steps on the way to the main goal, a global epidemic. Using the fake papers he had made 2 years ago, in case of an urgent escape from the country, the professor called a robo-taxi and headed to the airport. Before going further, he looked into the toilet and, having made sure there were no people,
climbed onto the toilet. There was a ventilation pipe hanging above it. Igor Tikhonov stood on tiptoe and smashed the vial of Novosibirsk on the ventilation grate so that the virus would spread as quickly as possible throughout the airport. Infected passengers will spread the virus around the world, accelerating the global spread of the disease. With these thoughts, the professor calmly washed his hands, freshened his face, and went to the waiting room. Soaring into the sky, Igor looked at the city moving away. The night was cloudless, and the lights of cars and the light of the windows of buildings were clearly visible from above. Everything will change soon. Soon. He was absolutely sure of the correctness of his actions. There was not the slightest feeling of pity for billions of innocent people in his mind. The voice of the arbiter of destinies, sleeping deep in the subconscious, was awakened after a craniocerebral injury. The genius of the scientist, bordering on madness, gave ground for his transformation. The world lost an outstanding scientist who could help millions, and gained an executioner who passed sentence on the entire civilization. Igor leaned back in his chair, thinking about his next steps. The plane was approaching Irkutsk. Chapter 38. Wedding. 3 days had passed since the professor had left Novosibirsk. The infection had not yet manifested itself. Andrei was going to attend Ivan and Masha's wedding. Kuznetsov put on his new gray suit, walked Dodge carefully, called a taxi, and set off. It's good that the friends refused the typical ransoms and bridge games. I'm already tired of that, he thought, heading to the restaurant. After a banquet outside in a country chalet, the newlyweds were going to set sail on the Mediterranean to spend their honeymoon to the sound of the surf. Arriving at the place indicated in the invitation, Andrei saw a cozy establishment, next to which on one side there was a magnificent pine forest, and on the other, a green hill strewn with flowers. Behind the hill, a river quietly babbled. All this nature radiated freshness and vigor. Kuznetsov, who had not left the metropolis for a long time, felt a little lost among such beauty. While some of the guests were walking in the forest, some were playing badminton, and others were enjoying light snacks while waiting for the newlyweds. Andrei did not notice any familiar faces among the guests. Masha had few friends, and she and Ivan had never crossed paths. The organizers set up a large snow-white tent in the clearing, which from a distance looked like a cloud descending to the ground. A pleasant summer breeze was blowing, butterflies were fluttering, and the chirping of birds could be heard from the forest. A squirrel appeared on one of the branches near the cafe. It fearlessly jumped to a lower branch and sniffed. One of the waitresses threw a piece of apple under the tree. The little animal quickly climbed down, grabbed the treat, and quickly climbed back up the tree. He's almost gotten used to people. We have banquets here all the time, so he often comes to have a treat, said the sweet waitress, noticing that Igor Tikhonov was watching her closely. I see. It's wonderful here, said the young man, waving away the bee. Yes, the place is really good. I live nearby. There is a small, cozy village nearby, the girl answered. Igor took a closer look at his interlocutor. A pretty face, a graceful figure, red hair and cheerful freckles on a small nose. What's your name? Kuznetsov asked, a little embarrassed. My name is Katya. I work here on weekends at various events, and during normal times, I study at the university, she replied. It's funny, you're very talkative. What if I turn out to be a bad person, and you open up to me, and I use it? I think you're not bad, and I really like to talk. It's just that during the day it can get really boring. Today's shift is really boring. I don't know anyone, and no one wants to talk, Katya admitted, laughing. Igor looked around. Indeed, the other waiters were walking around with serious, almost gloomy faces, as if even the weather did not please them. "Are you alone?" "Yes. I don't know almost anyone either. I just arrived, and I'm standing here doing nothing." The girl giggled and, smiling, added a few words of farewell.
I'll go to the kitchen now and get some drinks. Do you want anything? Is there any red wine left? I noticed it's selling out really fast. A few minutes later, Katya returned with a filled glass and handed it to Andrei. "Are you from the bride's side or the groom's?" I know both of them, but I think the bride invited me." The man looked into the waitress's green eyes and felt himself getting carried away. Katya spoke without pauses, forgetting about her work. "I grew up in a village across the river. This year I entered the university in the journalism department. That is why I try to make new acquaintances. In class we were told that it is important for a journalist to easily find a common language with strangers." "You do it very well. I don't even need a holiday anymore. I could talk to you forever," said Andrei, taking a sip of wine for courage. "Thank you, but I can't do it all day. I'm on duty." At this moment, joyful exclamations were heard from the guests. "They're coming. The newlyweds are arriving. Meet them. Meet them." The white limousine stopped at the entrance to the restaurant, and the bride and groom got out. The bride was wearing a light cream dress, which favorably emphasized her natural beauty. The groom, dressed in a light suit, looked strong, attractive, and confident. Kuznetsov, despite his slight jealousy, was sincerely happy for his friends. The celebration began. Andrei caught rare glances of Katya, who fluttered between the tables like a butterfly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere became more and more lively. The sounds of a waltz began to play, and the newlyweds went out for their first dance. Ivan smoothly led Masha across the green lawn. She was beaming with a smile, as if she was the happiest person on the planet. Later, the melody changed, and the host invited all the guests to join him on the dance floor. Several girls cast flirtatious glances at Andrei, but he was looking for the red-haired waitress with his eyes. Finally, the guy noticed Katya, who was standing to the side, watching what was happening and waiting for the cook's instructions to serve the next dish. Andrei came up and quickly suggested, "Let's dance?" The girl answered, "I work here, after all." He left her no choice. "It doesn't matter. I'm inviting you, and whoever tries to object will meet me." Katya laughed loudly. "Okay, you've convinced me, but only one dance. Soon I'll have to deliver the fish." Light music played in time. Andrei got completely drunk, sighed deeply, hugging Katya tighter in the dance. Thoughts were spinning in his head. "I'll definitely take her number and invite her to the movies tomorrow. Although why wait? I'll invite her today. How wonderful she is." Beautiful lighting created a unique romantic atmosphere, filling the evening with magic. Fakers put on a breathtaking fire show, and then everyone watched the magnificent fireworks with admiration. At this time, several guests from both the groom's and the bride's side were talking to each other. 3 men were standing in the shade and smoking, exchanging stories, joking and asking each other about their professions. The restaurant was surrounded by a small fence. Suddenly, 2 strangers approached from the forest, climbed over the fence, and quickly headed towards the tent. The men, noticing the unexpected guests, decided to find out who they were. "Hey, guys, who are you?" The strangers remained silent, and without changing direction, approached them. "There's no wedding without a fight," Igor Tikhonov's friend, a former boxer, remarked with a smile. "They look like drug addicts. Look at their faces, they're lifeless and their mugs are strange," added the second companion, a distant relative of Vorobyov. The third man, quite plump and the bride's uncle, silently watched the approaching strangers with a gloomy expression. Indeed, the strangers looked sad, hunched shoulders, empty, emotionless faces, slightly open mouths, deeply sunken eyes, and a sharp nose. Slowing down a little, they looked closely at those present. "What do you want? We're having a wedding, you weren't invited," Masha's relative answered. Suddenly, one of the uninvited guests growled and quickly pounced on the uncle. Jumping, the stranger fell with all his weight, knocked the man down, and grabbed his face with his teeth. Blood poured out.
Snegureva's uncle cried out in pain. The boxer rushed to the rescue and immediately kicked the attacker in the side. The crunch of ribs was heard, but the attacker did not notice the blow, continuing to bite his victim. The second stranger headed towards Ivan's relative, but the latter moved away in fear and ran for help. Then the stranger attacked the boxer, who was trying to pull the madman away from the bride's uncle. The young man met the attacker with a right side blow and knocked the scoundrel to the ground. He fell, but, having twisted, immediately went on the counterattack and bit the boxer on the leg. Blood appeared on the athlete's beige pants. The boxer screamed, grabbed the offender by the neck, tore him away from himself and threw him to the ground. While the opponent was still unconscious, the guy kicked him in the jaw with all his might. He turned over, spat out a few teeth, but quickly got back on his feet. "Hey, stop it, you fucking scumbags!" he said, trying to stop the fight. However, the strangers remained indifferent. Then the boxer, taking a fighting stance, approached his opponent. His right straight punch touched the enemy's temple, who swung his hand in response. Dirty nails left 3 bloody streaks on the athlete's face. At that moment, a left side punch hit the target. A crunch was heard. The attacker's nose became unnaturally crooked, and he fell to his knees. Several additional blows sent the opponent into a deep knockout. At the same time, the first attacker was furiously tearing the bride's uncle's face with his hands and teeth, who was becoming increasingly weak and resisting. Igor Tikhonov, having freed himself from his opponent, again rushed to help the plump man. The reddish guy first tried to hit the cannibal to stun him, but the latter, having tasted blood, did not pay attention and continued to gnaw the face of his screaming victim. Then the athlete fell on top and began to strangle the psycho. He abruptly waved his hand and hit the fighter in the eye with his elbow. Igor screamed loudly and pressed his hands to his face, trying to hold back the leaking eye. The psycho attacked the wounded man, knocked him to the ground, and tried to gnaw his throat. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly that the other guests were only able to come to the rescue now. Ivan was running ahead with an empty champagne bottle. Without thinking, he hit the stranger on the back of the head with all his might, who had already sunk his teeth into the athlete's neck. Igor threw off his defeated opponent and, groaning, pressed his hands to his face. They lifted him up and pulled him aside to provide first aid. Vorobyov rushed to stop the bleeding of the large man. The cosmonaut even felt sick when he carefully examined the victim. His nose was partially bitten off. His lips were badly damaged. Part of his cheek was also missing. There were many hematomas and lacerations on his face, and the blood was flowing without stopping. The man was unconscious due to severe pain. Having torn off his shirt, the groom applied the cloth to his relative's face to stop the blood, and it immediately turned scarlet. Ivan applied the bandage as skillfully as he could, and then tried to lift his uncle, but he was too heavy. At this moment, the stranger who had been knocked down by the boxer came to his senses, and the first thing he saw was Vorobyov's bare back. A moment later, Ivan felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The psychopath who had come to his senses suddenly attacked from behind, pinned the man to the ground, scratched his skin with his teeth, and bit deep into his flesh. Vorobyov screamed and tried to throw off the aggressor, but he wouldn't let go, like a dog deliberately clinging to its victim. At that very moment, Andrei rushed to help. Before the conflict began, the scientist had moved away from the red-haired waitress to get away from the noise and bustle among the trees. Hearing the screams, Kuznetsov rushed to the scene. Grabbing the psycho by the legs, he jerked him sharply towards himself, and he lost his balance, falling face down on the ground, continuing to struggle and growl. However, several men quickly overpowered the attacker. Removing the belts, they tied up the madmen, securely fixing their arms and legs. The fun suddenly turned to chaos and fear when the guests noticed the bloody faces of the victims. The women sighed quietly and shed tears, while the men looked with disbelief and anger at the strange people lying on the ground, still writhing and wheezing. Several young men could not restrain themselves and kicked them, expressing their anger. No one could understand how all this happened. The police and an ambulance arrived at the scene. The law enforcement officers put the attackers in a car and began questioning witnesses. The uncle, the guy with the knocked-out eye, and the groom were placed in the ambulance. Masha went to the hospital with them. During the journey, Ivan felt a strong burning sensation in his shoulder. The doctors bandaged him and administered a painkiller.
At the hospital, the seriously injured were immediately sent to the operating room. Vorobyov was taken to the procedure room to treat and stitch up the wound, and Masha and Ivan's parents remained in the corridor to wait for news. About 40 minutes later, the bride and her relatives were allowed to see the patient. "Hello, darling." Ivan hugged his wife and smiled warmly at his parents. Masha burst into tears and pressed herself against his bandaged shoulder. The cosmonaut grimaced. "Oh, I'm sorry. Does it hurt?" "It's nothing. Just a bite." "I don't understand who these madmen are. Why did they attack?" the father muttered. "I'm also in shock. Maybe they were drug addicts, or someone escaped from a mental hospital, but they were strong and completely inadequate. Even when they were tied up, they tried to break free, so vicious, like dogs. And they couldn't say anything intelligible. They just mumbled something incomprehensible," Ivan answered, remembering the strangers. The mother sighed deeply and gently ran her hand over her son's head. He looked at his father and said, "You'd better go. You have a flight to Gelendzhik in the morning." The mother became worried and exclaimed, "Where are we going now?" He answered calmly, "It's just a small scratch. The doctor assured me that I'll be home tomorrow. So everything is fine. The tickets won't be lost." The father nodded affirmatively and said, "Let's go, mother. We'll leave the young couple alone. We'll discuss everything after the vacation." The parents hugged their son and Masha goodbye and then left the ward. Vanya scratched his shoulder, which had begun to itch, and suggested, "You go home too. There's nothing to do here." Masha turned away and said, "You're crazy. I won't go anywhere without you." He laughed. "Well, here we have our first wedding night." The newlyweds hugged each other tightly, remembering the happy and sad moments of their wedding day. When the ambulance took the newlyweds away, Andrei stood there in confusion, trying to understand what had happened at the ceremony and the strange message from Albert Borisovich that he had received in the morning. At that moment, Katya approached him. "What an evening. I've never seen anything like this before," she said in surprise. Andrei thoughtfully agreed. "Yes, it's unusual." Then he took her hand and added, "Maybe I'm too cheeky, but I want to invite you to my place. The evening didn't end the way we expected, but maybe we should continue getting to know each other?" Katya looked at him playfully from behind her thick eyelashes and replied, "I don't know, decent girls don't behave like that on a first date." He smiled and replied, "Don't be afraid. I'm not a maniac. I just really don't want to let you go." She smiled coquettishly and then looked the guy straight in the eyes seriously. "Then don't let go." Chapter 39. Letter of Instructions. Day 5 since the infection. Dawn found the lovers curled up in an embrace on the same bed. The sunlight delicately penetrated the window with its living yellow beam. Outside, the birds were engaged in a singing battle, greeting the new day and filling the yard with their ringing trills. Dodge lazily wandered along the corridor, waiting for his master to wake up and take him for a walk.
Andrei carefully held Katya, who was still sleeping, her head on his shoulder. Suddenly, this morning harmony was interrupted by the ringing of the phone. "Yes," Kuznetsov muttered in a sleepy voice. Masha's tense face appeared on the screen. "Hello." "Vanya's temperature has gotten worse. His temperature has risen sharply. He's shaking, and a fever is starting. The doctors are confused. They can't determine the cause of the infection. Andrei, I'm really scared." "Got it. I'll be there soon." Kuznetsov cut the connection and opened his email.
Katya woke up, winced from the bright light, and quietly asked, "Did something happen?" "Everything got worse with Vanka." "Has it gotten worse? He only had a shallow wound." "I have a bad feeling about this. Did you see the crazy people yesterday? Admit it, they look strange." "Yeah, creepy, brr." Andrei took out the letter that had arrived yesterday from Albert Borisovich, when he was just getting ready for the wedding, and carefully reread it. "Hello, Andrei. How are you? I am far away now, but what I do will affect everyone. Only a few people are dear to me, and among them are you and Masha. Strange things will soon start happening in our city. You must be very careful. An incurable disease is spreading in Novosibirsk. It cannot be stopped. In the suitcase I left for you, there are 20 ampules with a unique vaccine. There is no other like it anywhere. The composition and proportions are known only to me. Give yourself an injection as soon as possible, even if you feel fine. Soon, everyone will be infected, without exception. If you or your loved ones have a sharp rise in temperature, fever, chills, or a drop in hemoglobin levels, immediately give yourself an injection of this vaccine. A day after infection, the disease will become irreversible. Remember, the vaccine is only for the closest and dearest. I can't give more. Beware of aggressive and inadequate people who will appear soon. They are easy to recognize. You saw them in the lab during our experiments with Red Star on prisoners. The infected are very dangerous. Do not feel pain. Attack unexpectedly. Bite. Feed on blood and raw flesh. This is not a game, Andrei. The world that seems familiar to you will soon change, and Novosibirsk will be just a starting point. Epidemics will cover all settlements and states. You need to prepare in advance. Form a large stock of food with a long shelf life and water. Also, do not forget about self-defense. Matches and medicines, they will be extremely important. The code to the case lock is 1010. Keep me updated. Tell me everything in detail. I'm not sure how long I can stay in touch. Maybe we'll meet again. P.S. Take care of Dodge. Having received a strange message yesterday, Andrei was confused and had no idea what to do. But at the wedding, he forgot about the letter until an unexpected raid occurred. Kuznetsov began to put the facts together. The professor has been acting unusually strange lately. Either he has serious plans, or he has seriously lost his mind. The worst thing is if it is both at the same time. The guy opened Khaimovich's suitcase. Inside were neatly placed 20 ampules, a syringe pistol, and brief instructions, written by hand. Administer intramuscularly if no more than 24 hours have passed since the infection. Katya watched Andrei's collected face attentively. Then, smoothly as a cat, she rose from the bed and hugged the guy around the neck.
"What are we going to do?"
"We're going to the hospital to treat the cosmonaut," Andrei answered. Chapter 40. A decision filled with risk. After running with Dodge, Andrei and Katya headed to the hospital. Entering the department, they saw Masha, tearful, sitting on a bench in the corridor. "Hi, how are you? Where is he?" Andrei sat down next to his colleague. "He was taken to intensive care," Masha answered quietly. "What are the signs of the disease? What does it look like?
Temperature, chills, high fever, decreased hemoglobin. He lost consciousness. Uncle has the same symptoms. What could it be, Andre? Tears appeared on the girl's cheeks again, and she pressed her shoulder to the guy. Masha, pull yourself together. Andre shook his colleague sharply and looked her straight in the eyes. What I'm about to say will sound strange, but listen. Yesterday morning I received a message from Albert Borisovich. At first I didn't pay any attention to it. I thought that maybe he was drunk or it was some kind of stupid joke. But after what happened at the wedding and your call, I realized that it was serious. The girl stopped crying and blinked in surprise, not understanding what the professor had to do with the situation. Andre continued. In short, he warned about an unknown virus and described symptoms that completely matched Vanka's condition. How could he know? Why didn't he come? He wasn't even at the wedding, even though I personally invited him. He left the city. He didn't say where, but he left this. Andre took an ampule of antiviral medicine out of his pocket. What is this? The medicine. The professor explained that it should be administered as early as possible, within the first 24 hours. It looks like that psycho infected your fiancé last night, but we don't know this virus. What if it only gets worse? Masha asked, blushing with excitement.
I trust the professor in this matter. Of course, he hasn't always been himself lately, but much coincides with his warning. We have only one day, and it will be over by evening. We need to make a decision.
Masha glanced at Katya, then turned her gaze to Andre and nodded. Right now, only one thing was important to her: to find a way to support her husband. But what about us? He's in intensive care, Masha said with alarm. We'll think of something, Andre said quietly. Okay, let's go, the girl agreed. The three of them went up to the next floor and approached the intensive care unit, where one orderly was on duty. Andre turned to Katya. Can you distract him? Imagine that you are lost and can't find the exit. I need him to leave for 3 minutes. Okay, I'll talk to him. Katya smiled with that playful smile that made Andre simply lose his head. A minute later, the orderly was happily escorting Katya down the corridor. Andre and Masha quietly entered the ward. He took out a syringe pistol, loaded an ampoule with the vaccine, and looked at Masha. She nodded in response. Ivan lay under an IV drip and was breathing heavily. Large beads of sweat were running down his forehead. His eyes were becoming cloudy. His skin was pale. His lips were cracked, and a helpless tremor ran through his body. Andre quickly injected the medicine, and he and Masha silently looked at the patient. A minute later, 2 doctors entered the room. So, who are you? Who let you in here? I am his wife, and this is our friend. Masha answered, embarrassed. We are also almost doctors. Almost doctors, and this is almost intensive care. Please leave the room for real, one of the doctors said with a smile. Andre took Masha by the hand and led her out into the corridor. All that's left to do is wait. I hope everything works out. They went downstairs and settled down on a small sofa, where Katya was already waiting for them. A few hours later, a young doctor approached the company and said, "The patient is starting to recover. His temperature has dropped. He feels better, but you can't go in to see him yet. We are watching everything closely." Andre and Masha exchanged joyful glances. Katya took the guy by the shoulder and quietly said, "I need to leave. Grandma is worried. As soon as I arrive, I'll call. Agreed?" "Of course. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow?" Andre asked. "I won't be able to tomorrow. I have a lot of things to do around the house. I'll call myself. Bye," Katya answered, kissed her friend on the cheek, and encouraged Masha. "He'll get better. Everything will be great." Having left, Katya left the guys. Andre sat with a colleague for a while and then went home. When he got home, Kuznetsov wrote the professor a message in which he described in detail what had happened that day.
He asked Khaimovich to call back as soon as possible to explain the many questions that were bothering him.
By evening, Andrei felt unwell. His condition had deteriorated sharply. He started to tremble. His temperature had risen. All the symptoms were similar to the flu, but they were much stronger and faster. The scientist realized that regular medications would not help. He took out the vaccine and hesitated for a while, examining it. Putting the drug aside, Kuznetsov dialed Katya's number, but there was no answer. Then he called Masha, talked to her for a few minutes, and asked about Ivan's condition. Vorobyova said that her husband was feeling much better, was recovering, but their uncle had died 2 hours ago. His heart had stopped. The doctors were unable to help. Kuznetsov heard sobs in the girl's voice, tried to support her, and expressed his condolences. Having said goodbye, the scientist filled the ampule into a syringe and gave himself an injection. Chapter 41. Letter from Happiness, United States of America. 6th day since the outbreak. The seeds of the epidemic, carried by the professor across the world, were quickly taking root. The virus quickly adapted, and thanks to a special mutation, spread equally successfully in the air and water. In addition, many insects became its active carriers, which turned out to be a real disaster for Asia, Africa, and South America, where the outbreaks grew at an incredible speed, like flames in a raging storm. Igor Tikhonov was in a hurry to get to work. He was not late, but the weather turned bad in the morning. It started to rain, and he forgot his umbrella at home. The walk from the subway station to the University of Pennsylvania, where Igor worked, usually took no more than 10 minutes. But during this time, he was completely soaked. The young researcher was considered one of the most talented and promising employees of the prestigious U.S. medical school. At the age of 28, he held the position of deputy head of the laboratory. At the entrance to the office, Igor ran into an attractive graduate student named Nicole. "Mr. Tikhonov, you have a letter," she said with a playful glint in her brown eyes. "Thanks, Nicole, but I can check my email myself." "No, you got it wrong. It's a regular letter in an envelope. It was delivered today, and it's lying on your desk." "Really?" Igor was surprised, because he hadn't received any paper letters in the last 10 years. "There is no specific addressee on the envelope. It says to give to the head of the laboratory. Since Mr. Parker is currently on vacation and you are performing the duties, the letter is for you. Dear Nicole, you are not only beautiful, but you are undoubtedly smart. Thank you." The letter came from Russia. From whom exactly, I could not understand. From Russia? This news amazed Igor no less than the fact of the existence of a paper letter. "It's funny, they still write letters on paper?" Nicole shrugged, making it clear that it wasn't that important to her. And it was time to get back to her business. There were already several junior research assistants and a couple of lab assistants in the office. Igor Tikhonov approached his workstation, picked up an envelope, and shook it slightly in the air. "Friends, a letter has arrived from Russia. Funny, isn't it?" A large man of African descent in a white coat turned around in his office chair and said, "A letter? Did it come by pigeon post by any chance?" There was laughter in response. Pleased that his joke had been appreciated, he continued, No. They probably put it in a bottle, corked it, and threw it into the sea. Got it? Just like that. Into the sea," he added, waving his arms. The laughter grew weaker, and he fell silent, dejectedly, turning back. The chair creaked slightly under him. "Okay, let's see what's inside," Timur Smirnov said with a smile. "What if there's caviar in there?" "Or lard?" one of the lab technicians suggested.
Igor Tikhonov opened the envelope and took out a sheet of paper. At that moment, the virus was released from the hermetically sealed package and, along with air particles, entered the person's lungs, and from there, into the blood and brain. Mr. Tikhonov felt a strange breeze, unfolded the sheet, and began to read. Dear friend and comrade, you probably don't know me and it doesn't matter. After all, everything that happened before now no longer matters. Because a new era is beginning, and you will be one of the first to feel it. I have made a discovery that can change the life of all humanity. We have been moving along the wrong path all our lives, and the time has come to correct it. What we have done to our planet cannot be approved of, and everyone must take responsibility for it. If you believe in God, go to a temple, a mosque, a synagogue, a Buddhist monastery, or wherever you usually pray. Ask for forgiveness and forgive everyone around you. A new dawn is approaching, and I have become its herald. Pass this message on to all your comrades so that they know changes are near and there is no turning back. What nonsense! Did that Russian drink too much vodka when he wrote this? Jeffrey said irritably. Vodka, definitely, it was there. The plump man perked up. What's up, Jeff? Someone asked. What nonsense this scientist from Russia is talking about a new era. He suggests that I pray, apparently to prepare for the next world. Ha. Complete nonsense. Jeffrey replied and passed the letter to another. It circulated around the department all day, then spread throughout the university, amusing the staff. The professor's idea of quickly disseminating the message among scientists worked 100%. After finishing his shift, Jeffrey Young went home. By evening, he felt unwell. His head was hurting badly and he felt slightly nauseous the entire way. This is a day. I knew I shouldn't have eaten that mushroom pizza. I need to get home faster, the man thought, quickening his pace. Entering the apartment, Igor Tikhonov kissed his wife Sarah. 2-year-old Billy, Sarah's son from her first marriage, was playing on the floor in the room. Igor himself did not have children yet. Natasha had already prepared his favorite spicy chicken wings for dinner. Igor opened the refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of beer to complement the meal. How was your day? Sarah usually asked. I think I got food poisoning from the pizza at the corner cafe. I feel a little nauseous and I have a fever, Igor replied. Maybe we should call an ambulance, the wife asked anxiously. No, I'll take some pills. It should be gone by morning. We need to send health inspectors to that Puerto Rican who bakes this pizza, he said. Natasha placed a large plate of hot wings in front of her husband. Little Billy came up and hugged Igor tightly around the neck. He did not know his biological father and considered Igor his own dad. Having had a quiet dinner with his family, Tikhonov suddenly remembered, by the way, something funny happened today. Some crazy Russian sent me a letter about the alleged imminent end of the world. We started to find out who he was. It turned out to be a professor from Siberia. It seems he is a rather respected specialist in his country, but he has apparently gone a little crazy. The letter only had a postal address. Now I am wondering whether I should answer him. Maybe this is just a joke, Sarah suggested. I don't know. If it's a joke, it's a very stupid one, Igor answered, stretching in his chair. At that moment, his head began to spin. His ears were blocked. He frowned and touched his forehead with his hand, adding, I'll take some pills and lie down for a bit. I don't feel well. I'm sorry, dear. After kissing his wife and gently stroking his son's head, Mr. Young went to the bathroom, opened the medicine cabinet, and took a few capsules. After that, he changed into home clothes and settled down on the spacious bed in the bedroom, quickly falling asleep. Several times, the man woke up, feeling either hot or suddenly chilled. The boundaries between dreams and reality were erased. Now he was soaring over Lake Michigan on a huge paraglider, Now he was looking at the ceiling, which seemed about to collapse. After a while, Jeffrey felt a gentle hand on his forehead and heard his wife's voice. She said that he looked ill and had a high temperature, offering to call an ambulance. But the man replied in a weak voice that everything would soon pass, that he was already better. In the morning, Mrs.
Young got up, made a light breakfast, left a note asking to feed the child, and went to work. She left early that day because a colleague from the call center where Sarah worked asked to replace her. Jeffrey was free in the morning. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he had a lecture at the university, where he went a couple of times a week, but since Sarah was going to be back for lunch, she decided not to order a nanny. Another bright morning was dawning, but Jeffrey couldn't feel it. It had been less than a day since he had been infected with a virus called Nova, and the infection had almost completely taken over his body and mind. When little Billy woke up, his father was still in a semi-conscious state. Mr. Yang's body was gradually changing under the influence of the virus. The infection was actively absorbing large amounts of hemoglobin from the blood and accelerating the metabolism to increase the speed of its reproduction. The virus was literally sucking the life out of the human body. As a result, the new star left just enough life force to support the host, a kind of biological shell in which the multivirus spread. However, this virus needed constant feeding. It needed fresh blood and amino acids, that is, meat. It did not matter what its origin was: cow, rabbit, chicken, pig, or human. It did not matter to the virus. It directed the body to kill and eat. This was its new goal. The virus showed itself as a very skillful manager. It did not waste the body's resources in vain, but competently controlled the organism. During hunting periods, the new star activated all muscles and forces with the help of powerful neural impulses. The person became fast, strong, embittered, did not feel pain or fear. There was only one task left in the head: to kill and feed. It was not necessary to kill, but to eat at any opportunity, even if the prey was still alive. When the body was satiated, it slowed down, became sluggish, could barely move, saved energy until the next surge of aggression. Igor Tikhonov opened his eyes, but it was no longer himself. His pupils had darkened, his vision had deteriorated significantly, but his sense of smell had become sharper. His nose had acquired a pointed shape, like that of a dead person. His eyes had sunken, and his gums were inflamed. His gray, cracked skin exuded the smell of death. Everything that Mr. Young knew, loved, and remembered was gradually disappearing as the virus turned off this part of his brain to save energy. Igor had become a simple killing machine. Suddenly the man heard an unfamiliar sound, as if it was long familiar but forgotten. It irritated him and excited him at the same time. It was Natasha's hungry baby crying in his crib. Igor hesitantly got out of bed, his body infected with the virus obeying with difficulty. His heavy, raspy breathing filled the room. He took a few steps and reached a closed door. Unfortunately, the door opened outwards, so he pushed it with his hand and stepped out into the hallway. Billy's bedroom was 10 meters away, just past the bathroom. Mr. Young approached the door, which he had to pull towards himself, but this proved too much for his primitive brain. He tried to push the door, but it remained closed. The voice of the little boy behind the door became louder. The aggression of the infected increased. The feeling of hunger grew, and in a fit of rage, the body temperature rose noticeably. He hit again. The door shook. He rushed to hit harder and harder until the fragile plywood cracked. The baby, sensing danger, immediately hid under the bed and began to quietly suffocate. Igor Tikhonov crawled into the gap and sniffed. He could not see his prey, but he could feel its presence. The infected one rose to all fours, turned his head, and noticed Billy sitting under the bed, scared and with his legs tucked up. For this creature,
The boy was no longer a beloved pupil. Now he was just blood and flesh. Vital for the infection at this moment, the virus gave a signal. "Daddy?" said the baby, not yet realizing the full threat. A hoarse roar escaped Igor's throat, and he lunged at the child. The boy screamed and crawled away. Sarah returned home by lunchtime. Her husband had not answered his calls all morning, and this began to worry the woman. Maybe he had an emergency, called an ambulance or went to the hospital and forgot his phone, she thought on the way. No, Igor is always so responsible. He would have definitely called and warned. Okay, he definitely won't leave the child alone. With these thoughts, she entered the house. Everything was as usual, but some kind of heavy silence immediately hung over her. Billy usually greeted her joyfully at the door. "Son, I'm home." The woman walked down the hallway and noticed the broken door to the children's room. As she entered, the mother let out a piercing scream. There was a large pool of blood on the floor. Sarah turned around and saw a creature that looked like her husband in the corner behind the door. His entire face, hands, and clothes were covered in blood. The remains of a small child's body lay in the corner nearby. The woman screamed in despair and covered her face with her hands. She could not move. Her legs felt like lead, and a piercing pain ran through her spine, like an electric shock that engulfed every cell of her body. The infected man, in the form of the husband, quickly approached the woman and knocked her down with a powerful blow of his hand. Then the man fell with his whole body on his wife and sank his teeth into her throat. Life left Sarah, along with the blood gushing from the torn artery in her neck. Her body was quickly cooling. Jeffrey was satisfied. Now he had plenty of food. Chapter 42. Subscriber unavailable. Novosibirsk turned out to be the first center of the global epidemic. While the rest of the planet had not yet encountered an unknown virus, cities were not closed for quarantine. Residents did not feel the full horrors of purges and rapidly spreading infection, and the authorities did not introduce emergency measures. Professor Khaimovich was just beginning his long journey. At this time, strange events were already beginning to occur in the capital of Siberia. The news increasingly reported on unusual attacks and murders. Initially, the police announced that a maniac was operating in the city, but when several infected people were detained, it became clear that they were faced with a worse and previously unknown phenomenon. The epidemic was approaching with the force of a tide, covering the streets of the city. With each new wave, the number of sick people increased. The number of attacks, deaths, and growing panic also increased. Since the Nova contained part of the flu virus genome, the infection spread easily through the air. Each infected person soon became a carrier, transmitting the disease. The virus, entering the body, began to multiply rapidly, and within 24 hours turned its carrier into a savage, an aggressive, constantly hungry creature. Initially, patients were placed in psychiatric clinics where they were given numerous vaccinations, but this did not bring results. Most doctors refused to continue working, fearing their own infection, and insisted on creating specialized, hermetically sealed isolation wards for such patients. Kuznetsov was not interested in the news at all, because all his thoughts were devoted to his new acquaintance. Waking up in the morning, the young man felt completely healthy. No trace of yesterday's illness remained. He immediately tried to contact Katya, but only heard information that the subscriber's phone was switched off. After a quick breakfast and a short walk with Dodge, Andrei went in search of the girl who had sunk so deeply into his soul after a short meeting. He remembered that Katya lived in a village not far from the recreation center where the Vorobyovs' wedding was taking place, and decided to start with that. First, Kuznetsov went to a country restaurant where the girl worked and asked the security guard what village she was from. When he arrived there, he began asking local residents about her. Since he did not have a photo of Katya, he tried to describe her appearance in detail, but people were reluctant to talk to him. Andrei noticed that almost all the houses had boarded-up windows, and passers-by, upon seeing a stranger, tried to leave quickly
and closed the doors behind them. Everything around looked frightened and angry. Finally, a lonely old woman showed him a house on the outskirts. Andrei approached it, but stopped at a closed door. Through the window, he saw someone's silhouette lying on the bed and knocked. No one answered or even moved. The guy called Katya's name loudly several times, but there was silence in response. Looking more closely, he noticed that the door was rather flimsy and kicked it several times. The bolt flew off, and Andrei went inside. Katya was lying on the bed in the room, curled up into a small ball. "Katya! Katya! Can you hear me?" Andrei whispered anxiously, carefully examining the girl. She did not perceive his speech. Her hands were already lying lifelessly on the bed. Her eyes had rolled back, and there was not the slightest trace left of her former gentle smile. Katya was feverish, and her lips were moving silently, as if she were delirious.
"When did this happen? When did you get infected?"
Andrei demanded an explanation in a panic. The girl muttered with difficulty, with her last strength. "Grandma! Grandma is sick. Grandma was killed. No need. Grandma." Andrei Kuznetsov took out the syringe pistol he had brought with him and injected his girlfriend with the professor's protective vaccine. After that, he carefully picked Katya up, carried her outside, and laid her on the back seat of the car. Upon returning home, the girl remained unconscious. The guy put his girlfriend to bed and began to closely monitor her condition. Dodge sat nearby, warily looking at the guest and quietly whining. Katya was feverish. The virus in her body already felt like the master and fiercely resisted the vaccine. Gradually, the trembling subsided. The temperature dropped. The girl's skin acquired a healthy blush. The fever went away. He made it. He made it at the very last moment. A little more, and it would have been too late. Katya opened her eyes, looked around the room, noticed Andrei, and quietly asked, "Water." The guy poured mineral water and handed it to her. The girl's weak hand could barely hold the glass, and Andrei helped her take a sip. Katya pressed herself against the pillow and began to cry. "What's wrong with you? Everything's fine. You're healthy," Kuznetsov gently reassured. Yes, probably," Katya sobbed quietly. Having pulled herself together a bit, she continued, "When I came home, my grandmother was gone. I started looking, and the neighbors said that they locked her in the barn. She attacked them, bit them. I begged them to let her go, but they told me that I was responsible. I opened the door, and she rushed at me. I fell, and she ended up on top of me." "Bitten?" "No," Katya shook her head and burst into tears again. Calm down, Andrei hugged her tightly and pressed her to himself. The neighbor managed to run up in time and drag the grandmother away, but she bit him until she bled. Then the neighbor punched the grandmother in the face, and she fell to the ground. People came running, shouting that she was a witch, that she was casting spells. They had secretly disliked us before, and that night, 3 more turned into werewolves and killed their families. Only one little boy survived. He told everything. And the grandmother was in such a state, she was attacking everyone, like she was crazy. They took me aside. I saw how they beat her. Then they locked her in the barn and set it on fire. I screamed, tried to save her, but the neighbors threatened that I was a witch too. I got scared and ran home. At first I hid in the basement, then I froze and lay down on the bed, and then I don't remember anything. Andrei listened to the story and could not believe his ears. The girl asked in a trembling voice, "How did you find me?" "With great difficulty. I didn't even know your last name. I only knew your first name."
Lysitsina, Katya timidly introduced herself. Yes, she really does look like her, the same redhead. They both laughed, after which Kuznetsov briefly told about his search, then suddenly stood up and looked out the window.
Don't worry, you're fine. I administered the drug and now you're healthy.
You yourself haven't become infected?
I got vaccinated right after returning from the hospital. Then I waited for your call, and when the phone went dead, I realized that I needed to find you quickly. And I did.
They hugged, feeling each other's warmth. At that moment, the intercom rang. Dodge barked sharply and ran to the door. Andrei approached carefully. There was a small screen on the wall with an image from the camera at the entrance. The Vorobyevs were standing on the threshold. Ours, Andrei said quietly, looking at Katya, and pressed the button. Chapter 43. The Council of Four. The day after the vaccination, Ivan felt great, and the wound on his shoulder was almost healed.
At first, the doctors did not want to let go of the patient who was recovering so quickly.
But the clinic was constantly receiving people with an unknown virus. So Ivan was discharged to free up a bed.
Masha told her husband about the vaccine that Andrei brought, and they decided to visit Kuznetsov.
Hi.
Wow, what a dog! Masha froze at the threshold, not daring to enter, seeing Dodge.
Hello. Albert Borisovich asked me to look after him.
Don't worry. He's good-natured. Andrei led the dog into the kitchen, making way for the guests. I see. How are you? We wanted to chat. Masha looked at her husband, who continued to stand in the hallway, taking off his shoes. Okay. Let's discuss it. Andrei invited his friends into the room, where a red-haired girl was sitting on the bed. Oh, sorry. You're not alone, Masha answered, a little embarrassed, and nodded towards her friend. Basically, everyone already knows each other. This is Katya, and here are Ivan and Masha.
We won't greet each other for long.
Katya nodded to the hosts and sat down on the bed, wrapped in a blanket. Andrei invited the guest to sit down and turned to Ivan. How are you feeling? Everything is fine, thank you. It's healing like a dog's. There was a short silence, and Masha decided to get straight to the point. Something needs to be done. Look at what's happening. Hospitals are overcrowded with people with an unknown disease. Schools are closed for quarantine. It's already a full-blown epidemic. Andrei leaned against the window and said, And what do you suggest? We have a drug. We are scientists. We need to understand what kind of disease it is and create an antivirus. Several hundred people have fallen ill in 3 days. If this continues, the whole city will be infected in a week. Andrei took the case with the professor's vaccine from under the bed. Of the 20 ampules, 17 remained. We should contact the authorities, the mayor.
Tell them that we have a cure. We'll give them a sample so they can figure out the formula. Ivan, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke. I have learned that the mayor is either infected with the virus or has left the city. There has been no contact with him for several days. This is what one of the administration employees said. It seems to me that no one here is trying to do anything. People are in complete terror. Let's go to the lab ourselves and make a vaccine, suggested Masha, carefully studying the ampule with the antiviral drug. Absolutely right. Katya got out of bed. We need to take urgent measures. And where are you going to go? Andrei carefully took Masha by the shoulder, realizing that she was still weak. I'm fine. I've already recovered. By the way, Ivan, Katya and I got the vaccine. Now we have immunity. All that's left is to protect you. Kuznetsov looked at Masha. The girl just shrugged. I feel good. Why is that? Andrei looked at her thoughtfully. What exactly do you mean? Masha asked in surprise. Think about it. You were in contact with several infected people. The probability of getting sick was very high. Why did you stay healthy then? What are you getting at? Ivan tensed up. As a scientist, I am simply analyzing the situation. Andrei looked at Masha with a stern gaze. It is known that a small percentage of people are born with innate immunity to HIV. Perhaps Masha has immunity to this virus as well. There was a pause. Everyone thought about what had been said. Katya spoke first. Maybe we should still give Masha some medicine as a preventative measure. Andrei was silent, hesitating. Vorobyeva quietly shook her head. It's not worth it. While I'm healthy, the medicine is more needed by those who are sick. No. Let's give him an injection. I don't want to take any risks, Ivan said insistently. At this moment, Andrei intervened in the spouse's conversation. I have the vaccine with me. If the first signs of the disease appear, we will immediately administer the injection. The virus needs about a day to become irreversible in the body. Let's closely monitor the situation. Ivan looked at Kuznetsov with distrust and asked, Do you consider me a rabbit for experiments just to observe me? Tension and a feeling of distrust arose between them. Andrei took the cigarettes from the table, opened the window and lit up. When they gave you the medicine in the hospital, that was also a kind of test. If it weren't for the vaccine, you would already be running around the street and attacking people. Vorobyov frowned and objected. Would you like that? Andrei replied, I would like that, but to sit at home. No need to thank me. I did it for Masha. After which he exhaled a few rings of smoke. Masha exclaimed, What are you talking about, really? Something terrible is happening outside, and here you are arguing. Maybe in a few days there will be no one left at all. We need to stick together. These words had the desired effect. Ivan muttered, staring at the wall. Okay, you are scientists. Decide what to do. I will do what you say. Andrei put out his cigarette and threw it in the ashtray. Let's go to the lab. There is no time to waste. Katya declared decisively, I'm with you. Okay, better under my control than alone, Kuznetsov answered. After a while, the group left the apartment. Locking the door, Andrei shouted to Dodge, We'll be back soon, wait, don't chew the furniture. The lock clicked, and retreating footsteps were heard in the entrance. Dodge lazily stretched out at the threshold, resting his head on his front paws. He was uncomfortable within four walls, and the dog was yearning for his country estate and the professor, but his master was still not there. Chapter 44. Vorobyov returns the debt. The people came out into the street and stopped near the entrance. Andrei lit a cigarette again and asked Ivan, Are you driving? Vorobyov nodded in response. I parked it around the corner. Masha, looking around in fear, said, Look how strange, there's no one on the street. Even the stores are closed, as if everyone disappeared. Katya pointed to the windows of the neighboring house. They didn't disappear. All four looked up. Worried faces were looking at them from several windows. Ivan muttered thoughtfully, I remember one film. During the plague, people hid in their huts, thinking that this would save them. It seems that something similar is happening now. The young wife asked, And how did the film end? Ivan did not have time to answer. At that moment, two infected people burst into the yard. Seeing the healthy ones, they immediately pounced on the attack. Andrei shouted, Girls, get in the car, quickly! And opened the doors of his car parked near the entrance. The girls got inside, while the men stayed outside, deciding to deal with the strangers. Kuznetsov grabbed a large rock that was occasionally used to prop up the front door, and threw it with all his might, aiming for the head of one of the opponents. However, his hand failed, and the throw was inaccurate. The rock hit the chest, which temporarily stopped the attacker for only a few seconds. Not giving the enemy a chance to come to his senses, Andrei hit him in the face with all his might. He remembered a real fight from a long time ago from school, and now he was forced to urgently recall these life lessons. The second infected rushed at Ivan, but the guy dodged, took a step to the side, and pulling a large knife from his belt, slashed his opponent's neck. After the incident at the wedding, Vorobyov always carried this blade with him.
Blood spurted from the wound, but the cut was shallow, and the cannibal, not feeling pain, went on a second attack. Ivan met the enemy with a knife strike to the stomach. The enemy suddenly flinched and screamed in pain. Automatically, the cosmonaut hit the jaw with his elbow, knocked the stranger off his feet, and plunged the knife straight into the heart. He pulled out the blade and struck a second, third, fourth time like a madman who cannot stop even when the victim is already dead. Having torn apart the infected's chest, Ivan finally came to his senses. The knife handle, sticking out of the dead man's chest, slowly swayed from side to side. Vorobyov looked around. Andrei retreated, unable to deal with his opponent with his bare hands. His unpredictable blows only angered the cannibal, without causing any noticeable harm. The infected man confidently moved forward, trying to grab and bite the man. Stepping back, Kuznetsov tripped over the curb and lost his balance. The attacker, sensing the approach of victory, joyfully choked. But Ivan, sneaking up from behind, cut the cannibal's throat. He fell to his knees, choking on his own blood, and a moment later fell right next to Andrei. Kuznetsov was breathing heavily, sitting on the asphalt. His hands were shaking. The guy was very scared during the fight. Sergei helped the scientist to get up and winked. "For a lab assistant, you fight well." "Thank you, but I'm not a lab assistant," Andrei grinned. "You can consider us in a draw." "It'll do," Ivan nodded. Over the past few days, the men had helped each other out more than once, and a common enemy only brought them closer together. However, there was no time for joy. New infected appeared in the yard. In order not to take risks, the guys quickly got into Andrei's car, locked the doors, and drove off. One of the infected blocked the road. Kuznetsov tried to go around him, but hit him with the wing of his car. The impact sent his body flying onto the playground. Falling, the cannibal hit his head on the swing and was no longer able to get up. Spectators in the windows watched the fight with interest. As soon as the car left the yard, people returned to their rooms and drew the curtains. Behind strong doors, saving their water and food supplies, residents hoped that the epidemic would pass their families by. In one of the apartments, a 7-year-old girl was sitting on the floor, drawing on a piece of paper with felt-tip pens. The result was a bright and cheerful picture: a yellow sun, a blue sky, green grass, and 3 orange people: a dad, a mom, and a little daughter. At that moment, the parents were whispering anxiously in the kitchen, discussing whether to stay in the city or leave. The child listened to their conversation and hurried to finish the drawing to please the adults.
Andrei, squeezing between the generously parked cars, suggested, "Maybe we should go together in one car." The cosmonaut nodded and looked at his frightened wife. "I agree." Masha, looking at her bloody husband, lamented, "What's going on? Where's the police? God, you're hurt." Ivan calmly answered, "It's not my blood. Everything's fine." Kuznetsov sighed heavily. "I can't believe we just killed 3 people." Katya said sadly, "They weren't people anymore." At that very moment, they noticed another infected chasing a woman. She ran as fast as she could, screaming for help, but there was no one else around. The cannibal kept up with his victim. The woman crossed the road right in front of Igor Tikhonov's car, who turned the wheel sharply and ran over the cannibal. Hitting the bumper, he flew over the car, fell onto the asphalt, and broke his neck. The woman stopped for a moment, nodded to her saviors in gratitude, and ran on.
Andrei said,
"Since these are not people, we will destroy them. then stepped on the gas and headed towards the lab. Chapter 45. Abandoned Laboratory. When the company reached the place, the sun was already setting. Having driven up to the checkpoint, Kuznetsov took out the service remote control, and the barrier obediently rose, letting the car into the territory of the Research Institute. The parking lot was almost empty, and Andrei parked the car near the main entrance. Masha went up to the porch and tried to open the door, but the laboratory was closed. Andrei pressed the doorbell, but there was no answer. Then he dialed the security number but heard only long beeps. It looks like there is no one inside. Vorobyov suggested, "Maybe we should try the back entrance?" Andrei answered, "No. There is a hard iron door, and even during working hours it was almost never opened." Ivan decided to check it out himself.
"Stand here, suddenly someone opens it," he said, and disappeared around the corner. A few minutes later, the cosmonaut returned carrying a thick metal pipe, about a meter long, in his hands. "Look, I found a key near the trash can. I think it will come in handy." "Wait, what if we are now like burglars, and suddenly the police come?" Masha said doubtfully. "I think they have more than enough to do right now. If they drop by, we'll say that's how it was planned. Come on." Andrei pushed Katya and Masha aside. Ivan stood facing the tinted glass door and swung wide. The sound of the blow echoed through the streets. The glass cracked, but did not shatter into pieces. Masha shuddered and looked around anxiously. The sun had almost disappeared behind the horizon. The darkness was creating an oppressive atmosphere. She used to like the evenings in Novosibirsk, especially in the summer. Now, before her eyes were only empty streets, abandoned cars, closed doors and a window. Somewhere in the distance, the sirens of fire trucks were sounding. The wind was lifting light garbage that no one had cleaned up. The fog was swallowing up neighborhoods, buildings, people. Still alive for now, but their number was decreasing with each passing day. Suddenly a scream was heard on the neighboring street, then a shot, and deathly silence fell. Meanwhile, Ivan was not distracted and continued to knock out the cracked glass. Clearing the passage from shards, he was the first to enter. Masha, Katya, and Andrei followed him into the laboratory. There was no light in the hall, so all four stood there for a while, hesitating. "I don't remember where the switch is, and in general it doesn't matter," Kuznetsov muttered, turning on the flashlight mode on his phone. There was not a single person on the first floor. The guard post was empty. Slowly and carefully, overcoming stairs and corridors, the group moved forward. Not having met a single person, they reached the department where Andrei and Masha worked. Kuznetsov turned on the light, and everyone was blinded by the bright lighting. Once their eyes had adjusted, the scientists looked around the room. It was clear that the staff had left the lab in a hurry. There was unfinished coffee on the table, papers were scattered on the floor, and a forgotten umbrella was hanging on a coat rack in the corner. Andrei and Masha looked around their workstations, which had already been occupied by other staff, with an unaccustomed look. After the case against Khaimovich was opened, Kuznetsov and Snegureva, as the professor's closest assistants, were suspended from work until the investigation was completed, and Yosya Betz submitted a resignation letter and went to visit his relatives in Israel. Andrei walked up to his desk, where half-eaten French fries and a hamburger lay. "It looks like they're not going to call us back," the scientist noted gloomily, looking at Masha. "Yes, and your place has already been taken by Donut," she confirmed. Kuznetsov threw the remains of the food into the trash can with disgust and headed to Albert Borisovich's office. On the professor's desk, there was already a family photo of Sergei Vasilyevich Pritko,
who actively helped the investigation and eventually took Khaimovich's place. Andrei settled into a large leather chair, leaned back, and grinned. Oh, I dreamed of getting this office one day. Now dreams come true. There was a letter on the empty table, and Igor Tikhonov's hand reached for it. A minute later, Masha entered the office. "Hey, great boss. Why are you sitting so quietly?"
Am I the one who has to save the world? Igor's face was hidden by a piece of paper, and when he lowered it, Masha even shuddered.
"Why are you so pale?"
Read this. Andrei handed over a letter from Albert Borisovich, addressed to the new heads of the laboratory. Igor and Masha were removed before the deadly virus reached the research institute, so they did not know about the professor's terrible message. Their colleagues were among the first to be infected. The virus quickly spread among the scientists, and the building was immediately quarantined. Masha finished reading and looked at Igor in surprise.
"Do you really think this is—"
"It's him," Igor finished her words for her.
"How could he do this?"
"He's a genius, and all geniuses are a little crazy."
"You call this a little?"
The girl pointed towards the street.
"Masha, I don't know what to answer you exactly. I know exactly as much as you do. But the professor came to you. You saw him last. Where is he now?"
"Where did he disappear to?"
"Albert Borisovich said that he was leaving the city, and he... Oh... What? Speak up."
"If I understand his plans correctly, he wants to infect the entire planet. The professor left the city and the country to create many foci of infection and spread the epidemic throughout the world. He probably sent the same letters to other scientists."
Igor fell silent, deep in thought.
"Well, please continue." Masha couldn't stand the silence.
"It's so clear and logical. Those who are able to create a cure should be infected first. Then the probability of a global epidemic increases dramatically. Do you think he acts like this not only in Russia?" "He signed the letter. It means the professor is not hiding. He openly states his name and is not afraid of responsibility. Because there will be no one left to punish Albert Borisovich. Everyone will get infected, except him, and us too."
The girl was about to say something, but the conversation was interrupted by Ivan entering.
"Masha, I moved the device you asked for. What's going on here? We need to hurry." Without answering her husband, Vorobyova left the office. Andrei sat with his head down. Ivan shrugged his shoulders and followed his wife. A few minutes later, all four of them gathered in one room. Masha's strong leadership qualities suddenly awoke and intensified, and she took the initiative. "Andrei, you have the professor's antivirus. You need to figure out what it consists of and try to reproduce the formula. We got the answer to the problem. Now we need to understand the solution algorithm itself. You were the smartest in our group. You can handle it." Kuznetsov coughed into his fist and said, "Let's get started. I'll connect the synchronizer for now. Masha, you'll need the reagents. They are not here. They are on the second floor. I will go up and get them."
Take the flashlight. Andrei handed the phone to his colleague Ivan. "Let's go. Help me bring the device from the next room. Katya, don't touch anything." Vorobyova went out into the corridor, illuminated by a dim light that reached only a few steps ahead. Masha went down to the second floor, but the warehouse door was closed. The girl remembered that the keys were with the head of the housekeeping department. His office was at the very end of the corridor, and Vorobyova headed there. The sounds of her heels echoed loudly in the empty building, attracting the attention of someone who was wandering in the darkness and was very hungry. Chapter 46. Right on the mark. Masha walked quickly down the corridor. Many of the offices on the floor remained unlocked. When the evacuation was announced, the employees thought it was temporary. but the security services closed the building for quarantine and sent everyone home. A few days later, no one returned.
The door to the caretaker's office was also open. Vorobyova entered and opened a small cabinet with magnetic keys to various rooms. Having taken the entire box, she turned to the exit. But at that moment she froze in fear. A human figure appeared in the doorway, blocking the way. The infected growled and rushed at her. Masha screamed, dropped her phone and keys. The flashlight went out, completely plunging the room into darkness. The girl stepped aside, trying to dodge the attacker. A dull thud was heard. The infected missed and hit the wall, unable to stop. Vorobyova held her breath, trying not to make a sound. The infected could not see well in the dark, so he began to sniff and listen to every rustle of the victim. This gave Masha a few precious seconds to collect her thoughts and understand. If I scream, Vanya won't hear me, or he won't have time to come to the rescue. Suddenly she remembered that when she entered the office, she noticed an unusual pen lying on the table. From the depths of her memory, an excerpt from a self-defense program suddenly surfaced, which said that an ordinary pen can turn into a dangerous weapon if you hit someone in the eye or neck with it. Vorobyova carefully tried to feel for the pen in the darkness, trying not to make a sound with her heels that could give away her position. Finally, her fingers touched the sought-after object. It was a fountain pen, a rare gift to the quartermaster for the anniversary of his work at the research institute. Masha grabbed the unusual weapon and prepared to defend herself. At that moment, the attacker, sensing the proximity of a person and hearing a rustle, rushed to attack. In the darkness, two bodies collided. A plaintive cry and a furious growl were heard. Shortly before this, Andrei, Ivan, and Katya had finished preparing in the laboratory. Kuznetsov, sitting at Khaimovich's desk, was trying to find the necessary data on his computer. Ivan and Katya heard Masha's weak scream.
Vorobyov, like a bullet, jumped out of the department and ran down the stairs. "Stop! You don't know where to run," Lysitsina said in pursuit, but the cosmonaut's steps were already echoing in the corridor. Andrei ran out of the professor's office. "What happened? Where did he run?" The girl didn't have time to answer, because a fat cannibal appeared on the threshold, and behind him appeared two more infected in white coats. Andrei and Katya exchanged glances. They had to confront the three of them, remaining only the two of them, and there was a lot of equipment lying around that could be damaged during the fight. "Katya, quickly get under the table," the scientist ordered. Two cannibals rushed towards Andrei, and the third rushed after Katya. She dove under the table and almost got out on the other side, but the infected grabbed her ankle and pulled her towards himself. The Lysitsina turned over on her back and kicked the attacker with all her might with her free leg. The long heel of her shoe sank right into the zombie's eye. He unclasped his fingers and stopped moving. Katya carefully pulled the heel out of her head and crawled out from under the table. Andrei, wanting to atone for his defeat in the previous fight, punched his opponent in the face with great force. There was a crunch. The scientist cried out in pain and grabbed his wrist. The cannibal fell to the floor, but the second infected pressed Andrei against the wall and grabbed his shoulder. The zombie's teeth had not yet bitten through his clothes when someone grabbed him by the hair and abruptly pulled his head back. The zombie turned around furiously and saw a barefoot girl in front of him with a shoe in her hand. Katya waved her hand in greeting. As if hammering a nail, she drove the heel all the way into the enemy's eye. The cannibal fell to his knees, as if asking the girl for forgiveness. Lysitsina stepped back, and the zombie, with his mouth open and a shoe stuck in his head, fell face down. Andrei approached the fat man, whom he managed to knock down. "Why, it's Panchik. I never thought I'd meet him here. What is he even doing here?" The infected man coughed quietly and began to regain consciousness. "Finish him before he wakes up," Katya shouted.
Kuznetsov grabbed the attacker's head and turned it sharply to the side with all his strength. A crunch was heard. The cervical vertebrae clicked, and the body relaxed, stretching out on the floor. Phew! I couldn't stand that guy. But I didn't expect it to end like this, Andre muttered, shaking his hands. Close the door behind me. I'm going down. The scientist ran out of the department. Rubbing his bitten shoulder and wincing from the pain in his hand, he went down to the second floor. Andre remembered where the switch was, felt for the button, and turned on the light.
Ivan and Masha were walking towards him from the other end of the corridor. "What happened?" Kuznetsov asked. "I met an infected woman in the caretaker's office," Masha answered calmly. "Were you bitten?" "No, I was lucky. It was Baba Dasha, can you imagine? Our chatty cleaning lady. I recognized her right away when the light came on. She stuck a pen in my eye," Ivan said proudly. "I came running when it was already over." She herself didn't understand how it happened. She attacked me unexpectedly in the dark. I just hit her at random, we fell together, and she suddenly fell silent. Wow. We had our fill of it too. There were 3 corpses in our department. Donut, and 2 more guys from the genetics sector. How did they manage to enter the room? The astronaut asked in amazement. They came in right after you ran out. Katya didn't even have time to close the door in a hurry. Apparently, the noise from our bustle throughout the building attracted them. "I thought there was no one there," Masha sighed.
Kuznetsov shrugged and said, "Someone must have stayed out late and got infected." "So there's a chance that there are still Kanas here?" Ivan looked around warily. "Who are you?" Masha was surprised. "Well, Kans are a bunch of cannibals, infected people who eat people. That's what I once automatically called them," Vorobyov explained. "Let there be Can. Let's get to work as soon as possible," Andre approved. The 3 approached the warehouse door. Masha applied the magnetic key to the lock. Click. The door opened. The 3 entered and turned on the light. While Andre and Masha were choosing the reagents and other things needed for the experiments, Ivan took 2 rubber truncheons from the wall. "This will definitely come in handy, at least some kind of weapon," he noted. The boys returned to the 3rd floor. Kuznetsov knocked lightly on the door and said quietly, "Katya, open yours." Entering the office, they saw 3 corpses lying neatly against the wall. "I tidied up a bit so they wouldn't get in the way." Lysitsya smiled tiredly. "You are so caring to me." Andre kissed her tenderly on the cheek. "Life is like life." The people closed the door securely and blocked it with a wardrobe. Now they had only 3 rooms left to use. They decided to throw the bodies out the window so that they wouldn't spoil the view and wouldn't smell. Having thrown 2 of them out at once, the guys took on Donut, the heaviest of them. Having barely lifted the body onto the windowsill, Andre pushed it out with his foot. After falling from several floors, the body landed on the asphalt with a dull sound. Blood and brains flying in different directions. "Now let's get down to business," said Kuznetsov, clearing his throat and spitting towards the street. Chapter 47. Scientific Research. Andre led the process. Masha helped him. Ivan and Katya supported him in any way they could. Constantly conducting experiments, the scientists tried to understand the composition of Khaimovich's antivirus and construct a similar vaccine. During discussions, Kuznetsov and Vorobyova switched to specialized jargon, and the others could not grasp the essence of their words. The friends worked all night without a break, but the result did not satisfy Andre. "I doubt this vaccine and would not use it on a person. At best, it simply will not work, and at worst, it will cause an allergy, which can even result in death." Masha sat on the floor, leaning her head on her husband's shoulder. Do you think all this is useless? I don't know how long it will take. It's impossible to solve this riddle without the professor, her colleague answered, tiredly. There must be some way out, right? Katya asked quietly, yawning.
Andrei, sitting on the windowsill, smoked and exhaled smoke towards the open window, deep in thought.
There should be. But I don't see him now. It was a mistake to get rid of these three.
The scientist glanced at the bodies lying nearby.
One should have been left. An autopsy should have been performed. A closer examination. There's a cleaning lady downstairs that Masha killed. We can deliver her,
Ivan said.
That's an option, but a little later. My head is already not working. We are not able to accurately determine the composition of the vaccine, since we ourselves have not studied the virus. As soon as we figure it out, we will be able to better understand how to defeat it and why not everyone gets infected.
Andrei casually glanced towards Masha.
It's quite possible that I have a stronger immune system. Is it congenital or acquired?
None of those present gave an answer, and for some time, all four remained silent. I think we should all rest, get some sleep, and eat something, suggested Betya. Oh, and I didn't walk Dodge. The poor thing is probably suffering. I'll move out quickly, otherwise the apartment might flood. The professor is certainly something, but the dog shouldn't suffer because of him. Kuznetsov threw the cigarette butt into the street and closed the window. Katya shook her head with disapproval. Alone? Are you crazy? Do you think today is safer than yesterday? Well, I can't leave the dog like that. Especially now that I have at least some kind of weapon. I decided. Andrei twirled the baton in his hands and looked for the car keys. Then I'm with you. Lizitsina stood up from her chair and put on her combat, high-heeled shoes. No, Katya. It will be easier and safer for me alone. You talk about safety, but who insured you recently? The girl said with a sly smile, crossing her arms over her chest. True, you really are my savior, but it's still better not to risk it. There's a fire escape next to the window. I'll go down it. The car is around the corner. I'll quickly run home, walk the dog, and come back right away. Let me go with you, Ivan suggested. No, someone has to stay with the girls. It's unknown how many infected are wandering around the building. How will you get to the top? The ladder is high, about 2 meters above the ground, Katya asked, stubbornly. I'll bring a car and jump from the roof. The main thing is that you leave the window open. I'm leaving the vaccine just in case. The entire supply is hidden. Kuznetsov looked at Masha. She nodded in response. Katya pressed her lips with slight resentment and fear. Okay, just hurry up. Okay. The guy kissed the girl, stood on the windowsill, carefully climbed onto the stairs and began the descent. Jumping to the ground, Andrei rushed to the main entrance, where the car was parked. It was early morning and the streets were empty. The scientist got into the car and, giving a farewell signal to his friends looking out the window, quickly drove away. I could take a little nap. Ivan stretched and yawned, sitting down in a chair. I agree. Masha climbed onto her husband's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Katya took a deep breath, still standing by the window. Everything will be fine. He will come back. Vorobyova encouraged her new acquaintance. Fatigue quickly took its toll. People settled into the laboratory and soon dozed off. Meanwhile, the city gradually came to life. Chapter 48. Good Relations with Neighbors. On the 7th day after the outbreak, a tall man of 45 stood in line to check in at Beijing Airport. The flight was delayed for almost an hour,
and Mr. Patrick Deroy felt a little nervous. Hundreds of faces of passengers and airport staff flashed around him. This was not Mr. Deroy's first visit to China, as he was an archaeologist who regularly went on expeditions. After spending about a month on excavations, he was heading home to a suburb of Marseille for personal reasons, but he planned to return to China as soon as possible. There was more than enough work to do. Patrick felt a slight tickle in his throat and cleared his throat slightly. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, although the airport building maintained a comfortable microclimate despite the stifling heat outside. Finally, the man reached the coveted counter, presented his documents, and headed to the boarding area. He had been bothered by a cough the entire flight, and the flight attendant offered him mints to ease the unpleasant sensations in his throat. The robotaxi brought Patrick to his home street, where he had lived for the last 20 years. The outskirts of Marseille looked very well kept and blooming. Near the houses of the townspeople, carefully planted flower beds pleased the eye. The first thing Monsieur Deroy did not do was go to his own house, but to his neighbor who lived on the right. An elderly couple with the surname Laroche lived there. During his travels, the archaeologist always left his dog, Dobriak, in their care. It was a 3-year-old spaniel with a kind and smart character. While it was not possible to take a dog on most expeditions, Madame Laroche always took care of his devoted friend. Patrick knocked on the door, and a minute later it was opened by an elderly woman, in whose features one could discern the former youthful beauty. "Oh, Deroy, you're back already. You said it would be 2 months," she said in surprise. He replied that he had indeed returned, but not for long, as he would soon be leaving for China again, where he would have to resolve several important matters that required his personal presence. At that moment, the sound of dog claws on the parquet was heard. Hearing the owner's voice, Dobriak rushed to meet him. "How was the bandit? Did he bother me too much?" Patrick asked. The woman smiled and replied that this dog was the most affectionate and balanced of those she had met, and there were no problems with him. "Thank you very much, madam. I am very grateful to you." Patrick expressed his gratitude. She also told him to bring the dog to her when he planned to leave again. "Thank you." Monsieur Deroy gently scratched the dog behind the ear and headed to his room. And Dobriak ran after him, happily wagging his tail. Despite the fact that the neighbors treated the dog well, it was hard for him without his owner. Having undressed and taken a shower, Patrick sat down at the table to have lunch, because the journey had exhausted him. Suddenly, he felt a strange tingling in his nose and sneezed loudly, then several more times in a row. This usually happened when he caught the flu or a cold. That's the last thing we need. We need to take some medicine. After swallowing a couple of capsules with an antiviral agent, the man began to wash the dishes. The tap water upset him, creating an irritating sensation. Deciding that it was fatigue and time to calm his nerves, Patrick drank a few drops of the antidepressant mixture and lay down on the spacious sofa in the living room. The good guy jumped on his lap and settled down comfortably next to him. To show how much he missed him, the dog licked his owner's hand. "Don't lick me so hard, my friend. How are you? Is everything okay with you?" "I missed you too," the man said quietly, petting the spaniel, who squinted with pleasure from the caress. "I'm really tired. I need a good rest after the road." Deroy turned on his side, felt weakness in all his muscles and chills. Curled up in a fetal position, he quickly fell asleep. Patrick spent the rest of the day tossing and turning on the couch. The new star had entered his body at the Beijing airport, had managed to settle in, attack the body's defenses, and penetrated the genetic code. Actively multiplying, the virus took a lot of hemoglobin. A real battle with the disease had begun. The dog jumped off the couch and sat down next to him. Whining a little, she looked at her master. Her animal instinct told her that something was wrong. Suddenly, Duroy jumped up on the couch, his body still resisting his discomfort. He walked to the bathroom as if in a fog and looked at his reflection in the mirror. What is happening to me? The image in the mirror brought fear to the archaeologist. His body was shaking, chills were paralyzing him, and sweat and tears were running down his face. He clutched his stomach. A sharp pain pierced his stomach. Patrick bent over from a strong spasm and froze in this position on the bathroom floor. The kind dog, barking anxiously, ran up, wagging his tail. He sniffed. Something made him uneasy, because the smell of his master had changed. The dog's head was confused. Affection for the man and mistrust of that body in the bathroom confused him. The dog came closer and sniffed the hand. He did not recognize his own smell. It was something alien. Suddenly the hand jerked and hit the dog on the head. The dog recoiled, uttering a plaintive yelp. Patrick's body rose. His gaze darted from side to side, and the whites of his eyes were red from the many inflamed vessels. A muffled, hoarse breathing could be heard in the room. The good man, nervously wagging his tail, looked at his master. Suddenly the man, grinning, pounced on the dog, but, stumbling, missed and fell to the floor. The spaniel retreated to the door, looking frightened and silent, not knowing whether to bark or run away. The creature quickly regained consciousness. Seeing that the prey was trying to escape, Patrick rushed after the dog and squeezed its paw so hard that it felt pain. Without thinking, the infected one bit the animal. The crunch of bone was heard. Because human teeth, not adapted to such hard food, broke during the attempt to bite. The dog whined and in response bit its owner hard on the ear. Limping, rushed to the exit. A special hole was made at the bottom of the front door for the convenience of the dog, but Duroy closed it for the duration of the trip, and now the spaniel was locked in. Feeling the impending danger, Dobriak squeezed his paws and rolled back. Suddenly there was a knock, and the door swung open. "Patrick, I wanted to ask," Madame Laroche began to say, but her speech was interrupted by a numb fear. There was no neighbor around, and a terrible, angry man with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth was looking at her. The woman took a step back, but did not have time to turn around. Duroy, forgetting about the dog, rushed at the larger creature. He struck his neighbor in the face with his fist, causing the woman to scream and fall on her back. The sight of blood caused the infected to explode with a triumphant rage that an animal experiences when looking at a fallen victim. Madame Laroche, guided by instinct, screamed with all her might. Hearing the screams, her husband, the elderly and respected Monsieur Laroche, ran out of the house. Seeing that someone was attacking his wife, he grabbed the first object that came to hand. It turned out to be a rake, with which he was raking grass from the lawn. Running to the porch, the man hit the attacker with all his might. Patrick fell on top of the woman, but she quickly threw the infected away and crawled out from under him. The neighbor's face was stained with blood. The creature had managed to cut her cheek. Her eye was swollen, her nose was damaged. The old man dropped his rake in his excitement. This mistake proved fatal. The blow only stunned Patrick for a moment. He rose with even greater fury and rushed at Monsieur Laroche. A struggle ensued. The man lost his balance and fell to the grass. The next moment, the cannibal's teeth sank into his neck. Without giving him time to recover, the cannibal gouged out his victim's eyes with 2 fingers. The old man's dying scream echoed through the quiet street in the village near Marseille. Unfortunately, There was not a single person around. "Help! Please save me!" the woman screamed in panic as she watched her neighbor rip out her husband's throat. Her husband's lifeless eyes seemed to be searching for her before he died. Suddenly, despair gave way to furious anger, and Madame Laroche rushed at her attacker, trying to throw him off. However, Patrick grabbed the woman by the neck with one foot and by the head with the other. A terrible smile distorted his face. With a sharp movement, he broke her neck. The old woman's lifeless body collapsed to the ground next to her husband.
They left this world on the same day, just as they were supposed to.
At that moment, two men were running along the sidewalk. Hearing the noise of a struggle and screams, they hurried to see what had happened and found two bloody bodies on the grass.
Bloody drops were scattered across the green lawn.
Someone was leaning over the motionless man, as if trying to give him artificial respiration. It turned out that Patrick was the one who first bit off the softest and most vulnerable parts of the body: lips, nose, and cheeks.
"What the hell is going on here?"
one of the men exclaimed.
"Get away from them, creature!"
shouted another. Sensing danger, Patrick turned his head. His face was covered in blood, with pieces of flesh stuck to his chin.
"Oh!"
the men exhaled, unable to say more. Not giving his opponents time to come to their senses, the infected attacked first. He hit one in the stomach with his head and knocked him down. However, dealing with two strong men turned out to be much more difficult than with older people. One of the men squeezed the cannibal's neck, trying to strangle him. Igor Tikhonov bit the attacker's arm with his teeth and bit through the muscle. The second of the company pushed the attacker away with his foot, hitting him in the temple, and Duroy lost consciousness. "Call an ambulance! Call the police!" the wounded man shouted to his friend. Igor woke up before the medical help arrived. His arms and legs were tied with t-shirts. He couldn't get up and was growling from helplessness and anger. The infected felt the prey motionless nearby. He smelled blood, a taste that the virus had just begun to recognize in the body. The disease was getting stronger, demanding food. The spaniel Dobriak hid in the bushes, watching as his tied-up owner was loaded into a police truck, and two dead bodies were carefully packed into bags and put into an ambulance. The police questioned the men and filled out paperwork. Half an hour later, it was all over. The dog came out of hiding, sniffed the air, and approached the place where the Laroche couple lay. The pungent smell of the creature Igor had become could be felt nearby. There was no one left. Dobriak was alone. He sat down on the grass and howled quietly, feeling loneliness and the bitterness of loss. That day, he lost everyone who was dear to him and who cared about him. After Andrei left the lab and headed home to take Dodge for a walk, Novosibirsk had not yet descended into chaos and lawlessness. Only 1 week had passed since Khaimovich began his journey, spreading the virus around the world. Kuznetsov parked the car at his entrance and looked around. There was no one nearby. The bodies of the infected were still lying in the yard. No one even tried to clean them up. Only the flies showed interest in them, and the crows cawed loudly nearby. Andrei carefully slammed the car door and entered the entrance, tightly clutching a rubber truncheon in his hand. Approaching his apartment, he heard Dodge barking menacingly. Unlocking the door, the guy sternly said quietly to the dog, explaining that it was him. Hearing the familiar voice, the dog happily wagged its short tail and jumped up on its hind legs, trying to hug Andrei with its front legs. Kuznetsov realized from the smell in the room that Dodge had finally lost his temper. But there was no point in arguing now. The man put a collar on the dog and fastened the leash. Coming out onto the landing, Andrei noticed that the door to the neighboring apartment was slightly ajar.
A girl of about 7 years old was looking at him through the narrow crack. Dodge saw the child and wagged his tail in a friendly manner. At that moment, a female voice came from the apartment.
Tanya, what are you doing there? Close the door immediately.
Footsteps were heard, and the door slammed shut. Kuznetsov realized that the woman was speaking sternly to her daughter. Never, do you hear, under no circumstances open the door without permission. Andrei warned sternly. There was a dog barking. The child answered in a quiet, guilty voice. Well, I'll just give you a dog. Andrei did not listen to this family scene any longer and quickly went down the stairs. Once outside, he felt much calmer than in the dark and cramped entryway. The yard, which had previously seemed so cozy and friendly to him, now looked frightening. The benches near the entryways, where elderly people usually sat and discussed their neighbors, were empty. There were no mothers or children on the playground, and the local kids were not playing near the basketball hoop. The entire yard seemed to have died, become lifeless and empty. Kuznetsov turned around and looked at the house. Many of the windows were covered with curtains, but in one on the second floor, the pale face of an infected person flickered. Well, there's no need to be afraid of him. He won't get out of the apartment, Andrei thought, and contemptuously showed the zombie his middle finger. Suddenly his mood improved, and he began to tease the cannibal. Here you go, freak. See? Try to get to me. You're not even smart enough to open the door, you idiot. Next to the first face, a second one appeared in the window, a woman's. Kuznetsov immediately recognized this couple, whom he had seen only a couple of times. They had recently moved here with their little son. Andrei didn't even want to think about what had happened to the child after their infection. The couple's faces were distorted with anger. The man punched the glass, but it didn't crack. The zombies continued to look down at the man through the window. Igor Tikhonov put Dodge in the car and got behind the wheel. At that moment, he was distracted by the sound of broken glass. The infected man, who the scientist was cruelly joking about, broke the window, jumped from the second floor and fell on the asphalt near the hood of the car. Andrei craned his neck to get a better look at the victim, but after a few seconds the infected man got up. His face and hands were covered in cuts, pale pink blood oozing from them. The crippled cannibal moved slowly, trying to get to the man inside the car.
Damn it, zombie.
Andrei muttered and put the car into reverse, starting to turn around. At that moment, the infected man's wife jumped out of the same window and landed on the roof of the car. Igor braked sharply in surprise. The woman rolled onto the hood, but managed to hold on. Their eyes met through the windshield. The guy turned the wheel sharply and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The infected woman slid off and fell onto the asphalt with a dull thud. After driving a little, Andrei looked back. The woman was still alive and trying to get up. He put the car into reverse and slammed the bumper into her to finish her off. The impact caused the body to flip over several times and fall on its back. The wounded man limped past his wife and did not pay any attention to her. His attention was distracted by the mongrels rummaging through the trash bins. Kuznetsov went to a nearby vacant lot, where locals usually walked their dogs. He stopped the car and looked around, but didn't notice anything unusual. The guy let the dog out so it could relieve itself and run around. Suddenly, several infected people appeared at the edge of the clearing. Dodge began to growl. Judging by their movements, the cannibals looked weak and not in the best shape. Andrei could have left at any moment. But, having assessed their capabilities, he decided to meet the threat face to face. Taking a rubber truncheon in his hand, he quickly walked towards the attackers. Realizing that speed was his main asset, the guy sped up and struck the furthest of the aggressors first. The powerful blow made the enemy fall to his knees. But Andrei didn't have time to finish off the enemy, because the rest of the infected picked up speed and rushed to attack. Hunger and the proximity of prey gave them energy, and they moved much more actively.
Kuznetsov moved to the side almost 50 meters, trying not to get surrounded. Then he noticed how Dodge pounced on one of the infected, biting his teeth into the hand. The zombie barely reacted to the pain and began to beat the dog furiously with his free hand. Another infected grabbed the dog by the neck, and a third bit through his hind leg. Dodge growled and howled pitifully. Andrei rushed to save his four-legged friend, but a tall and broad-shouldered cannibal blocked his way. The cannibal swung, trying to knock the man to the ground, but Kuznetsov deftly ducked under his arm, took a step forward, and, finding himself behind the enemy, knocked him down with a powerful blow to the back of the head with a club. He fell, unconscious, face down in the ground. Andrei, realizing that if he delayed, Dodge would be torn to pieces, hurried to the dog. The dog, not expecting such a powerful defense against the infected, loosened its grip and immediately found itself in the zombie's clutches. For these creatures, it didn't matter whose flesh to tear and whose blood to drink. The main thing was to get hemoglobin, an element necessary for the virus living in the human body. Strong hands squeezed the dog tightly, and teeth tried to break through the skin. But over long millennia of evolution, human jaws have lost the ability to quickly and seriously injure such rough flesh. At that very moment, Andrei came to the rescue. While the infected were struggling with the dog, the guy came up from behind and started hitting the enemies with a baton left and right, stunning them. The dog finally broke free and ran away. "Dodge! Stop! Come to me!" Kuznetsov shouted with all his might, but the maddened dog rushed forward without turning around and soon disappeared from sight. Realizing that Dodge would not survive long on the street without him, Andrei got into the car and set off in search of his faithful friend. "He'll probably wake up soon. He won't be able to run far," thought the scientist, turning onto the road. He drove forward at random, turned into the nearest yard, got out of the car and called loudly several times, "Dodge! Come to me, Dodge!" However, the dog did not show up. Deciding not to linger in one place, the guy continued driving, rolled down the window and began to call the dog until he became hoarse. After several blocks, Kuznetsov reached the district square. Loud screams of people could be heard from there, as if torture was taking place there. But the square was empty. Only some sacks were lying in the center. It reminded me of an autumn fair, when potatoes, onions, carrots, and cabbage were sold here in nets, laid out in rows. Several houses blocked Andrei's view, and because of the concrete barriers blocking the road, he couldn't get any closer. The guy got out of the car, grabbed a baton, and started running towards the square. The voices of women, children, and men were heard all around. Looking around the corner, the scientist realized that these screams were coming from the speakers on the roof of an army SUV parked next to the barricade of sacks. "What's all the noise here?" Andrei thought and noticed Dodge, who was lying under a bench by a tree, about 200 meters away. The dog was licking his wounds and pressing his ears back in fear. Dodge. Kuznetsov quickly headed towards the dog, trying to catch it before it ran away again. Suddenly, several shots flew over his head. The man fell to the ground and Dodge, having come to his senses and remembering his new owner, crawled out from under the bench and hurried towards him. Soldiers were hiding behind sandbags in the center of the square. The military was clearing the city of infected and came up with a simple but effective way to attract them to one place, so as not to run after each one separately. Having recorded people's screams, the soldiers took powerful speakers, found a suitable site, and turned on the recording at maximum volume. According to the calculations of the headquarters that coordinated the operation, the cannibals should have come to the sound and become easy prey for machine gunners. For reliability, snipers were on the roofs of nearby houses. One young soldier mistook Andrei for an infected person and pulled the trigger. If the captain had not managed to hit the butt, Kuznetsov would have remained lying with a bullet in his head.
The scientist stood up and looked around. The dog had already approached him, wagging its tail and sniffing its owner. Suddenly the scream stopped, and a voice came from the loudspeaker.
"Civilian, raise your hands." Andrei obeyed and slowly rose, still holding the rubber truncheon. But as soon as he took a few steps toward the machine gunners, new shots were heard. The snipers killed 2 cannibals who had been lying in wait behind the scientist. At that moment, dozens of infected began running, entering, and crawling into the square. The soldiers stopped noticing Andrei, and he grabbed Dodge by the collar and rushed back to the car. There were 5 streets leading to the square, with zombies approaching from each one. The main group of soldiers had built a barricade of sandbags in the center, forming a square with 15 machine gunners on the perimeter. 10 snipers were positioned on the roofs nearby. Similar decoys were stationed in every district of the city.
The captain, pulling the bolt and shouting, "Aha, let's go, devils," called on the fighters, "Turn on the organ, let it lure." The cannibals did not keep us waiting long. Human groans attracted them like a magnet. Machine gunners hit living targets without stopping, and snipers from high points accurately shot the infected. Soon the approaches to the square were literally covered with bodies. Soldiers in respirators barely had time to reload their weapons, but the wave of zombies did not subside. "There are more of them than I expected," said one of the fighters, firing back. "Things are bad. I've already killed several of my acquaintances. It looks like half the city is infected," said another, roughly through his mask. Andrei and his dog Dodge had almost reached the car when they were suddenly surrounded by several cannibals. Seeing the living, they immediately rushed to attack. The boxer bared his teeth, making it clear that he was ready to fight again. "Dodge, go!" Andrei released the dog and rushed after it, holding the club tightly. With one powerful blow, Kuznetsov knocked the infected man to the ground, and with the second, he broke his neck vertebrae. At this time, Dodge jumped and sank his teeth into the shoulder of another cannibal. Having knocked down his opponent, the dog tightly clenched his jaws on his throat, and after a few seconds, a terrible death rattle was heard. Andrei himself was fighting a large but unusually fast woman. She screamed shrilly and waved her arms like a mad windmill, and he fought back with a club. Kuznetsov ducked, dodged a deathly pale hand with yellow nails, and struck her knees. The woman lost her footing and fell to the ground. Not allowing her to come to her senses, Andrei sharply pressed his foot to the infected woman's head, with as much force as possible. At that moment, one of the cannibals suddenly crept up from behind and hit the man hard on the back of the head. He flipped over his head and dropped his club. 2 cannibals immediately surrounded him, and the third, with broken legs, crawled on his hands and was quickly approaching. Dodge, growling loudly, rushed to attack, which saved Andrei. The scientist kicked the crawling zombie in the face, grabbed a thick branch nearby and drove it into the wounded enemy's eye with all his might. The second infected jumped on him. They rushed into a fight on the ground, and Kuznetsov, taking the upper position, felt a sharp stone. Sitting on the attacker, the guy hit his opponent in the face with the stone several times. When he stopped moving, Andrei got up and grabbed the club. At that time, Dodge was tearing the face of the third cannibal. Seeing that the path to the car was open, the scientist, with great difficulty, pulled the dog away from the dead man. Having put the dog in the car, the man got behind the wheel and closed the doors. Kuznetsov breathed a sigh of relief, pressed the ignition button with a trembling hand, but the car was silent. The guy looked at the charge indicator in despair. "Damn it, I should have charged the batteries in advance." Having assessed the situation, Andrei jumped out of the car and began to push it with all his might, trying to press the start button with a baton at the same time.
The old-fashioned method helped. The car drove a few meters, giving off sparks, after which the engine finally started. The speakers in the square did not stop, continuing to attract the infected from all sides. Seeing Igor Tikhonov, the crowd of zombies turned in his direction and quickly surrounded the car. Kuznetsov managed to slam the doors before the monsters closed the ring. The guy carefully began to turn around, so as not to stall, but the creatures surrounded the car from all sides, preventing him from leaving.
The infected knocked on the glass with their hands. The dog barked loudly and rushed around the cabin in panic, and the man tried to stay calm and find a way out of the trap. Andrei, turning the steering wheel to the right and then to the left, pushed the zombies away with the bumper. When a gap appeared between the bodies, the young scientist sharply pressed the gas, threw 2 infected over the hood, and got out of the encirclement. It was really hot in the square. The snipers were running out of ammunition, and the soldiers in the fortifications were fighting back with grenades. There were already over 2,000 corpses littering the asphalt, but the crowd of infected was not getting smaller. One of the soldiers felt ill. He took off his respirator and took several deep breaths of air. The commander, noticing this, shouted, "Don't take it off. Put on the respirator immediately." He replied, "Sorry, Commander. I have breathing problems after bronchitis. There is not enough oxygen in the respirator." The commander sternly ordered, "To the APC, quickly." The soldier climbed over the barricade and quickly climbed onto a nearby armored personnel carrier. On the radio, the commander heard the snipers reporting that their ammunition was running low. "Stay where you are. Don't go down. HQ will send a helicopter for you. Group," the captain gave the order to the gunners positioned on the roofs, then looked at his fighters and asked, "How are you with ammo?" Half of the soldiers shook their heads. The rest had at least 1 clip left. The commander, noticing the approach of the zombies, said, "Semenov, bring the car. The rest, to the armored personnel carrier and to the roof. I order you to retreat. And stop this screaming already." The soldiers began to leave their shelters quickly, firing in short bursts. An armored personnel carrier moved ahead, clearing a path, crushing dozens of bodies under its wheels. An SUV followed behind with a commander, driver, and a gunner on the roof. Snipers, using the optics of their empty rifles, followed the column with their eyes. It was unclear who had won. 2,000 bodies continued to decompose under the scorching sun. People retreated, abandoning their positions, but the invisible enemy did not lag behind. The soldiers, in the stuffy armored personnel carrier, took off their respirators and breathed heavily while the wheels crushed the infected. Part 50. Studying the Enemy. Several hours had passed since Andrei had left the laboratory. Ivan was the first to wake up. He was awakened by a muffled knock at the door. The cosmonaut raised himself on his elbow, listened attentively, and looked at the girls. Katya and Masha, confused by the noise, also opened their eyes. "Is that Andrei?" Lisitsina muttered sleepily. The astronaut walked up to the cabinet they had used to close the entrance and shook his head.
"No, there are probably still infected in the building." "Can they hear us?" Masha asked fearfully. "It looks like it, but the door is strong, and the closet is even stronger. They won't be able to get in here." "What if we need to go out to get something?" Katya asked, gathering her disheveled hair into a ponytail. "It seems we have everything we need." Masha looked around the room. "Well, except for a living zombie." Vorobyov scratched the back of his head. "It's quite possible to move the closet, open the door and let a couple of people in. But we don't know how many there are outside. This is definitely not something to do now." The Zitsin looked at Ivan with caution. Yes, Andrei will be useful to us, the cosmonaut supported. His house is nearby. How long have we been sleeping? About 3 o'clock, Masha answered, looking at her watch. Just?
Katya went to the window and looked down.
In 3 hours, you can walk the dog 5 times and come back.
Damn, I didn't want to let him go. Why is he gone for so long?
Don't worry, Vorobyova approached her friend. He'll cope. All 3 of them stared out the window, having nothing better to do. An ambulance sped down the street next door, and single shots could be heard periodically in the distance. Finally, a familiar car appeared from around the corner. Kuznetsov parked the car under the fire escape and turned to Dodge. Sit here. I'll think about how to get you up. The guy locked all the doors and windows, climbed onto the hood, then moved onto the roof and started climbing the ladder. A minute later, he was already in the lab. Why did it take so long? Katya wrapped her arms around his neck. The girls met some friends, sat in a cafe for a while. I'm kidding, of course. Something terrible is happening in the city. It looks like a war has begun.
With whom? The Vorobyevs asked in chorus.
With the infected. They are everywhere. Kuznetsov told his friends about the barricade on the square, about the soldiers who shot at the crowd of zombies, about how he walked Dodge and fought off the infected, about the cannibals who jumped out of the apartment, breaking the glass, and about everything he saw in the city today. I wanted to call, but there was no connection. Andrei concluded his story. Me too, Masha said, looking at her phone. I'm also without connection. It looks like the operators have completely disconnected. No signal, no internet, Ivan summed up. The situation is terrible. It's as if civilization has collapsed. The scientist sighed wearily, sitting down in a chair. The virus is spreading at lightning speed. The military is mercilessly shooting the infected like rabid dogs. Damn connection. I need to warn my parents immediately.
They are currently in Gelendzhik, visiting relatives.
Ivan nervously tapped his fingers on the table, and mine flew off to Thailand for a holiday a week ago. They haven't been in touch for 3 days, Andrei muttered gloomily. The friends were silent, thinking about their loved ones and realizing that they might not see them again. The astronaut broke the silence. Someone was just walking around the door and knocking. We don't know how many there are, and I didn't dare go out alone. We need to continue working, Kuznetsov perked up. To understand the virus and create a vaccine, we need a carrier. We only need one, right? We open the door, lure the cannibal inside, and neutralize him. Ivan outlined his plan. What are we going to tie it with? Katya asked. This, Masha answered, and held out a wide medical tourniquet. I got it from the warehouse. Excellent. Let's get started, the scientist ordered. The men moved the cabinet and listened attentively to the silence behind the door. Vorobyov stood opposite, holding a baton in his hands. Andrei slowly pulled the handle, looked out through the crack, and saw the infected man standing with his back to him. Hey, idiot! Come here! The cannibal turned sharply and ran at him. Kuznetsov jumped back behind the door, not noticing 2 more infected hiding in the corridor. The cannibal burst into the room and saw Ivan in front of him, but barely took a couple of steps when the club in Andrei's hands hit him on the head. Losing his balance, the monster staggered, and a second later received a second blow that knocked him unconscious. Excellent, everything is simpler than I expected, said the scientist and turned to the door to close it. Suddenly, someone's icy hand grabbed his face and pushed him forward. Kuznetsov fell on his back and saw 2 cannibals burst into the office. Vorobyov met the attackers, hitting one in the face with a baton, but then received a strong blow to the jaw from another. The guy's eyes went cloudy, and a salty taste of blood appeared in his mouth. Andrei jumped up from the floor and rushed to help his friend. He ran head-on into his opponent's stomach and tried to knock him to the ground. However, the zombie stood firmly on his feet and, leaning on the man, hit him hard in the spine with his fist. Kuznetsov screamed in pain and dropped to one knee. The infected one squeezed the scientist's head tightly and pulled him towards himself. Andrei felt a foul exhalation and saw a disgusting open mouth with yellow teeth in front of him. Another moment, and the cannibal would have sunk his teeth into his face, but Ivan came to his senses and knocked the cannibal unconscious with one strong blow to the back of the head. The boys turned the lock and closed the cabinet back.
Katya examined Andrei and asked, "Are you okay?"
Do you feel much pain? Masha noted that his lip was split and began looking for alcohol to treat the wounds. Ivan, looking at the 3 unconscious infected, noted, "Looks like we'll need more tourniquets." Kuznetsov groaned, squeezing his sore back.
The more test subjects, the better.
The men tied the prisoner's hands and feet, dragged 2 into a corner, and laid the third, the one who had almost broken Andrei's spine, on the operating table. Vorobyova suggested, "Let's inject the vaccine we created yesterday. We won't lose anything." The scientist agreed and gave one of the infected men in the corner an injection, hoping to see the result. Now this one. Where do we start? Masha looked at the cannibal lying on the table. He came to, gnashed his teeth, tried to break free but couldn't move. His mouth was sealed with a bandage, his head was tied to the surface, and his arms and legs didn't give him freedom. The infected one only looked at people angrily, making hoarse sounds and growling softly. We'll start with a blood test, biochemical parameters, and temperature. Kuznetsov outlined the research plan. Masha connected several sensors to her body. Ivan and Katya watched from the side as the scientists, as if in a trial experiment, examined the zombie raging on the table. First, let's check the pain threshold, Vorobyova said, taking a scalpel and making a small cut on her arm. The cannibal continued to growl, but showed no signs of pain. The sensors also did not register any activity in the nerve endings. It looks like it's just a scratch for him. A more serious injury is needed. Andrei stuck the scalpel into the infected man's shoulder. He twitched slightly, and a small reaction appeared on the screen. The body responded to the damage, but much weaker than that of an ordinary person. He barely felt it. I pierced him, and for him it was like a mosquito bite. The pain threshold is incredibly high, Masha summed up. She asked her husband to hold the cannibal's head, pulled back the eyelid and shined a flashlight into the eye. The pupils react weakly to light. Their vision is worse than ours. But I suppose the sense of smell is much better, Ivan observed with a displeased expression. Even when we sleep, we can feel them. Masha said thoughtfully, "We should do a tomography of his brain." Andrei, pointing to a medical saw, suggested, "Maybe we should just take it out." The girl answered decisively, "If there is a chance to save a person and return him to normal life, there is no need to rush to open the skull." He objected. "I'm not sure." "Why?" asked Masha. Kuznetsov put down the scalpel, thoughtfully biting his lip. The professor wrote in the letter that the vaccine should be administered within 24 hours of infection. The injection should be done at the first symptoms. Otherwise, the disease becomes irreversible. Apparently, this guy has been infected for several days. The scientist pointed to the ulcers and scabs on the patient's body and continued thinking out loud, as Albert Borisovich usually did. The virus spreads much faster than the plague, which means it is transmitted by airborne droplets. Ivan scratched his healed wound and said, "It looks like I caught the disease from a bite." "That's also possible, but given the speed of the epidemic, The main route of transmission is still airborne, Kuznetsov replied. Masha, twisting a tourniquet just above the elbow of the subject, suggested, "I'll do a blood test. If only I could find a vein." Look. The blood is not bright red, but dirty pinkish. Andrei took the filled test tube and went to the microscope. "I'll check the level of hemoglobin and red blood cells." Katya sat down next to him, closely watching her friend's actions. At this time, the Vorobyovs continued to discuss cannibals.
Ivan asked, "Why are they so furious?"
"I think it will all become clear soon. It is probably connected with the nervous system and the unusual color of the blood. Venous blood has a dark red tint, and here it is very light, which means there are few red blood cells in it. Because of this, the brain does not receive enough oxygen. The cells begin to die. So the infected are more like animals than people, and are guided only by basic instincts. For example, do they eat human flesh? Yes, exactly. Hunger is one of those instincts. But what surprises me is that the desire for self-preservation is practically absent. It's very strange, Natasha said thoughtfully. Igor looked up from the microscope and gestured to his friends. I'm in complete shock. The hemoglobin level is so low. I've never seen anything like it. And one more thing. Natasha, look. This is something familiar. The girl carefully examined the enlarged image on the screen.
It's a virus, and it's similar to Red Star, but even more powerful and complex. But the prisoners died a few days after infection. Vorobyova lowered her head wearily. In my opinion, this is already a living corpse that is decomposing very slowly. Kuznetsov sighed and stood up from his chair. That's where this terrible smell comes from. Katya winced. If this is really the Red Star, then it needs blood to live and reproduce. I think we had some supplies. Natasha looked at her colleague. Igor walked up to the refrigerator and opened the door. Yes, we have several bags of pig blood. Give it here. Natasha quickly removed the bandage from the subject's mouth, and the cannibal immediately tried to bite her. Hey, be careful. What are you doing? Ivan ran up to his wife. Everything is under control. The girl made a hole in the bag and poured some blood directly into the zombie's mouth, which began to drink it greedily. Did you decide to feed him before he died?
Kuznetsov chuckled. By the way, do we have anything normal to eat? Vorobyova asked, continuing to give the cannibal something to drink. Looking at this, do you still have an appetite? Ivan said with a smile. Katya took out some bread and a piece of sausage from the bag, looking at Andrei with embarrassment. I grabbed some food. I looked in your fridge before I left, just in case. Break me a piece, please, Masha said, and threw the infected man some bread, which he tried but spat out. Then he did the same with the sausage. He probably doesn't like it, the cosmonaut noted, looking hungrily at the remaining sausage. He doesn't perceive it as food. Cannibals need something with hemoglobin. That is, any living organism, blood and raw meat, the wife explained. Kuznetsov leaned towards the microscope again, then looked at the subject. The virus behaves similarly to the Red Star, but looks different from it. Let's say it's a mutant of the Martian and Earth viruses. I remember that the Red Star destroyed all other viruses. It was impossible to crossbreed it with others. Masha shook her head. If we didn't succeed, it doesn't mean that it's absolutely impossible. Apparently, someone managed to succeed. Andrei intervened and added, the mutant has become much more powerful. It multiplies rapidly and covers more and more parts of the body. Penetrating the body, it changes the nervous system. I think a complex process is happening here, maybe even at the gene level, but we don't have the technical ability to conduct such research now. Sorry for interrupting your advice, but there's something wrong with that guy. Katya pointed to the infected man who had been injected with the vaccine prepared yesterday. The zombie was suffering from fever. His pupils were up, and a foamy pink liquid was coming out of his mouth.
His face, already disfigured by the disease, had become even more terrifying.
It seems that the medicine has no effect on him, Ivan noted.
10 minutes later, the infected person fell silent and stopped breathing.
The body couldn't handle it, Kuznetsov concluded. It was probably an allergic reaction to the drug. In any case, our vaccine is ineffective for those infected at this stage. I wouldn't inject it into a healthy person, unless there really is nothing left to lose. No, it's a very useful thing. You go to the infected person, inject this thing, and wait until he goes into anaphylactic shock. The cosmonaut perked up. Very funny, Andrei muttered. Masha clapped her hands, and thereby relieved the tension in the room. So let's sum it up for now. We have 16 ampules of the professor's vaccine left. It is known that after infection, there is about a day to administer the medicine, after which the process becomes irreversible. What else?
After a day, they are no longer people. They devour everything that moves. Only live food with blood is suitable for them, Kuznetsov added. They feel almost no pain. It's useless to wound them. You have to kill them. Vorobyov poked the scalpel into the zombie lying on the table again. It's better to hit them in the head or chest. In a fight, they most often wave their arms or try to bite. Their vision is worse than human, but their sense of smell and hearing are apparently preserved, Lisitsina noted. Andrei lit a cigarette sitting on the windowsill. This virus does not destroy the host as quickly as the Red Star did. I wonder how long they can last in this state, Ivan thought. I don't know yet. A couple of weeks, a month, maybe a year. I think a lot depends on their diet. We have too little information about the disease. So, without medicine, all the inhabitants will soon turn into the same? Katya asked quietly. Not everyone gets infected, apparently. Andrei looked closely at Masha.
Perhaps someone has immunity. We all received a dose of the antivirus. Ivan got infected through a bite. Katya most likely picked up the virus through airborne droplets from her grandmother. You could have been infected several times, but you look healthy. Vorobyova was silent, thinking over the information she had received. We need to take a sample of your blood. Maybe we can clarify something. Yes, I agree, let's go. The girl extended her hand. Igor Tikhonov drew blood into a test tube, then examined the samples under a microscope and added saliva from the infected person. He worked silently, while the others spoke in hushed tones so as not to distract them. Finally, the scientist said, Masha, I don't know how clear this is, but essentially, the virus dies in your plasma. Your antibodies destroy it. Therefore, she has immunity, Katya finished for him.
You would make a great virologist, Andrei smiled, turning to his friend.
Yes, even we, ordinary people, understand this.
Ivan's clicking sound was heard.
I'm really surprised where this immunity came from. It's a new virus. How is that possible?
Masha nervously chewed on her pencil.
There is definitely no immunity to the Red Star virus. If the mutant is partially composed of Earth strains, or even several, that's the option worth considering,
Andrei said, throwing his cigarette butt out the window.
Figure out what kind of viruses make up the mutant, and that's the end of it.
Ivan began to roll around in his office chair, bored.
Everything is much more complicated. The mutant is still a single organism, and to split it into components, a lot of time and experiments are needed,
explained Igor Tikhonov. Every Earth virus has vulnerable spots,
which means that this mutant has partially inherited them. Masha, what illnesses did you have as a child?
What vaccinations did you receive? Like everything else, acute respiratory infections, flu, mumps. I think... No, that's too simple. Flu. Maybe it exists in many forms, but this is clearly something else. Remember. Ivan snapped his fingers and said, Remember, you told me how a ferret bit you? And you were given rabies shots? That's more interesting. Andre noted enthusiastically. That means you have immunity to rabies. If this virus was used to create a mutant, then your antibodies can block it from memory. Although, this is only a hypothesis for now. Let's try. Masha looked confidently at her colleague. Wait. I understand what you're thinking. Don't even think about it. Ivan jumped up from his seat and approached his wife. We have a vaccine, Kuznetsov reminded him carefully. Don't worry. If I get infected, it will quickly become noticeable, and Andre will inject me with an antivirus. Ivan, this is exactly how you can test the immune system.
You can't see it under a microscope, but we have technology that will allow us to track the infection and show the processes in the body. This way, we can study the virus better. Ivan crossed his arms over his chest. Anything can happen. I'm still against such experiments. It's up to me to decide, Masha said calmly. Guys, how long do you think we'll stay? Katya interrupted the argument. Maybe we should have a snack of what's left first, because it's hard to conduct such experiments on an empty stomach. Besides, we still need to stock up on provisions. I agree with that, but first we should put things in order here. Ivan pointed at the infected. If you don't need them anymore, of course. I'll just take a couple of blood samples just in case, Andre answered, grabbing several test tubes from the table. When the scientist finished, Ivan stunned the cannibals with a blow to the back of the head, after which the men threw the bodies out the window. Phew, it's like breathing has become easier. Because the stench of corpses has disappeared, the cosmonaut noted, sitting down at the modestly laid table where the girls were sitting. Everyone had a small snack of sandwiches, but this only made them more hungry. It's really knocking me off my feet, Andre yawned. No wonder, so many hours without sleep, Katya purred softly, carefully stroking her friend's head. Let's have you rest, and Vanya and I will go get groceries before it gets dark, suggested Masha. No, it's not safe. Men should go, Kuznetsov objected. You can barely stand on your feet. We'll go in your car to the supermarket where we got salads for lunch, Vorbyova tried to convince her colleague. I just drove past, but it's closed. Then it's time to open it, the cosmonaut said calmly, waving a rubber truncheon. Okay, you've convinced me, but be extremely careful. Now everyone is on their own. The danger is not only zombies, but also other people. Andre sighed and looked at Masha. Okay, Mommy, as you say. Ivan smiled. We'll be back before dark. I'm serious. It's easy to get shot, even in a couple of minutes. Kuznetsov recalled how he almost ended up under fire from the military in the square. With each passing hour and day, the city increasingly resembled a battlefield. Battles were fought on many fronts at once. The law, which sought to restore order in the rapidly growing chaos, was opposed by two forces at once. The first was represented by hordes of the infected, whose numbers were growing rapidly, and it was with them that all units of the army and police fought. The second group consisted of marauders and bandits, who robbed, killed, and broke into residential apartments and shops. The criminals used violence to take the last valuables from those who could not defend themselves. This was the appearance of a city engulfed in an epidemic. Chapter 51. Replenishment. The sun was gradually setting, filling the frozen streets with a warm, golden light. Ivan said that they needed to move on before it got dark. Katya pointed out to Andre the 3 zombies hanging around his car and asked what they wanted. From their appearance, it seemed that they did not notice us. Kuznetsov, slapping himself on the forehead, remembered that he had forgotten about Dodge's dog, who had already been noticed by the dead. The zombies surrounded the car and began to knock on the windows. Inside the car, the dog barked and rushed around with fury. Ivan, noticing that the windows would not last long, climbed onto the fire escape and began to descend, holding on to the baton that was in his belt. The girls were screaming loudly from above, distracting the zombies from the dog. One of them turned his attention to the people, while the other two continued to hit the glass. The side window cracked first and then shattered from the next blow. Ivan stuck his hand through the hole. Dodge bit into it, but did not notice the other hand that grabbed him by the ear. Stopping on the penultimate step, Ivan kicked the attacking zombie in the face. He withstood the blow and remained standing. Then the guy grabbed the baton and hit him several times with force, after which the enemy fell to the asphalt. Then Ivan jumped on the roof of the car and knocked the second attacker to the ground. The third infected had climbed inside almost to his waist and was struggling with the dog, not paying attention to the man. Vorobyov grabbed him by the legs and jerked him towards himself. The zombie, who was an avid fighter, hit his head and hurt himself on the glass, falling out. The man broke his neck with a kick and began finishing off the others. Having cleared the space, Ivan helped Masha down. Dodge remained lying on the back seat, watching what was happening and feeling the unpleasant taste of death in his mouth. Ivan scratched his head and said, "How can we get him up now?" Natasha answered, "Let him go with us. It will be calmer with such a guard. We'll take some food, and on the way we'll think about how to get him to the lab." The young couple got into the car. Over the past day, the batteries had been slightly recharged by the solar panels, and the engine started without difficulty, immediately at the first turn of the key. The shortcut to the store was blocked by abandoned cars, so Ivan had to find another route. As they drove slowly along the streets, several helicopters flew overhead, creating an ominous roar of blades. Driving past a jewelry store, the Vorobyovs noticed a thief running away into the distance, chased by the owner of the jewelry, who had not managed to remove the goods from the display cases and still had hopes of selling them one day. On one of the streets, their way was blocked by a large crowd of infected. In order not to take any risks, the cosmonaut decided to back up and, breaking away from the crowd, eventually drove up to the store. The door to the supermarket had already been knocked down by looters who had been there before. Many shelves were empty. Some of the goods were lying on the floor. The body of a security guard with obvious bite marks was lying in a pool of blood near the cash register. Fearing that there might be zombies inside, Ivan covered his lips with his index finger. Masha nodded, and without saying a word, they began to carefully move between the counters. The cosmonaut grabbed a cart and, trying not to make noise, slowly rolled it ahead, helping his wife collect the groceries. "Well, at least there's no line," Ivan said quietly. Masha smiled and shook her finger at him, then gestured toward the row of bottles of clean water. They loaded a few bottles into the cart and headed toward the canned goods section. Suddenly, Ivan stopped and crouched down, noticing two cannibals 10 meters away, slowly moving, shuffling their feet.
We've almost got everything we need. We should probably leave before they notice us,
the astronaut said quietly, staring at the cannibals until they disappeared behind the drinks rack. The young couple had already turned towards the exit when suddenly a child's cry was heard. Ivan and Maria glanced at the car parked nearby, and as soon as the thought occurred to them, they simultaneously rushed to the place from where the voice was heard. In the next aisle, the zombies came across two teenagers. The frightened boy and girl found themselves in a dead end between the wall and the shelves. Seeing the attackers, the girl screamed. The guy grabbed a single glass bottle of juice from the shelves and accurately threw it at the head of the infected, and he fell unconscious. But the second zombie instantly hit the boy in the face, throwing him aside, and he crashed into the shelf, feeling a noise in his head. At this time, the zombie pressed the girl against the wall, trying to gouge out her eyes. The girl covered her face with her hands and felt the monster's teeth sink into her forearm. At that moment, Ivan's club came down hard on the infected's neck. The zombie relaxed and fell on his side with damaged vertebrae. The second monster had already gotten up and was walking towards the wounded teenager, but Masha, sneaking up from behind, abruptly hit the infected's head with a 3-liter jar of tomato juice.
The glass shattered with a crash, and the infected fell into a pool of his own blood mixed with tomato juice. Because of the noise, Ivan frowned and looked around the battlefield. "Too much noise. We need to get away from here quickly," Ivan said, turning to the teenagers. "Are you alive?" The boys nodded silently.
The boy rose from the floor, sniffling from his broken nose, from which a thin stream of blood was slowly dripping. The girl held her hand on her bitten shoulder and timidly looked at her rescuers. "Where are you from? Where are your parents?" Masha asked, looking around. "We live nearby. We were hunting. My parents are not here now," the guy muttered. "Not anymore," the girl added, covering her mouth with her hand and coughing. "How are you feeling?" Masha asked, looking at the girl's pale face. "It's been cold since this morning." Ivan looked out from behind the counter and, having made sure that there was no one else in the store, turned to his new acquaintances. "When did you lose your parents?" "We left them yesterday. They became the same." The boy pointed to the lifeless bodies of the infected lying nearby. The young people looked at each other and stepped aside. Masha said quietly, "The girl has less than a day left. The guy is most likely infected too." "Yes, I see. What do you suggest we do? Finish them off now?" Vorobyova looked closely at the teenagers, who were also quietly discussing something among themselves. "They're still very small. There's a vaccine. Maybe we should take them with us?" she suggested. "It's risky, but okay, I'll agree," the husband replied. The family walked back to their new acquaintances. "If you want to survive, be quiet and listen to me carefully. There is a car outside. We know a safe place. Do what I say, and everyone will stay alive." The cosmonaut gave a short command. The four quickly filled the cart to the brim and headed for the exit. At that moment, several cannibals appeared at the door. They hid behind a rack, trying to figure out how to get out. "We can't go head on. We'll die along with them," Ivan thought. "I have an idea," Masha said quietly. "Distract them and lead them further into the corner and quickly run to the exit. In the meantime, the guys and I will start the car and load the groceries." "Then, so. Did the young people all understand the plan?" asked Vorobyova. The teenagers looked on in fear, not fully comprehending what was happening. "Follow me when I tell you," she added, turning to one of them. "Help push the cart." Ivan approached the exit, unnoticed. Several zombies had already managed to get into the store, and the rest were crowding on the porch. Igor Tikhonov straightened up to his full height and rushed into battle. Having stunned one of the enemies, he rushed to the opposite corner of the sales area. A commotion began in the crowd of infected, which gave the man a small gap. Ivan looked back, noticing the approaching pursuers, and picked up speed. He led them along the outer rows, trying to stay away from the place where Natasha was sitting with the teenagers. Vorobyova pushed the cart towards the exit, but two more infected appeared in front of the door. They disrupted the planned plan and blocked the safe path to retreat. Masha froze in confusion, not understanding what to do. "Push the cart right at them," Roman shouted, grabbing several cans of food from the shelf. Using the cart as a battering ram, the girls rushed forward, and the boy threw metal cans at the zombies' heads as he ran. He cut one of them on the eyebrow, knocked out a couple of the front teeth of another. Not giving their opponents a chance to recover, the people knocked them to the ground and ran out into the street. Jumping into the car, Natasha opened the trunk and pressed the engine start button. But the batteries were dead, once again. The girl began to hit the button in desperation. Come on, damn you!" The car seemed to respond to the pleas, intertwined with frantic curses, and came to life. The teenagers put the groceries, slammed the trunk, and climbed into the back seat, pushing aside the surprise Dodge. Natasha put the car into reverse. The car abruptly jumped onto the curb and demolished the remains of the front door. The rear wheels of the car ran over the zombies, who did not have time to come to their senses,
crushing their bones. Igor ran up to the car and got into the passenger seat. The next second they took off, leaving their hungry pursuers behind. The car returned to the lab along a proven bypass. Masha carefully avoided narrow streets so as not to fall into a trap. They drove in silence for a couple of minutes. Then the teenager, warily looking at Dodge's powerful jaws, asked, "So where are we going, and who are you?" "To a safe place." "By the way, who is she to you?" Igor asked, turning halfway. "My sister. Her name is Lena, and I'm Max. In general, your sister needs help, and only we can help. She is infected, and in a few hours, she will turn into those who were in the store." Igor spoke seriously. "But we will try to prevent this from happening," Masha added.
Lena was silent. She sat motionless, her eyes closed and her back against the door. But her heavy breathing made it clear that she was getting worse. Max lowered his head and sighed, sobbing. The blood had already stopped, but the pain still hadn't left the girl. Dodge took a comfortable position, hanging his hind leg off the chair and resting his muzzle on the young man's knee. The dog looked at the stranger with distrust, smelling the infected, but remained calm and did not growl. After everything that had happened, nothing could surprise her anymore. Max sat tensely, and in order to win the dog over, he carefully stroked his head. "Don't worry, he doesn't seem dangerous." Ivan tried to calm the guy down. "Sort of?" The teenager chuckled. "Yes, this is not my dog. I'm seeing her only for the second time. A couple of years ago, I was bitten by a similar dog. After that, I don't like them very much." Vorobyov looked closely at the boy. His straight, tousled blonde hair stuck out in all directions. The boy was about 16 years old. He looked strong for his age. His still childish face was dominated by large eyes with a deeply adult look. Lena was a couple of years younger than her brother. She was a skinny, fair-haired girl who was just beginning to turn into a woman. Outwardly, she and her brother were similar, especially in the eye area. But if there was a flame burning in Max's eyes, then in Lena's it was already flickering faintly. She curled up in a ball on the back seat and trembled quietly. The infection in her blood was getting worse. "My parents got sick too," Max continued after a pause. "At first my mother attacked us, but my father locked her in the bedroom. She knocked on the door all night, and the next day my father went completely crazy. That's when we ran away." "Did this happen a long time ago?" Masha asked, driving around a traffic jam on the road.
"We spent one night in the entryway, and the second in a clothing store, until the thugs burst in."
"Who is this?" Ivan asked again.
"Connecting rods. That's what my sister and I call them."
"Ah, I see."
"And we're going to Cannes."
We hadn't eaten for almost 2 days. Then we went into a store, had a snack, and were thinking about where to go next. And then these guys attacked. And then well, you're lucky, Ivan added for her. The car entered the territory of the Research Institute and stopped at the laboratory building. "Can you go?" Masha turned to Lena, who nodded. The people got out of the car, leaving Dodge inside. "See? The window is open. Go there," the cosmonaut pointed up. The teenagers climbed onto the roof of the car and started climbing the ladder. Lena, despite the bite and weakness, climbed quite quickly. The Vorobyovs remained below. "What about food?" Pushing back and forth many times, Ivan thought. "We took several large bags from the store. We just need a rope to lift everything." "Hey guys, we've come up with something. Here you go." Katya threw down a rope made from tourniquets, bandages, and torn pieces of robes. Its end was hanging just at the level of the car roof. "Exactly what we need," Ivan shouted, giving a thumbs up. When everything with the products was transferred to the lab, it was Dodge's turn. We need to figure out how to lift the dog. This rope won't hold up anywhere near as well, Masha said regretfully. You go up the fire escape and Dodge and I will go up the main staircase. And the infected? You don't know how many of them there might be. Half the corridors are not lit. Cannibals have poor vision in the dark. We'll move quickly. When we get up, I'll shout and you'll move the cabinet. Okay, the girl sighed, and kissing her husband on the cheek, began to climb up the fire escape. Ivan grabbed the dog by the collar and pulled him out of the car. Together, they ran around the corner to the main entrance to the lab. The cosmonaut peered inside through the broken door. There was no one in the hall. They passed the first floor quickly. On the second landing, they noticed two infected wandering along the corridor. The zombies noticed the movement and headed towards the source of the noise. Ivan, jumping several steps at a time and dragging the dog, quickly ran to the last flight of stairs and opened the door into a dark corridor, which was illuminated only by a weak light from one window. Damn! Vorobyov exhaled quietly and immediately slammed the door. The floor was full of cannibals, and the treasured door to the office was about 15 meters away. From below, the sounds of zombie footsteps were heard climbing the stairs. The man and dog were trapped. Without waiting for the cannibals to occupy their space, the cosmonaut decided to go on the offensive. Shouting, "Get him!" he lowered Dodge. The dog rushed down and knocked down one of the enemies, who rolled down the steps, and upon landing, the dog immediately grabbed him by the throat. Ivan easily neutralized the second enemy with a baton. Realizing that he couldn't handle the crowd in the third-floor corridor, Vorobyov decided to go back outside and figure out how to lift Dodge through the window. At that moment, shots suddenly rang out in the corridor. Ivan counted 3, 4, 5, 6 shots, and then a scream was heard. The man abruptly threw open the door, and Dodge rushed to the attack. He grabbed the can by the shoulder with his teeth and threw him to the floor. Ivan tried to understand what was happening in the semi-darkness. Several infected lay motionless. Andrei stood by the door, fighting two enemies. Closer to Ivan, 3 cannibals pressed Max against the wall. Vorobyov rushed to help the teenager. The cosmonaut hit one on the temple, and he fell. And he hit the second one in the nose with his elbow so hard that he flew to the opposite wall. However, in the confusion, Ivan received several blows. The zombie split his lip and left a mark from their claws on his cheek. Max, lying on the floor, finished off the third attacker with the handle of his pistol. Vorobyov looked back. Andrei pushed the enemies back into the corridor and shouted loudly, "To the office, quickly!" The door opened slightly. Ivan saw Masha, and grabbing Dodge by the collar slipped inside. Max and Andrei followed him. Everyone immediately barricaded the door with a cabinet. Now there was a chance to rest. Dodge was sniffing everyone with curiosity, wagging his tail. Andrei was sitting on the floor, breathing heavily. Masha was examining Igor and Max's wounds. Lena, leaning against the wall by the window, was shaking with fear. Katya finally broke the silence. "Do we have new friends now?" "Yeah, we met at the store," the cosmonaut nodded. "The girl got infected. We need an antivirus," Masha added, looking at Andrei. "Okay, we'll give the guy a shot too." Kuznetsov stood up and walked over to the suitcase with the vaccine. "Ooh, I've been afraid of injections since childhood. I remember when I was bitten by a rabid dog, they injected me all over. It seemed like I was going crazy." Max even shuddered from the unpleasant memories. "You said the dog was mad?" Andrei said thoughtfully. "Yes, homeless, at my grandfather's dacha in Altai," the teenager clarified. "How do you feel now? Have you been bitten by the infected?" Do you have a fever, chills? The scientist quickly asked, opening the suitcase. Yes, Mom, when she got sick, she immediately attacked me, here and here. He showed his hands with already healing bite marks. Until they bled. It still itches. And when did this happen?
Andre looked at the guy carefully.
Well, 2 days ago. I already told you on the road. Max looked at Masha as if seeking support. Where did you get the gun? Did you shoot it? Ivan changed the subject. Yes. The gun is Dad's. He's a former policeman. It's his service weapon. When he got sick, he gave it to me. Said that now I'm the head of the family, and I have to take care of Lena. But I couldn't. She got infected too. Andre didn't listen to the last part and called Masha over, after which they went to the window. Coincidence or not, but the young man has a rabies vaccination. He was bitten only 2 days ago, and he feels great. You have never caught a cold either. That's where the immunity comes in. Can you imagine? Rabies. Albert Borisovich combined Red Star with rabies. That's where he is vulnerable. Masha nodded, biting her lower lip slightly, concentrating on thinking about the professor's riddle. And the girl? Was she vaccinated too?
The colleagues returned to the others.
Max, does your sister have a rabies vaccine? Andre asked. No, she suffers from a serious illness. Well, no, Max answered. Well, that's obvious, said Katya, stroking the trembling girl's head. That's not what I'm talking about, Max explained. She has diabetes. She needs insulin, without which she's very ill. There was a pause. Everyone understood that even if the girl was saved from infection, without insulin she would die sooner or later. We need to discuss it. Ivan went into the next room, leaving Max and Lena alone. What are your thoughts? I suppose the girl is doomed in any case? Everyone was silent. Then Masha was the first to speak. So what? Are you suggesting to kill her? What else is there to do? She will soon become dangerous. Stop. Let's not rush. Perhaps there won't be a second chance like this. Now we have the opportunity to observe the development of the infection and intervene at the last moment.
Then we'll see, Andre said.
Do you think it's more humane to experiment on her than to do as I said? There is still a lot we don't know, and we need to learn in order to survive, the scientist insisted. Does everyone agree? Katya nodded confidently. I agree, Masha said, looking at her husband. Ivan replied, Do as you wish, and I will watch your experiments with a baton. The friends returned to the room. Max was sitting next to his sister. Kuznetsov addressed the teenagers. Max, we will try to help her, but we do not give any guarantees. You are already an adult. You should understand. The guy nodded and looked down. Meanwhile, Ivan and Andre tied up Lena just in case. Masha took blood for analysis and sat down at the microscope. Katya, meanwhile, took care of the household, laying out the groceries. Did you bring your cigarettes? Andre asked, crumpling his empty pack and throwing it into the trash can. Ivan shook his head.
It's a shame, I should have gone, the scientist sighed with annoyance. Andre, come here for a minute.
Masha called him and showed him the microscope. The virus is devouring the cells in the blood. Yes, and as I can see, these are far from the best cells, the scientist asked without looking up from the microscope. Max, do you remember your sister's sugar level? Mom should have told you these numbers. 8, I think. Not bad. And now it's 6. The sugar is going down, he told Masha, and returned to examining the cells. So, a zombie with a normal sugar level is somehow different from other zombies, Masha asked, not quite understanding her colleague's joy. No, it turns out that this virus helps the girl recover, at least for a while. We are not in a hurry to administer the vaccine. We have a few hours, let's see how things go. Andre and Masha took Lena's blood for analysis every 30 minutes.
The colleagues constantly discussed, consulted, and recorded all the readings. Ivan decided to take a nap. Katya also began to nod off, but tried not to give in to fatigue. Max did not sleep. He sat to the side, not disturbing the scientists, and gently stroked Dodge. The dog quickly became attached to him and did not leave his side. Late at night, Andrei injected the girl with an antivirus and told his brother, "The blood sugar level is normal. If she survives this night, God willing, she will get better." Ivan woke up, yawned widely, and, looking at his exhausted colleagues, said, "Everyone go to bed. I'll sit here until the morning." 30 minutes later, the even breathing of 5 people could be heard in the office. The cosmonaut approached the open window and looked at the sky. Bright stars twinkled with a cold bluish light, indifferently watching from above.
Vorobyov remembered his flight to Mars when these luminaries were one of the few landscapes he had seen for almost a year. But now it seemed as if it had been in another life, distant and alien. The warm light of the rising sun boldly penetrated the laboratory window and gently touched Ivan's face. The cosmonaut winced sharply from the bright rays, but opened his eyes. He had not noticed how he had fallen asleep in the early morning, and suddenly woke up, carefully examining the room. Everyone around was still asleep. Lena lay motionless on the couch by the wall. Ivan got up and approached the girl. She looked pale, but was no longer trembling, and was breathing evenly and calmly. Suddenly the astronaut heard shuffling footsteps from the hallway, and headed for the cabinet they had barricaded the door with. The sound of Dodge's claws could be heard on the lab floor. Boxer approached Ivan and looked at him with a pleading look. He asked, "Want to go for a walk, my friend?"
"Just be patient for a little while. It's impossible to take him for a walk now." Hearing her husband's voice, Masha woke up, and the others followed her. Andrei was the first to go to Lena and touch her forehead. "There doesn't seem to be a fever, so the infection has stopped." The girl opened her eyes and tried to turn around, but the belts still held her securely on the couch. Ivan smiled and said, "It's time to set you free. Just promise not to bite anyone." After which he began to untangle Lena. Max sat down next to her and asked, "How are you, little sister?" She replied, "I'm fine, just a little stiff," sitting down on the couch and rubbing her wrists, feeling a strong tingling in her legs. Masha extended the girl's hand to take a blood sample. "We need to check if everything went dangerously," she said, inserting the needle into the vein. Then, together with Andrei, they approached the microscope. Everyone waited anxiously for the test results. "Great news, guys. There's practically no virus left in the blood, and the sugar level is normal," Andrei said, winking at the teenagers. "Do you seriously think you'll solve 2 problems at once?" Masha asked hopefully. "I want to believe. Apparently the virus somehow affects the pancreas, and it starts producing insulin on its own."
Incredible! Both poison and medicine at the same time!
Vorobyova noted admiringly. "Yes, if only this energy could be directed into a peaceful channel," said Andrei, approaching the window and noticing a column of black smoke in the distance. A gloomy picture of a burning mound of human bodies, above which a flock of crows circled with excited cawing, appeared in his head. Katya's cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. "Since everything is getting better, I suggest we have breakfast." "I second that," Ivan nodded, feeling his stomach rumble as he opened a can of Sprats. "There's enough food for now, but it's better to save. We don't know how long we'll be here. Thank you very much for saving my life," Lena said sheepishly, turning to the scientists. "Come on, don't exaggerate," Andrei replied. "We need to observe you for a few days. The blood test is good, but too little time has passed," Masha added. During breakfast, everyone was in high spirits. The friends were happy that Lena had come to her senses, and despite everything, everyone was alive.
Dodge, having quickly eaten his portion, carefully watched the people and caught pieces of sausage on the fly, which Maxim Andre sometimes threw to him. "Owl, please pass the juice," Lena asked, chewing a sandwich. Max opened the bottle and handed it to his sister. "Why Owl?" Katya asked with interest. "Savlev, because it's our family symbol." My father also called many of his friends that.
Max thought for a moment and added,
Or rather, they used to call me that.
"They also called me Owl or Little Owl at school, but rarely, more often by name," Lena intervened.
Owl. Interesting.
Ivan smiled.
They tried to tease me at school as Sparrow, but I got offended and sorted things out, so they stopped.
"What other nicknames did everyone have?" Lena asked, feeling growing trust in the new company.
My last name is Lisitsyna. Guess in 3 tries.
Katya squinted slyly, running her hand through her shiny red hair. "I see, and you look like a fox," the cosmonaut noted. "I didn't have any nicknames at school or at the university," Masha said, slightly upset. "Before marriage you were a bullfinch, now you're a sparrow, and you have your own little flock," Kuznetsov winked at the newlyweds. "Chirp, chirp," Masha laughed, kissing her husband on the nose. "Well, what do you say?" Ivan asked, looking at the scientist.
Nothing. Andre shrugged. Come on, tell me. Katya pinched her friend on the side. Well, Kuzia, Andre drawled sadly. Ha! Kuzia! Excellent! Ivan laughed enthusiastically and almost choked. If you call me that, you'll infect me with Ebola fever, Kuznetsov answered coldly. Oh, come on. What kind of childish clasps are you? Kuzia is a great rattle, the cosmonaut replied, laughing. At that moment, there were some sounds behind the door. Boxer stood up and grumbled darkly. Quiet, Dodge, Andre ordered, adding that it would be better for everyone to be quieter so as not to cause unnecessary noise and not attract unnecessary attention. Ivan shook his head and objected that sitting around like mice was not an option. It was much wiser to reclaim some space for themselves. In his opinion, the corridor could only be accessed from one staircase. If they quickly dealt with all the infected on the floor and put a barrier on the door, they would have plenty of free space and access to other rooms. Andre disagreed, noting that it was too dangerous, and that there was nothing particularly valuable in the neighboring offices. Ivan asked where Andre was going to walk the dog, in the far corner, or in the room next door. He even suggested that he might have to be carried up and down the fire escape. Kuznetsov was silent, but his expression made it clear that he was reluctant to accept the cosmonaut's idea. Ivan threw Dodge another piece of sausage, reminding him that the dog had been asking to go outside since the morning. So, if he couldn't stand it, he would have to clean it up himself. Okay, then let's go on a sortie. At least we have a gun, someone from the group suggested. However, Andre replied that it should be kept in reserve and used only in an emergency, since there are very few cartridges and they are worth their weight in gold. They have a couple of batons, scalpels, and Dodge's teeth at their disposal. That should be enough. Then Maxim said that he would also go with them, and Masha added that she had some concentrated hydrochloric acid, which she took with the rest of the reagents, just in case. The cosmonaut, approving, asked to pass them on to him. The friends got ready, moved the closet, and pressed themselves against the wall, listening to the sounds. It was difficult to understand how many infected were in the hallway. Ivan carefully opened the door, looked out, and immediately slammed it. There are about 5 of them there. The main thing is to close the door that leads to the stairs. After that, we'll deal with the rest. Max, you take this door under guard. We'll cover you. Got it, Max replied. Ready? Let's go, Igor Tikhonov said, and walked out of the office,
striking the cannibal at the doorway with a sharp blow of his baton. The rest of the zombies gathered at the other end of the corridor, attracted by the light from the window, which allowed the friends to buy some time. Max quickly headed left to the door, pulled out a tourniquet, and tied the handles of both doors. For a moment, the only entrance to the floor was blocked. At that moment, Ivan threw 2 flasks of hydrochloric acid at the advancing cannibals. One flask smashed on the head of an infected, who collapsed to the floor, writhing furiously and clutching his face as the acid burned his eyes. The rest approached, shrouded in smoke from the evaporating acid that dripped from their bodies. The burns only increased their rage. Andre let go of Dodge. The dog grabbed the leg of one of the infected, but he grabbed it by the throat and began to strangle it. The second zombie fell on top of the fighter, pinned him to the floor, and bit his back leg. However, a few moments later, the infected were thrown to the ground, stunned by the guy's truncheons. Not giving them time to come to their senses, Andre cut each one's throat with a scalpel. "You see, the eyes are afraid, but the hands are creating," said Ivan, examining the battlefield. "There seem to be more guests," Max shouted, hearing a rustling on the stairs. The door shook from the blows and pushes of the cannibals, attracted by the noise of the battle and the shouts. "We need to block it," Andre commanded. The guys quickly filled the passage from top to bottom with furniture from the neighboring offices. Now the entire floor was under their control. "All that's left is to get rid of these corpses. At the end of the corridor is a door to the balcony. There used to be a smoking room there." The scientist grabbed the motionless cannibal by the leg and dragged him to the window. When the last body, having flown 3 floors, hit the asphalt with a dull thud, Vorobyov shook his palms and looked at Andre. "Here on this balcony, we will walk your Dodge. Come on, Dodge, hurry up. Make it happen faster." "Well, I guess we're not needed here anymore. Let's go, Owl." The astronaut clapped the guy on the shoulder, and they headed to the office. A few minutes later, Kuznetsov appeared, looking at Andre with concern, and said, "Masha, give me the syringe. Dodge was bitten. I want to take blood for analysis." Chapter 53. In the dark corners of the gray city, day 9 since the onset of the infection. Stas was walking down the street after an evening workout. He was wearing a tracksuit, sneakers, a bag with his uniform slung over his shoulder, and his gaze was gloomy and tense. He was respected in the area. At 20 years old, he already held the title of Far East kickboxing champion. Now Stas was preparing for the Russian championship, which could open the way for him to the world tournament. Stas was gloomy and did not want to go home. In the morning, he had an unpleasant conversation with his mother, who raised her son alone after his father left the family 15 years ago. She dreamed of the boy getting a higher education, but Stas devoted all his time to training and rehearsals in the garage. Together with his friends, he created a rap group, sometimes performing at city club parties and festivals. His mother considered these activities frivolous, warned that fights and company could lead him to prison, insisted on studying and a stable job, and not on the role of a bouncer in a nightclub. Stas himself dreamed of fame as a rapper, big concerts, and conquering the stage with his recitative. Kickboxing helped him survive in the harsh conditions of the streets of Khabarovsk. The evening turned out to be gloomy. It was drizzling, and the sea wind was blowing at his back. Stas stomped through puddles, thinking about his plans for the near future. There were few options. Either hang out on the internet, or finish writing lyrics for new songs, and at night, go to work in the club. Keep order. The whole way the young man thought about how to convince his mother to change her mind. He was irritated by her constant instructions. but he was afraid to offend her with a sharp answer, so he usually just kept quiet. When she calmed down, Stas calmly said, "Mom, don't worry, everything is fine. I cope with difficulties myself. I earn my living, and I don't like working in an office. Why do I need a higher education? I can cope without a diploma. Don't cry, Mom. I'm confident in myself." She agreed, but after a couple of weeks, everything started all over again. Walking down the street, lost in his thoughts, he didn't immediately notice the noise in the next alley. Hearing a scream, the boy turned around. From a dark, abandoned yard, a worn-out girl ran straight to him. She had narrow Chinese eyes, a torn bright orange raincoat, and dirty jeans. She fell, got dirty, and tore her clothes. The child's face expressed fear. 2 men were chasing her. The girl, crying and screaming, rushed at Stas. "Help! Please, help!" The young man took his bag off his shoulder and said, "Stop! Don't be afraid. What happened?" She answered, "They are following me. They want to kill me. Please help." He clarified, "Who exactly?" The girl couldn't even answer. 2 people, breathing heavily and loudly, were rapidly approaching them. One looked about the same as Stas, the other was much older. It was obvious that it was not easy for them to run, but some kind of furious rage drove the strangers forward. Looking at their faces, Stas decided that they were either drug addicts or alcoholics who wanted to take the girl's phone and mock her. However, the athlete was surprised that the pursuers did not stop when they saw him. Usually such junkies immediately ran away. "Come on, stop!" shouted the kickboxer, taking a fighting stance and covering the girl with his body. There was no response, so Stas, acting automatically, kicked the first attacker in the chin. The man fell on his back, as if he had been cut off. The second stranger swung his hand, but Stas dodged and immediately responded with a blow. The toe of his sneaker cut the man's eyebrow, but he remained standing. "What kind of faces are these? What kind of psychos are these?" flashed through the guy's head. The first attacker stood up. Now the athlete had 2 opponents. Out of the corner of his eye, Stas noticed that the girl hid behind a tree. Several passers-by quickened their pace, apparently afraid of a fight and not wanting to interfere.
Well, yes, there's no point in hoping for help here, Stas thought, looking at the frightened man who was quickly leaving. The strangers simultaneously rushed to attack. The kickboxer dodged to the side, put up a block, then struck him in the jaw with one hand and finished him off with an elbow. At that moment, the second man jumped on the athlete and bit into his ear. Igor Tikhonov winced in pain and threw the attacker to the ground with a strong blow. Several powerful kicks to the head and body knocked the opponent unconscious. The guy ran his hand over his bitten ear, which was burning with pain. A girl came out from behind a tree, shaking with fear. The athlete looked at her and asked,
"Who are they? Do you know them?"
The girl answered,
"They are my brother and father. They killed my mother, and then they started stalking me."
Igor froze and squatted down next to her. The girl burst into tears and pressed her face to his shoulder. At that moment, the wail of police cars was heard, having arrived in response to a call. A kind grandmother, having noticed the fight from the window, called the police station. The men in uniform pulled out their weapons and ordered them not to move, after which they put Igor and the girl in the car and began to look for witnesses. Sitting in the police jeep, Igor watched as one of the policemen approached the man lying on his stomach and tried to turn him over. At that moment, the psycho came to his senses and sank his teeth into the sergeant's face. The second attacker also came to and suddenly rushed at the policeman from behind. The partner rushed to help and tried to pull the attackers away, but they clung to him tightly, grabbing the victim with teeth and claws. Unable to cope with them, the police officer pulled out his pistol and fired. The first attacker, wounded in the shoulder, jumped back. The second did not react to the sound of the shot and continued to greedily tear the flesh of the injured sergeant. Only when the next bullet hit the man in the leg, he growled and rushed at the shooter. Another shot rang out, and the zombie fell motionless with a broken head. A young law enforcement officer, recently graduated from the academy, stood over the body, holding the gun in his trembling hands. "Well, now Mom is definitely in tears," flashed through the head of the kickboxer, watching this brutal scene on the street. Stas and the girl were taken to the police station to give evidence. The investigator carefully wrote down their stories, then, turning to the young man, said, "You were involved in a fight that ended with a police officer being seriously injured. He is now in critical condition. So I am forced to detain you until all the circumstances are clarified, at least until the morning." Stas objected. "But I didn't attack. I saw these people for the first time. I was simply defending the girl. Ask her. We'll sort this out later. For now, to the cell." The investigator ordered the operative, who entered with a downcast look. A few minutes later, Stas, mentally cursing the investigator, sat on the bench with 5 other detainees. His ear, bitten in the fight, was covered with a bandage, but the pain still did not subside. The athlete caught the quiet whisper of 2 men in the corner of the cell. The city seemed to have gone crazy. "I heard that yesterday there were 10 murders, and these were in quite ordinary families. People literally tore each other apart. Today, the police at the post said that 15 attacks by some crazy people had already taken place in one day. All of this happened in broad daylight, on the streets, on buses, in shops. They suddenly pounce on people, beat them, and then start biting them. Like animals, they bite off ears, tear cheeks, bite fingers." At that moment, the speakers glanced at Igor Tikhonov. He turned away and decided to while away the time by listening to music. At least the cops didn't take the player, the athlete thought, and inserted the earphone into his healthy ear. The guy closed his eyes and felt how tiredness rolled over him. With renewed vigor, the kickboxer didn't notice how he passed out. He woke up in the early morning and tried to find out when he would be able to go out, but he was told that the investigator would not be there today, and the detention was extended for 48 hours. However, at least they allowed him to make a call, and the guy calmed his mother down, saying that he was okay. So he spent the whole day waiting and doing nothing, and towards evening, he felt ill. Lying on his bunk, the athlete fell into a restless sleep. A few hours later, Stas woke up with a strong cough. His whole body ached. He was shivering and burning. After sitting for a while and feeling that his condition was getting worse, he shouted towards the guard,
"Hey, is there a doctor here?"
The policeman approached the cell and looked at him through the bars with a cold-blooded expression. "What happened?" he asked. "I have a high temperature. My whole body aches," Igor Tikhonov said with difficulty. The doctor was absent. The shift had already ended. An investigator should come in the morning who would refer for treatment if necessary. Bastards, the athlete thought, feeling the heat burning him from the inside. Opposite him was a man of about 40 years old, brought here in the morning. He also felt unwell. He was constantly coughing and wiping the sweat that was running down his forehead. Stas noticed a bandage on his cheek, usually used to cover cuts or bite marks. The boy tried to fall asleep again, turned on his side, and pulled his legs up. He dreamed of his mother, who, as always, scolded him for his failures, cried and sighed. At the same time, he stood in the kitchen, poked a fork into his ear, and asked for forgiveness. Around midnight, Stas woke up because of a sharp pain at the site of the bite. His mouth was dry, and he felt nauseous. He tried to get up, but his vision went dark, after which the guy collapsed on the floor and lost consciousness. The duty sergeant slowly turned a large key in a metal lock. This lock was probably about 50 years old,
It had seen many people who sat in this cell. The policeman leaned over the unconscious Stas and patted him on the cheek. "Hey, what's wrong, Gunniksansi?" The kickboxer showed no signs of life, only wheezed quietly. At that moment, Stas's sick cellmate with a bandage on his cheek attacked the officer on duty from behind. The infected patient punched the policeman hard in the back of the head. He fell on the kickboxer and felt a heavy body fall on him from above, and a moment later he felt a sharp pain from a bite.
The infected man bit deeper, not letting go of his prey.
Just 2 days ago, his wife suddenly felt ill. While she lay in bed with a fever, he leaned over to kiss her tenderly on the forehead. At that moment, the woman suddenly pounced on her husband and bit off a piece of meat from his cheek. In the fight for life, he miscalculated his strength and accidentally killed his wife. The man suffered all day, remembering his beloved and dear wife. When midnight came after the infection, a little more than a day had passed, and a moment occurred from which there was no return. The new star completely took over the body. Meanwhile, the infected man sank his teeth into the policeman's neck. The other detainees watched in shock, unable to move. The officer on duty quickly came to his senses and instinctively hit the attacker with his elbow. Having received a blow to the jaw, the man fell to the floor. However, before the cop could get up, Stas's transition ended at that very moment.
Drops of blood from the wound on his neck flowed down to the offender's lips, igniting a furious hunger in him. The infected athlete grabbed the policeman's head with both hands, pulled him towards himself, and sank his teeth into the victim's face. The scream stopped because another cannibal fell on top.
The man found himself between two cannibals, like a piece of sausage in a sandwich. The prisoners, noticing this horror, ran out through the open door and began to loudly call for help. 3 police officers hurried to the cell, but the infected immediately pounced on them. Stas knocked one of the law enforcement officers down with a strong blow. The zombie with the bandage grabbed the young lieutenant by the head and instantly snapped his neck. The captain, who ran up last, quickly assessed the situation and shot to kill. 3 bullets pierced the infected's body, and he fell to the floor. At this time, Stas attacked the officer, biting his hand. The captain dropped the gun.
The athlete knocked the victim to the ground. The victim tried to get up, but the cannibal covered him with all his weight and pressed 2 thumbs into his eye sockets. A terrible scream was heard in the department. Blood poured from the wounded man's eyes, and the captain soon began to twitch before death. Then he straightened up abruptly and froze. The infected licked his fingers with the remains of the brain. Having sated himself with the blood and flesh of the murdered man, Stas walked along the corridors of the police department. That night, only 4 officers were on duty, and now there were no more. All the detainees, seeing that the police had been defeated, fled, leaving the doors of the department open. The athlete went outside. A large moon was shining overhead. He was full, so he calmly headed deeper into the darkness. Nothing else bothered him. No thoughts, no doubts, no worries tormented him.
No one was attacking. The virus was actively multiplying in the host's body, and he now had an abundance of hemoglobin and amino acids. What else did he need? About 10 minutes later, he disappeared into the darkness of the nearest yard, where local hooligans had smashed all the lamps near the street lamps.